into the minion wave so he cannot be followed up by a harpoon.
Forces the flash. Well done there from Impact. Waited till he spent all his skills on the wave, then drops the equalizer, looks for that pressure. Impact not going to greed it out. He's just going to base here, though, as TL will get the Dragon off of that bot lane pressure, looking really strong again. And also, I am a big fan of Tier on Taric. This is such a mana-hungry champion. It is a bit of a greedy early buy, but if you're not being pressured heavily in lane and you get that early tier, it's so much value later on. It's so much more healing you can get, so many more rotations of spells. Even for things like objective takes like Baron, it makes it super safe because you won't go and you can just heal auto, heal auto, and you keep your team full health. And especially with the Kalista, that's so powerful.
Lucio does have to be careful. Still doesn't have flash available. Ignite is back up, but with how the lane has gone, Yon and Core JJ are totally in charge of dictating how the rest of the laning phase goes.
Man, this makes it so difficult for jungle because you're getting called everywhere. Top lane is constantly volatile, pushing in. You know, Whippo doesn't have flash anymore, so flash disadvantage up there also. But then bottom lane is constantly fighting here. Now 2 deaths for Busio. He goes for Hex Flash plays. They're getting pushed in. It looks like they've chosen top side, the battleground.
Is trying to commit first, but they need to make it a fast play. Otherwise, Inspired is here for the counter. The Spectrum Wall lands the root onto Just a little bit of damage back onto the jungle, but no one going to go down.
Yeah, once the Q misses from they know they're not going to have enough damage to kill him off. There's no way, so they're just going to back it off. Nice little smite on the minion with the Spectrum Maw to land the stun there from Inspired, who has had a bit of a quieter game after getting the first blood, but he has been power farming. And he is going for a very aggressive build here, likely going towards Kraken, I would assume. And is going to be, you know, really high DPS build.
The Kraken buffs from a couple patches ago for AD carries was so nice for Viego, but here's a repeat on top side. Core JJ's top again.
2v1 didn't work, but 3v1, and no Inspired to bail him out this time around. Whippo without the flash cannot get out alive. takes the kill.
You heard Dokla talking about it. You always think Core JJ's up there. Whippo is talking about it. You always think Core JJ's ganking topside. He does it with and that should be Void Grubs. Inspired is here, but look, the whole team is rotating up. And with Masu staying bottom, I think Inspired has to just leave.
Yeah, and I mean, if they committed, Equalizer's available, right? Impact could just cancel the base. I think you would just get cooked. So they get the kill, they get a plate, they get grubs.
Oh, mid lane's in trouble. And it looks like that is Yon as the target. Had flash, but the def charge and the point and click CC that we were talking about during the champ select comes through fruition, and Yon is taken down.
Yeah, now with that kill, they're going to be able to at least grab one grub for themselves. should be able to get out, but grabbing that one grub feels really nice. Even if you just get the one off the two, off of each of the two, you're going to be able to deny the Void Might spawns, which is really that most important part. Plus, you get the bonus XP for that first grub that you do take, which is going to feel nice as well.
Does mean 4 Void Grubs for FlyQuest, so neither team is going to get the extra little grubby there whenever they're sieging on the towers, but Impact still going to push Whippo off. Still no flash available for this Crocodile. He's got to be careful. Has kick available, dashes through. Double teleports are coming in. Both APA and Jensen are going to show up to the fight. They're trying to all in onto Whippo. Both the jungler and the top laner go down here. And now it's a 2v2 situation. Spirit Rush available for APA, but they're just going to take the trade and leave.
Yeah, they call it off because look at these wards in the jungle actually saved them from an extended fight. They saw Nautilus coming on their deep ward jungle, or jungle wards there. So Busio did have the safety net. He goes for the recall afterwards, is just going to be the trade.
Exactly, and then you look at the cost on bottom side. Masu just has to leave again. They're losing more plates, they're losing more waves. Masu going to be the sacrificial lamb for that roam from Busio up towards top side. So TL get what they can get, and they're going to be able to
I just love the confidence from Yon. This guy has been on Team Liquid Academy and Team Liquid for so long. They have invested really, really heavily into this player. And for a while, right when he joined the main team onto the LCS squad for TL, was receiving a lot of criticism, but is so confident now. Messing around with a little bit of jungle confidence as well, going for some possible steals, but Inspired secures.
Fate's call. Jensen over the wall, tries to isolate Yon, but the Cosmic Radiant comes down, and they are invulnerable for now. But they have to kite away because the second fight from FlyQuest could be disastrous. Yon getting pincered out by Inspired. Flash away from Core JJ as well. Using his own flash. That could have been disastrous for Team Liquid, and FlyQuest bullied them out of the jungle.
Yeah, it's that ward in that brush over by the red buff that allowed Jensen over the wall to go for the Tibbers. That was really well played by Jensen. Notice how he also dropped the pink there to make sure, you know, they saw him over the wall after the initial Tibbers play came out, but Really well positioned from Jensen, catches him by surprise, pushes him back, forces out those flashes. And these are the kind of plays and these are the kind of angles that you're looking for with this Annie. Has the Malignants online now, so the ult CDR are going to be very low. You can get to ridiculous states to where it's like Tibbers is practically permanently out there.
Yeah.
And I'm expecting him to go in towards like Leandries. That's the build I most see commonly, is just Malignants into Leandries. People often go Rylai's and stuff, and it becomes so annoying to actually deal with this bear, just walking around AoE slow, AoE burn.
And a big part of the goal of the team comp for FlyQuest is all the burst damage that they have, getting a spirit for Inspired to possess for this Viego reset. They were all pretty low, but couldn't quite get there.
Core JJ might be in trouble. Dodges the dredge line. They're cutting this one out. Core JJ still might be in trouble. Inspired commits the Heartbreaker, and it's enough damage from Famasu to finish him off. No reset for Inspired as he has to kite away. Yon cleansing the stun from Jensen. His equalizer. Oh! The great arrow from Masu picks up Yon in the back half. Impact is trying to equalize the situation here, but he still goes down. APA forced to run. FlyQuest continuing to truck on forward.
Man, Yon just got blasted. Jensen throws a little bit of damage on him. He insta-cleanses, backs off, and then the piercing arrow from Masu finishes off the kill. Surprising amount of burst there onto Yon.
Yeah, that was a really nice shot, but because Impact came down and Impact tried to answer another one, Whipple gets more alone time on the tower. He can't quite get it, so it just ends up being a little bit of chip damage and has to respect the roam from APA.
There's no Spirit Rush, so he can't necessarily threaten to gap close onto Whippo. But man, for Masu to really, as we see Impact.
He's got a lot of all-time records. We've shown a lot of banners here. I can't even keep track of all of them.
He's been here for a while.
Yeah.
And he's been killing it for a while.
7th player to hit 1,500 kills. Well done, Impact. As there's a dive in the works here against Whippo. He's just going to back off and give respect to the members of Team Liquid. But what I wanted to say is that Masu was being bullied off the tower. They were putting a lot of pressure into the bottom side of the map, but he never died. He never went down in lane, and he's able to answer up for it by picking up 2 clutch kills in that fight.
Yeah, definitely credit to him. You know, it did feel like Core and Yon absolutely had the pressure in that bottom lane. You know, they got the kill on Debussio. They pushed him off a lot of times, but he's right in it, right? He's going to have that slight gold lead very likely, depending on how much gold was actually taken from plates. It's really close, but Masu does have a slight edge. And Masu in a position to try to have a big performance here, to try to be that person who steps up in Game 5, is the difference maker. Inspired also in that great spot. We have to remember back to his last Viego game where he started with 2 early kills, wasn't able to accomplish much. This time, it's even better start, more jungle camps, 3 kills, including first blood.
And like I said, this team comp is basically made to burst someone down. They've got Annie, Lethality, Varus, and Nautilus, all just like, all right, we're gonna get you a kill, baby, and then go to Reset City.
Yeah.
Inspired. We saw the pentakill that you got in EU. We saw the MVPs. You know, let's see it in Game 5.
I mean, on top of it as well, it's not the Thunder Sky Rush for Inspired. It is Kraken Slayer, just trying to maximize the damage output. Equalizer comes out. Whippo's already popped the Dominus. Jensen with the teleport. Easy CC setup on Impact. APA cannot rectify the wrongs there. Cosmic Radiance is coming down. Yon Force the flash comes just in time for the invulnerability, but he cannot hop, skip, jump away from this one because Inspired locks him down with the Blade of the Rune King, and now he's playing the Callista. He gets the hop, skip, and jump. Finds one on a Core JJ. Resets have come through for Inspired, and he's 5-0-1.
Yeah, that's 3 quick kills, and they can push mid lane afterwards as well. FlyQuest taking over.
Looking really confident on that play. Immediate commitment to the top lane play onto Impact. They find this angle. They stun enough. They look for the TP in. Jensen arrives. They burst him right down. Even though APA was pretty quick on his TP as well, there's no chance to respond. Then Masu just catches Yon there as he's walking out. Barely. The Cosmic Radiance comes down to keep him alive for a moment, but it's not quite enough. He couldn't finish off Inspired. Inspired gets the reset, means Core's gone for free. And it's FlyQuest winning in 2 lanes, catching people in transition, trying to get up there to help up their top lane.
Another fight in the works here. Dazzle tries to connect. Busio flashes it to make sure the stun does not land. He's going to be thankful that he does not give up a potential kill over to Team Liquid. They are now still jockeying for position in the mid lane. Dragon is not coming up for 3 minutes, so there's nothing really to fight for. But it does feel tense.
And it feels like a flashback to that previous Rumble game.
Dredge line. MT is trying to look for Masu, ends up kicking. Whippo instead takes the resonating strike. They get 1 kill, but MT is traded out by Inspired, and now he gets to be the lead Sin. Takes the Sonic Wave, finds APA. He's gonna be Ari, gets the charm out, but Yon through the cleanse still goes down. An equalizer from Impact. It's gonna turn around the fight. and get at least 1 kill back over for themselves. 2 to Team Liquid, but 3 to FlyQuest.
No objectives? No problem. We play for kills, baby. And they get a bunch of them. 3.6 thousand, the gold lead. They get to push the tower afterwards. This is all well in advance of the Dragon or the Baron coming up. So they could completely open up the map. The last of the outer tower is now down on the side of Team Liquid. FlyQuest get to reset and now come set up their vision. Now they get to set up the play.
And FlyQuest are just playing the map better, right? You know, it's Annie in the top lane. They have double TP, so they look for the engage here. They find the hook in onto core. Trying to find the angle there, but can't quite catch up to Masu to kick him back. Whippo, unfortunate flash, obviously not going to disconnect from the resonating strike as it comes through. He does go down, but it's the reset either way for Inspired. He connects on the Q, on the Lee Sin, then he connects on the Charm, on the Ahri. Impact shows up, but it's not going to be enough to chase in as Jensen has rotated down. But again, they're just getting these incremental advantages in the side lanes. They're dictating where they're fighting. They're dictating when they're fighting. This is FlyQuest fully in control in a macro game where they're also out executing on the micro plays, on the team fights.
And Busio, even though on this Nautilus he died 2 times really early on in the game, there he lands hook after hook. Then he turned on APA. He hit the ultimate with Nautilus first with a loud Masu, the really easy follow-up chains of corruption on the Varus to secure them the extra kill. Those two have just been catching so many TL players out.
And you look at the completed items now for Fly. It's 2 items already for Inspired. It's 2 items already for Jensen. He elected to go for that Ride second. He's going to go in towards the Magic Pen next. Opportunities done now for Masu. So he's got his 2 items. They are ridiculously strong. And everyone on TL side is really just trying to scrape together pieces. And you've lost the early game with this comp that can't play the map very well. It's going to be so hard to come back. You know, FlyQuest are just going to keep shoving out waves, keep making you respond to them. And if you don't, guess what? You're just falling further and further behind.
And I can't help but think back to the mid lane gank attempt from where he tried to go for the triple flash to guarantee the charm lock-in from APA, but both were not able to sync up and make that play possible.
Well, they stopped the recalls. They're going to go to try and catch these two. Everybody rotating up topside.
Team wants the kill, and they need to get something, but a teleport from Whippo is going to put a stop in their tracks. Impact is able to stasis the burst damage from Annie, but is in trouble, but he's got AP and he's got Yon. They're corralling right onto Whippo and Jensen. They have to all-in everything. Cosmic Radiance is going to give them the invulnerability to survive. This is huge for Team Liquid. Impact doesn't go down.
That is massive. Impact with a perfect stasis there with the Seeker's Arm Guard. Immunes the flash timbers from Jensen. Survives. TL get all the kills and the Baron off this play. The wheels just came off for FlyQuest.
This series is a banger, down to game number 5, and TL, they come back. They're gonna, wait a second, you're not gonna Varus steal this, are you?
You have to think it with how the series has been.
Masu has seen the tape. He knows what Gumayushi did in World 22 Finals. Can he pull off a miracle for FlyQuest in their most desperate hour? But he already fired the arrow. Team Liquid will take the Baron.
They're going to get the Baron, and they may even get another kill here as Busio going a little bit far. They're going to back it off, though. And just like that, the gold lead gone. Completely gone. They try to look for this play, but the equalizer early from Impact stopped the recalls. And then that stasis there with the Seeker's Arm Guard immunes the flash timbers. That is the defining moment. If they could get that reset, if Inspired survives, maybe you can turn it around with both TPing in. But because they couldn't get it, Tarek arrives, the ulti comes down, no one dies. Total disaster for FlyQuest on the top side, and you know they have got to be ecstatic.
Impact is actually the GOAT. That's why we keep showing banners of all his achievements in the LCS. That was insane. He knew as soon as Jensen gets there, this Annie is coming to flash stun me.
Yeah.
So he times it perfectly, still gets the cooldowns out, and then Core JJ arrives and the ultimate barely saves him. You can't write a better comeback here.
For Team Liquid fans, that moment looked eerily familiar to Week 6 when FlyQuest were leading the early game and suddenly Team Liquid all in. They send nearly everyone towards the top side of the map, same place, not quite the same time, 10 minutes later, but Team Liquid have now put themselves back in a winning position. Baron buff on their side, and they are cruising through these towers. Dredgeline connects. might be in trouble. Whippo walks up. is taken out of the fight. Yon has to hide away from this one. Impact with the equalizer is going to split up FlyQuest members here, but Inspired is on the hunt. Looks for Yon, but he gets popped. The flash stun with the clinch from Yon keeps himself alive, as now he has to run because the rest of the members of FlyQuest want to run them down, but they just might have gained enough distance to get out. But the portals are coming in. Jensen has a blast cone available. He's got Tibbers, and he's looking for Jan. Fate's call. Does he sacrifice Core JJ to keep himself alive? They get a decent bunch of damage down. Ignite, the charm doesn't connect, but it's the Over Deception that connects. 1-for-1 trading, Core JJ for Jensen, and Impact is back. He doesn't have the equalizer, but Masu is out of position. Huge shutdown goes over to Impact. Team Liquid are defying expectations.
Impact refuses to lose. This man is on a mission to top lane play and then makes it happen again off of the FlyQuest engage. Great kiting as well by Jan and Core. Barely able to kill off Inspired before he could get that reset onto Jan. That made all the difference. That made FlyQuest commit to the chase, commit to trying to get more. And TL end up coming up big again, Kobe.
This is playoffs, baby. This is game 5 pressure. And the overchase from FlyQuest, they can feel it slipping away from them. And so they overchase. The teleport came in. It was a 1-for-1. We're not done. Back to the action.
Inspired might be in trouble, but dashes back on out. Once he sees Busio in range, it's going to allow Inspired to get out alive. But Team Liquid are the ones with the pressure, and they're pushing FlyQuest to the brink.
Man, that APA and Jan play where they're kiting back on the top lane, kiting back Inspired, and then they get the Rend burst, taking him down. It feel like FlyQuest at that point kind of all in on it, and now they're facing another siege from TL. Good 4-1 split push. APA pushes the minions up mid lane. He got the 1 auto onto the tower. Just get the little bit of true damage there. Meanwhile, bottom side, they're clearing out one more wave. They got jungle fully warded up, so Impact is watching the path here between the two, and they're going to bring APA down.
And this is APA playing Lich Bane. You know, Jensen, when we saw him, he was playing the Horizon Focus, more kind of upfront burst. This is going to be even better in that split push, weaving in the autos between your Rs with that Malignance. This is kind of that new build that is so popular throughout this season. So much unavoidable damage because you are forward, you pop the W, you're weaving in those autos. Even if you're not hitting your Q and your E every single time, the damage is really, really high for some of these squishy champions.
I am just in awe that this is the series that we have gotten today. I was very prepared for a dominant FlyQuest to come in, really roll over Team Liquid. Maybe there's one game that they could have gotten off the back end, but the fact that Team Liquid now find themselves ahead in goal at 26 minutes into the game, in game 5, mind-blowing.
Well, I've got some good news for fans because the way this game is going with it being so action-packed, it's not going to stop. FlyQuest, their whole team is burst damage, and Team Liquid, they don't have tanks on their team. They've got a Sterix Gage on their Lee Sin, but really, they're relying on the shielding from Core JJ, his Iron Solari, and his ultimate to try and get the timing correct. It makes for very exciting team fights because there is so much damage and not that much tankiness.
Dredgeline fishing from Busio. The flash spectral wall. Is the invulnerability going to come through? APA is bursted out before the Cosmic Radiance comes through. Jan tries to cleanse it, but gets locked down. FlyQuest are back in the game, and they took out the 2 carries from Team Liquid.
They find the huge play, their flash spectral maw from Inspired, and then Masu after that finds the flash arrow, connects on the ult, gets them another kill. They take out both the carries. They want more here.
Inspired is really trying to hunt them down, impacting Core JJ. Core has flash, Impact doesn't. Impact might just be gone from this one. Another kill to FlyQuest. They are trying to run with the momentum.
30 seconds on Baron, too. That kill was a really meaningful kill. That extra chase from FlyQuest. They know if they could get the kill on Impact now, it's a no teleport top laner. Baron's up in 19 seconds. Dragon's up in 1 second. So they can collect the Dragon, have plenty of time to move on over. FlyQuest, that'll be Dragon number 3. Setting themselves up for Dragon Soul points.
Yeah, and just look at this. The initial play, they couldn't find it. It's actually from the bottom of your screen, so you can't really see him because of the picture-in-picture, but look at this. W flash, everyone commits immediately in. Masu flashes forward, chains of corruption there, do connect onto Jan. He cleanses it very quickly, but immediate hook comes out from Busio to follow up. So great decisive play there from FlyQuest. That's exactly what you need when you are playing into a Taric. You cannot hesitate. Everyone has to get in. Make sure you get that first kill before the ulti lands.
3 flashes invested.
Those coaches looking stressed.
Yeah.
I think that's the first sigh of relief they've seen in a hot minute in this game. But it does not overcome the gold advantage. It's now neck and neck between both teams.
All right, will they punish those 3 flashes? Inspired, Jensen, Masu here. Now they have no defense, and it's up to Team Liquid. They saved Core JJ, Yon, APA, Umti, all have flashes ready. Can they too make a huge flash play in game number 5 of the playoffs?
Umti, he's looping around.
Oh, he could go for Masu here.
He wants to go for Masu. He gets stunned up, but he just goes for Inspired instead. But the Heartbreaker gets him out of danger. The invulnerability from Cosmic Radiance is used early to guarantee the kill on Jensen. FlyQuest are now down to 4 members. Team Liquid, will they turn to the Baron or will they look for more?
If you've got a flash, you've got a team fight, baby. They make it good. TL now turning towards Baron. Jensen's the only one down. His teleport won't be ready when he gets back up.
33 seconds on Jensen. That's 33 seconds that Team Liquid have to try and pull this Baron and force FlyQuest into their hands. No Cosmic Radiance available. Inspired trying to flank on the left side. APA playing to that choke point. Whippo already popping the dominance, and Team Liquid have to back off. It looks like for now, Whippo gets in range of impact. The flash dazzle stun. The charm connects on the Masu, but no one can get in range quite yet. The arrow is not going to be enough. Busio forced out of this fight, and Team Liquid should be guaranteeing themselves this Baron.
They've got it. They got the Baron. They handle the situation very tense, but they handle it well. They don't overcommit. The goal was always the Baron, just enough fighting to push FlyQuest away to make sure Inspired can't get in there. They have now secured that Baron, and now it's going to be up to them to see how much gold can they get off the map. There's only 1 more outer tower remaining. They want to get a lot done with this because the next objective after that is a potential soul for FlyQuest.
And guess what? We are going to be on the other side of the flash turns of this game, basically. We've had each team separating their flash cooldowns. So when the Dragon comes up, we're going to have all 3 of those flashes for FlyQuest back in order. And TL just used APAs, Core JJs, and Umties. So it'll be the complete opposite situation with another huge objective up on the map. So what's really the question is how much can TL get with that Baron that they just invested in?
And you can see they're trying to move into the enemy jungle, pushing that up. They have Impact pushing in bot. They had APA push 1 mid. He's going to go back there and push it out again as he has TP and can look to rejoin to the team. FlyQuest are trying to establish this defensive vision, see if they can find someone split from the squad. But it's 4 bot, 1 mid. And TL just need to play this out slowly. Wait for APA to get up towards that tower, be pressuring through 2 lanes with that Baron buff.
Flash is still not back up for Masu, but it is back up for Jensen. The equalizer forces FlyQuest off. That should buy enough time for Yon to take out the 2nd tier turret in the bottom lane. Team Liquid holding on to this Baron buff and maximizing what they have.
They just have to be sure now that you don't fight until the equalizer is back up, because they use that to get the tower. You don't want a committed fight now.
Yeah, you don't even want to get close for one of these picks.
Yep.
But I would say FlyQuest are in comms right now saying nobody use any big cooldowns until the Dragon. We have plenty of time, minute 20 seconds. Nice little reset here from Team Liquid well ahead of time. And if you look at the minimap, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 wards used leading up to that Dragon fight. Plus they have the Scuttle Crab vision. So they definitely have this place lit up.
And this is now a death cap done for Impact. He's about to get 16 here pretty soon. You can see there just hit 16 and he has the Impact. That equalizer is going to be terrifying.
Big cooldowns. Stasis on both APA and Impact through their Zonias. No flash available from APA. Flash and cleanse available from Yon. Flash on Jensen, and flash just came back up for Masu.
And you can cheat some of these plays too. If you have a vision play, it can sometimes be more impactful than the flash play. So that's the one thing when FlyQuest are trying to retake this territory. And the important part about Team Liquid leaving so many wards behind leading up towards the Dragon, that they just get to continue pushing with their Baron. They still have jungle control, so they have that Fog of War advantage. And you see Whippo right now on the minimap recalling from top lane. He doesn't even want to waste the time of a channel of the teleport. He buys up his crit reduction here.
Yeah, and there's not really any good TP wards, which is making it hard. When you look over towards that Dragon, there's not really any good angle for Whippo, so they're going to have to try to move through the team. You know, as a team, move through the jungle, push out mid, try to be able to regain some control so they can get access to that Dragon, unless they're just willing to give it up straight up, because they don't have good positioning on it. And with the base coming through, they are not going to challenge for their soul. They're just going to sacrifice that.
Also, the only crit on the enemy team is the Sundered Sky auto from Lee Sin. So it must have been a case where he had just enough gold for it.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, Callista is on.
They're going to look for Whippo.
Looking for Whippo. Spirit Rush available. Another charge. The charm does not connect, but the kick does from Umti. And Whippo's in a world of trouble, but he gets out, and he's going to stay alive.
Well handled there by Bwipo. The Sterix making all the difference. He's a very tanky build here. The random wins the Sterix. It buys him the time with the ulti to get out of there. He does have to spend the flash, but that's the flash kick from Umti. Traded for that. Jensen, meanwhile, almost took down that top lane tier 3 tower, looking to unlock that inhibitor as FlyQuest continued to play the map there. You know, TL have stalled out any potential soul, but FlyQuest are always going to have that as a potential win condition. If TL ever make a mistake when that dragon is coming up, it could be so costly.
I love it. I want this amount of tension in all of our playoff series.
God.
And this is upper bracket as well.
Yeah.
Heading towards the next move here. Team Liquid push out mid lane, rotate on up. They want to transfer their vision over the top side of the map in preparation for the transfer of objectives. Dragon already taken, Baron coming up in minute 20 seconds.
A little bit of interesting LCS history could potentially be made. If TL were to win, this would be the first time in LCS history that both the #1 and #2 seeds lost in playoffs in the first round. Never happened before, but TL and Cloud9 looking to combine to make a little bit of history.
Something people have been talking about this entire split in the LCS is how competitive it has been, with all of the teams being very threatening through the regular season. Those were best of ones, but it's even showing up in the best of fives in the upper bracket.
Equalizer onto Jensen. Stand strong, using the stasis from APA. Jensen is gone. Teleport comes in from Bwipo. Remember, he doesn't have flash from before. Cosmic Radiance is going to come in. They try to save Impact and Umti, but they get bursted down. Boostio with the flash. Tries to look for APA. He flashes backward. Yon is free hitting. Look at Freon. He's got cleanse and he's got flash still available, but he's kiting this one out. The flash from his to try to connect the stun, but the charm from APA keeps him alive. Yon flashes backward, but the resets are pouring in. The arrow from Matsu. Is this it?
This could be it. We'll see if they have the time. Long respawn timers. There's a lot of turrets to knock down. 30 seconds here for Impact. 25 there for Umti. I think they might be able to respawn in time, but it's going to be close. So FlyQuest going to back off. They're going to go towards Baron instead. They know they can't go for both.
Oh, Dios mío. Oh, man.
Yeah, they've got to go for it. 3 seconds here on Baron. They will be able to pick up the Baron, though.
Yeah.
What a huge, huge fight for them. And it started out with a pick onto Jensen. It started out with Impact melting Jensen down. APA goes in, hits the charm so that Jensen burns down in the CC. They assassinated the Annie, but the turn from FlyQuest was better.
Exactly. It's about to turn, and I'm going to draw your eyes to how close CoreJJ was to actually getting his ulti in onto Impact. The initial stasis there from APA was great. They hit the charm. They're all going for this burst. Look at that. Flashes in. Can't actually get the Cosmic Radiance to land on him, or this could have been such a different fight. Yon, though, Lethal Tempo fully stacked, Rage Blade fully stacked. It looked like it's fast-forwarded. It's not fast-forwarded. That's just how quick he jumps. He nearly made the highlight play happen here, but he didn't quite have the damage. The Sterix popped. He couldn't take down Bwipo.
And he landed every arrow there as well, onto the hopping Kalista, trying to kite for the Kalista's life. Now they've got the Baron. They can turn the tides once again.
In that last fight, the main rookie from FlyQuest standing up to the reigning rookie of the year from Team Liquid's Yon. So crucial in that fight. And now big thing, Yon, no flash, no cleanse available. Jensen has his flash. I imagine if Jensen sees Yon, it is an instant go button for the game win.
Yeah, it definitely could be. You know, it's a minute here until potential soul as well, so you definitely have to check in on those cooldowns. Stasis available again for Impact and APA, and GA critically has been purchased for Yon, so they're gonna have to kill him twice if they're gonna do it. Jensen trying to get in towards his death cap, has the pieces, so would love to have that completed and should be able to do so prior to any big soul fight. We can see APA still has a lot of room to go before he can complete his death cap of his own. And it's getting tricky here for TL. You know, both teams really on that knife's edge.
Oh, it also just got more difficult. Jensen completed the death cap here on the Annie. You thought the Tibbers was painful before? Definitely going to leave a mark as they try and siege the base. Here they come. Baron, plenty of time left on this. They play it really safe, though. Inspire just applying the Baron buff to the cannon minion, slowly chipping away at the tower. Dragon Soul coming up. They don't want to give themselves away. They don't want to let TL get a pick or any sort of way back into the game, so cautiously retreat.
Oh, Yon's got to be careful. He's trying to walk back as the last member, knowing that he is the prime target for every single member of FlyQuest.
But they can't go too slow because they don't actually have vision, so they don't know if FlyQuest is just bursting this down. At the same time, TL is threatening to push down mid, and these arrows from Masu are really softening them up. Look at the health on APA and Umti already.
Yeah. APA
is going to go back to base. I wonder if he has a buy. He does have TP, so if he has something like a death cap or whatever they can complete, that'd be huge. But Core as well. Core's caught out.
He doesn't have flash either. He would just rely on the Fate's Call from Yon. Oh, the arrows are coming in from Masu and putting so much poke down and pressure onto Team Liquid. Yon almost caught.
Core wants to heal off this Grump. He needs something to hit here.
But the Dragon's gone. It's too slow, right? They get the poke. They couldn't find a way in. Masu is so annoying for them as they're trying to walk in. He's hitting arrow after arrow after arrow. They had no vision prior to the play. Thanks to the earlier Baron that FlyQuest got where they dominate the map. And now FlyQuest do have that Hextech Soul. 9-1-9 for Masu in his first ever playoff series. Game 5. He's stepping up big. Fudge spoke earlier today about the poise, the confidence, how well a lot of these rookies are playing. Yes. And I think this is another example here where Masu is just not crumbling to the pressure. He started the series off with an 11-kill Kalista game, and he's looking to try to put the finishing touches on this one with another incredible game on the Varus.
And we think about at the beginning of this game how much pressure Masu and Busio were receiving from Team Liquid. Masu made sure to never die in lane, picked up a couple of those crucial early game kills for FlyQuest, and he has been holding his own in his first ever playoff series. This guy is literally his 4th or 5th split in competitive. I don't remember exactly, but man, the fact that Masu has really sprung out of nowhere in solo queue to the FlyQuest system and immediately brought in as the most valuable prospect of summer 2023, and he is stepping up to the plate big time.
Well, he has everything at his fingertips right now. He's full build with the Hex Soul, the best soul for a poking Varus here. Not only are those going to leave a big mark on your health bar, but also getting the slow here, really annoying for the siege. And Team Liquid, they know now is approaching the time of desperation. We've got to look for one of these big flash plays. Umti here is trying to carve a path for himself to try and get behind them, look for an insect.
Yeah, you can see it's also a stasis item purchased up here. The Seeker's Arm Guard purchased by Bwipo. So working towards that Zhonya's on the Renekton, knows it's going to be high lethality. It's all about the burst at this point in the game. Wants to have that for this potential final fight. Is Fly's going to look.
Core JJ gets caught, but it's the Fate's Call. Immediately, Equalizer tries to dissuade the fight. The Equalizer and the Cosmic Radiance comes down, by some time. Bwipo with the stasis. Umti tries to look for the kick onto Inspire, but Impact falls. Core JJ falls. Yon is still trying to kite this one out. APA was not there for the fight and didn't have teleport, and FlyQuest immediately pulled the trigger.
Yeah, they go, no hesitation. In goes Busio. Jensen finds the angle for the flash Tibbers. It's up to Yon and Umti to try to make something happen here with APA. They have a couple minions they're trying to protect. They cut the wave here from Umti. APA is going to go in, but he's just going to die.
He just pops the stasis, trying to spirit rush through. I don't know what that was. Yon is also trying to do something, but he's just a marksman against all 5 members. Inspired goes in for the killing blow. Umti has to recall, and FlyQuest could just look to end it right here as they don't have any more threats to deal with. Umti, the last one to defend, but it won't be enough. FlyQuest overcome mental warfare and adversity, but the resilience pays off true as they guarantee an appearance at finals weekend.
What a banger of a series.
Oh my God, how much more action-packed, back and forth could it get? There was trash talk, there was spicy picks, they had it all.
It truly did. Full entertainment value delivered today. And now they can enjoy their bows. FlyQuest walking back out. Nice to see all the respect. By the way, the all chat did evolve into everyone just typing GGs at the end. Everybody calms down. Once we got a few more people muting all, then we got a lot more calm in the all chat. Nicely done there, coming out on top in the end.
Man, really
we had Pike support. We had all kinds of fun.
Did we have Pike support? But FlyQuest gonna be able to walk away with the win. and they are going to be feeling really good about that. This one definitely got very tense. I think a lot more tense than they were expecting it to be, especially when they were up 2-1. You know, they're looking like they had the momentum. They were looking like they were dominating. They were going to close it out. The Pyke incident happens. Then we go into game 5. This one, very close, back and forth game. Both teams with their moments, with their opportunities. But at the end of the day, it's FlyQuest that finds that final moment, that finds the way to end the series. As APA wasn't with the team, they tracked his TP. He didn't have it. And when he arrives, he tried to spear rush in. I think he was just trying to kill the minions.
Yeah.
But it was never going to work from that situation. They knew they couldn't defend 3v5. Ends up going all bad.
And I have to say, you know, even with some of the early deaths for Busio, this is the hook. They're like, oh, we see APA on minions. We know the timer for his teleport. Busio goes for it. He barely gets the lollipop there onto Core JJ. It starts the fight. They get the ultimate down, then Whipple's the one that really forces it because he goes in, he knows he has the Seeker's arm guard, so he forces the delay, and once they get that full engage, they know we have the soul, the Hex soul here. They're not going to get away from us, and one of their players is on bottom lane, so nice turn there. Good call from FlyQuest. You can see them immediately go for mid lane too. They're like, protect that cannon minion. We've got a lot of minions. We're going straight for the end. And as much as Team Liquid tried to cut the minion wave, Umpty went down there. Too little, too late.
Yeah, too little, too late. But that concludes the series. We will be joining Raz and Jensen on stage for the interview.
Congratulations, Jensen, on a 3-2 finish. Can we hear it from Jensen? First question, how stressful was that?
I don't even know how to explain. I mean, dude, that was like a completely banger of a series. Like, I thought when we got into game 5, I was like, okay, this game's like completely free win. Like, we stumped early game, and then like all of a sudden it's like, oh shit, we just gave them Baron. We just ran it down, and it felt like it was lost, but we pulled out some clutch plays and made it back.
I feel like that was the vibe for the whole series. Like, was that an expectation coming into this series that Team Liquid would be like a tough opponent to face? Because other teams, I'm sure, that had scrim Team Liquid said that they were strong enough to take it. What was your expectation coming in?
I mean, honestly, I didn't really know what to expect. I think TL is a team that has a lot of really good players, but they kind of like struggle to click so much in the regular season. So I definitely thought like if they play well and, you know, they figure out how to play together as a team, that they would be a strong opponent. And I mean, I guess they did show up today. They gave us quite the run for it.
Let's talk about the Annie pick. We got it was basically, we've seen a little bit of it. FPX care, I guess. Like, now you've got to show some Annie. Like, talk about the pick that you ended up locking in, because now that you couldn't play Orianna and Azir anymore. Yeah. You had to expand a bit going into the playoffs, and it seemed like you nailed it.
Yeah, I mean, the Annie game didn't like go exactly as I was hoping for. Like, we had a strong early game, and then I kind of ran it down a bit. So then Annie was looking a bit weak, but I think Annie is really strong because they had a lot of squishy champs. So kind of anyone I ulted would get one shot, but except they picked Taric, so that made it a bit more annoying. But I think Annie was really good in this situation.
How about your performance during the series? Because you ended up showcasing, I think my favorite pick that you had was the Taliyah pick. Because for a bit, like, you guys had a lead throughout the series. You constantly found roams on the top side of the map. When bot lane was struggling, or at times when top lane was struggling, it seemed like you were the one that was holding it down. Just talk about your performance during the series as a whole.
I mean, I think I had a lot of good moments, and I was like consistently like doing better than APA. I mean, he wasn't playing super well either, so that made it a bit easier for me. But I think overall, like, I played pretty solid. I had a few big mistakes, and I feel like I kind of threw the Hui game. So I wasn't like too happy with my performance, but overall, I mean, I think I did decent, yeah.
Let's talk about APA only because at the first two games, there was a lot of trash talking in the alt chat. But that started quieting down a little bit. Was it taking focus away?
No, I mean, I thought it's funny, but it is taking focus away a bit because it's really hard to focus when like a bad player is talking shit. Like, if it was a good player, I wouldn't mind so much, but it is a bit weird.
That's fantastic. I mean, looking ahead, I want to look ahead a bit because that's hilarious. Looking ahead, you guys are now going further into the winners bracket. Just talking about the team as a whole, your immediate gut, because of course you guys are going to be looking through the VODs. A lot to look through. What's something that you guys need to feel like you need to be better at to kind of have a stronger performance? Because it looks like Cloud9 is looking strong too.
Yeah, oh man, like, I thought we had a pretty good idea like how to play the games, but I think we ended up throwing a lot these games, getting caught out a lot. I think me specifically as well, like I think I ran it down a bit too much. So I don't know, I think we just need to clean up our individual play a bit more. I think we have a good idea how to play it together as a team, but I think we just all like had some pretty bad moments in the game. But I think if we can clean it up for C9, like we should be good.
All right, and before we send it to the lounge, can I get a confirmation who was player of the series for this one? Just making sure. And it was Jensen. Congratulations for player of the series.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Jensen.
Thank you.
And we send it to the lounge.
Welcome back to LCS opening day for Game 3. FlyQuest and Shopify Rebellion.
I was born in Iraq, the city Baghdad, in 2004. I think that is just around the year where the war started. Like I was only a year old before we left. All my extended family, like my grandparents, my uncles, my cousins, they all stayed in Iraq. So it was a tough decision. Whenever I think about the sacrifices my parents made, I feel like I have to push myself forward whenever I make a goal, no matter how like tired I would feel or no matter how much I feel like it was unachievable. Just because whenever I remember how much was sacrificed for me to even have the opportunity, it would feel like a slap in the face to half-ass my effort.
We head on to the Rift for Game 3 of our opening weekend.
ماما بابا يلا بسرعة اللعبة بدأت يلا يلا
بسرعة بسرعة لعبة ماسو يوسف قوم من هناك يا يوسف
لا
الله عليك قوم مكاني هذا دخنك صاير
يا بدا وفوفو يويو
FlyQuest, are they in trouble at this point? Doesn't find Busio, gets clipped, the shockwave into the encore, it's a lot of damage into the kicker. Wall Turtle is forced to flash. Cookie tries to come in, but it's a little too late. If he goes down, this could be bad for the side of FlyQuest.
FlyQuest was ready for that
A
one.
last defense will not be made by Shopify Rebellion, and it is FlyQuest opening weekend day with a statement win.
New year, new FlyQuest, and they are taking their time with this one.
My name is Fahad Abdul Malik. I'm the ADC for FlyQuest, and some people know me as Masu.
هلا يا ولد مبروك
فوفو
شكرا شكرا عمري.
افتح الكاميرا
هلا وحبيبي مبروك
اهلا اهلا.
مبروك يا بلد بعفي عليك
يعني عفي
مبروك
عليكم
حبيبي.
بالبداية يعني فززتونا احنا قلنا راحت اللعبة
ايه يعني ما عرفنا شنو نسوي.
يلا.
بعدين يعني.
لا المهم
أهم
رجعت
شي
والمهم
النتيجة،
يعني
أهم
بالضبط
شي النتيجة.
المهم يعني استعدتوها حبيبي
شكرا قوبي.
حبيبي
حياتي.
عفي عليك يا بلد
This is my rookie year, and it's been a pretty insane roller coaster, I would say. I did feel like pretty homesick for the first while, because it was my first time living alone. I'm like so used to hearing my like dad stomp around the house or like hearing my siblings say stupid stuff. I was kind of just getting used to living alone and having nobody there to kind of take care of me as well. So visiting home was a nice few days.
اهلا 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 شو كنت جيت؟ بعد ليش ما تقول لي انا اخذك من المطار؟
All my like ethics and manners come from the like closely knitted culture in Iraq, which I didn't get to experience directly in the country, but I got to live it through my family, of course. So I don't really remember anything at all, other than like stories that I've heard from my sister, brother, or my dad or mom.
It's always nice to have these old pictures with you. But
Was this grandma's house?
yep, so we would spend a lot of our time in our grandmother's house whenever us and our cousins would all come together. That was before the war, so everything was still like relatively peaceful. the neighborhood itself like was very friendly.
Do you remember when we had the PlayStation 2 and then we had a shared room?
Mm-hmm.
At first it was Yusuf and I, and then it was you and I. Do you remember?
Yeah.
And then we just played on the carpet.
Yeah.
I still remember. It was like a cartoon dinosaur carpet.
That's where we first Fahad started gaming with us. I'd get stuck on a mission for like an hour with many of these puzzle games. I would just not be able to solve something, and then he would just do it himself and then teach me how to do it. So yeah. In these pictures, Fahad was so 1 year old. Yeah.
That's when our dad had his accident, and that's Fahad in his lap, and then Yusuf and I.
At the time, they told me it was an accident. Mom and Dad just did their best to make us feel like everything is normal, everything is fine.
My dad and mom would like play it off as something not too serious, as to not scare the kids. But you know, now that they tell the stories, they realize that like sometimes like a close neighborhood would get bombed, or sometimes you know like something very dangerous could happen close to them. My dad told me a little bit about when he got into a accident because he was a victim of like a kidnapping attempt, and I am not sure why he was like why those people wanted to kidnap him. It might have been because of his profession as a doctor, or it might have been just for a ransom.
It was a conflict time in Iraq. On February 9th, 2005, at morning time, while on my way home, I realized after a while there's two cars. First it was one car, and after I realized two cars were trying to stop me. And that specific time, the kidnap was on the top of the situation there. I swear of the God, I never surrender, because you and your family gonna be in a torture way. So I accelerated in a crazy way. I hit one of the cars and accelerated to run away. And after that, the second car stayed after me. I couldn't stop my car. The traffic was stopped there. So I rolled over for 4 times. I just hit a car in the front of me. I still remember that car because it was the last flashing before the accident. It was Dodge red color. With that accident, I think they left me. The car totally smashed. I had an injury to my left knee, but I'm lucky that I'm still alive. And that's why I have a special relationship with Fahad, because I stayed for 9 months, 8 months at home. Usually the closest one to me was Fahad. I'm blessed because of him. He was just 2 months old at that time. It wasn't safe anymore to stay, especially for the kids. Today it happened with me, tomorrow they're gonna try again, and even for one of the kids. So it was difficult to stay. That's why we decided to leave.
On one side, I feel really lucky that I got a chance to grow up without having to worry about, you know, the implications of the war. And then the other part where it's like, I feel pretty terrible for what they had to go through.
I left my childhood, memory, a lot of friends, families. I remember till now when my father, God bless his soul, when he told me, "We have only one son. We don't want to lose you. Just go out. Just go out. It's a conflict period of time. Just go out. We don't know what's going on." So it was against my wishes. I decided to go and to take my kids, my wife, to a better life, to say I am lucky because I had a lot of them, they couldn't have that chance. It was a very difficult time.
What he wanted for me in the end was like just a secure future. So then, of course, when he heard the idea of playing video games for a living, it was like hard for him to even believe it. The opportunity of this, it's like something I was working pretty consistently towards. It's something that my friends and my brother also pushed me towards. I know it was one that I could only get once.
As an academic family, we wished him to be like, as his parents, to be a physician or whatever academic, but I couldn't stop in his way. So I sat with him. I saw that passion and love in his eyes when he's talking about League of Legends. For sure, I was zero knowledge. I have no background about what's the meaning of League of Legends. When he started to explain for me, Yusuf explained more. I said, so you love it? You want it? He said, I love it. I want to go for it. At that time, I stopped. I realized because maybe if I affecting him by my decision, maybe he's gonna lose both sides.
I never thought I would like leave home this early, and especially because in like Arab culture, the kids like even once they start working, they stay home for a while. When I was a kid, I would always tell them like, I'll never leave you, like always stay around and take care of you guys. He said, because of how much you said that, he was sure I was gonna leave first.
Usually when we live together as a family. Wherever, whenever we keep as a member of 5, we never separated. He was the first child to left home, which we never used to. All of a sudden, Fahd, he is not in his room. So it was a very difficult time for, yeah. Now he is there. Like it was shock for the whole family, but I was so happy for him. I am so proud of him. We are.
Here we go! One last time! FlyQuest and Team Liquid Honda.
the one time where you guys came, it was very good. The one where you got the first ace, it was very good.
3v1 potential on the
I was too OP. They were coping, thinking they could kill me. I had Starks just finished. I had level 11. I was like, there's no way I'm not fighting to the death.
To the stun, enough damage. Jensen follows through. The 3-man knockup is not going to matter. As the seismic shove definitely matters. Out. Whippo is trying to zone off Jan as the backside. AP is taken out of the fight. Masu can now just free hit. The rest of Team Liquid are getting eviscerated.
Play with Jan, play with Jan, play with Jan. Wait.
Rookie Biego.
Hey, Vego next.
That's a nice one. I'm marking Senna.
Nice!
Look, he's level 17.
Whoa, wait, the blast gun just punts Whippo right back into APA. He's forced to use the pop-up, so everything doesn't even go off. Jensen!
Go forward, yeah. Careful, they're on blood.
I ult the Varus, he can't get down. Yeah, kill them all.
Kill them all.
Varus no flash in the
We end mid.
Yeah, we end mid. Kill everyone. He's down as well. Make sure he does nice.
Don't play, guys.
Can he survive as the satchel charge puts it backwards? Whippo is looking for one more mauling smash, but he has to chew through the slows of the minefield, and Core JJ's arrows, triple kill for APA!
Yeah, we can win.
Nice, guys. Nice.
From APA, Jensen is gone. Teleport comes in from Whippo. Remember, he doesn't have flash from before. Cosmic Radiance is going to come in. They try to save Impact and Umti, but they get bursted down. Lucio with the flash tries to look for APA. He flashes backward. Yon is free hitting. Look at Freon. He's got cleanse and he's got flash still available, but he's kiting this one out. The flash from his partner trying to connect the stun, but the charm from APA keeps him alive. Yon flashes backward, but the resets are pouring in. The arrow from Monsoon. Umti tries to look for the kick onto Inspire, but Impact falls. Core JJ falls.
Jensen TP on minion. Jensen TP on minion.
I didn't.
Okay, we can end.
We can end. The game's over.
Kill it.
Go! So
Oh my god.
Dude, I told these others was going to.
Welcome to Waiting Room.
Hey, what the hell? They should be telling us this. I'd be more prepared.
We got Meteos.
I'm vibing with the chat.
For the whole day in various spots. Waiting Room here, and then you're casting the series.
Yep. I'm here. I'm excited about it. It's good to be here.
What do you think about the series yesterday?
It was a banger. It was a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, most kills in an LCS playoff series ever.
Oh my god.
But it was by like 45 kills or something crazy.
What?
Yeah, the previous record was like 166, and this was like 200 something.
Ooh,
the actual
that's
numbers are on the
crazy.
Lolly Sports Chat stats Twitter, but it's
Looking like an ARAM.
40 kills. Yeah, it was.
a little bit. It was actually.
We like it. I'm here for it.
It was actually crazy because a few of those games, it seemed like it was going to be a pretty easy finish. Like game 1 for FlyQuest, they had a pretty sizable lead. You're like, okay, this is going to be clean. Nope, bot lane is like obviously a travesty for Masu and Busio, and it was like, it felt like Team Liquid. I didn't expect it. I thought it was going to be 3-1, a little more cleaner for FlyQuest, but a lot of the scrim talk about Team Liquid being better than they showed themselves, and finally they get to have a little bit of that on stage. So that at least feels good for Team Liquid, not the loss, but at least it was competitive.
kills.
Yeah.
The previous record was 161.
Dude, the banter between APA and Jensen too was like so good because I don't know if it's on the regular feed, but like for co-stream you have the clean feed and you can hear the all chat messages go through. So I hear it and I'm like just sitting there. I'm like, yo, like show me that all chat. Show me that all chat. Like so fun.
Yeah, so that win solidifies the upper bracket. Next week's going to be Cloud9 versus FlyQuest. That game is going to be played on Saturday. The winner of that gets not only a finals appearance, but will be our first team to qualify for MSI since we're sending 2 teams and it guarantees you a top 2. Team Liquid dropped to lower bracket. They play Dignitas tomorrow after their loss to Cloud9 on Thursday. 100 Thieves are now playing for their playoff lives in this lower bracket versus, drumroll, the defending champions?
Yeah.
6 seed NRG?
Yeah.
Yeah, last time we saw NRG, by the way. To go full circle.
True.
They were looking super weak.
Well, they lost to Shaco Vagar, and then they also lost a tiebreaker. But I feel like it was all within the same fever dream for them.
Like a full motion of just like, oh no, we're going straight into the broad talk. but yeah, I don't know what happened to NRG going into this split because yes, they were defending champions. There was the hype about them beating G2 and then going into the quarterfinals. So we fully expected them, even in our power rankings, for them to be like a top 2 team in the league. And they've gone through a lot of problems right now. Where do you think that's coming from, Meteos?
It's hard to say. I mean, one thing that I've heard is, you know, they brought in Huhi instead of Ignar. And not to say that Huhi's a better or worse player, but I think it could definitely switch up how they play the game. Because one thing to note is, FBI and Huhi played together on 100 Thieves. And if you remember back when they played together, they were a very bot side focused team. Like every single game, they were building a wave and diving with Closer on the bot lane.
Yeah.
And NRG is a team that's more top side focused, right? They play through their solo lanes. Contracts goes for a lot of creative plays. So I think it might be a case of them just like not really finding their footing and finding something that works for all of them. Because maybe like, everyone's trying to get jungle assistance. Everyone is used to playing with more resources.
Yeah.
So to me, it just looks like they're kind of lost as far as how they want to play, and everyone's like a little bit uncomfortable. So I think that, and then also apparently Doklo was like violently ill on the Super Week, like coming out of urgent care. So that can definitely like affect his performance and consequently his team. So yeah, I think they've definitely had some struggles, but we'll see if they can bounce back.
I think by contrast, obviously, they faced 100 Thieves, as we already said. And 100 Thieves almost styled on them because I think, they were in this weird downward trend where I think previously, another thing to mention, because I fully agree with your playstyle argument, Medios, as well, but they also did lose some of their coaching staff. And I do think, from talking to people on the team last year, having the individual coaches for everyone really helped in situations where you might mentally spiral otherwise, where everyone can kind of separate, gather their thoughts with their individual coaching member, and however those people want to receive information after a loss to kind of regroup. But meanwhile, 100 Thieves, really, they brought out the Shaco, they brought out the Vigar. It was a complete statement victory for them in that moment of we can kind of throw out whatever we want. We're having fun. This is great. And then, they face C9.
Yeah, and we're seeing shots of River on stage, even, some electrolytes being brought to him. Just as a reminder, he was actually sick going into their series versus C9. This is something that we heard from Golden Glue and Naymen. So, they had an interview with Golden Glue. You can check it out on their Twitter account, in which he referenced the fact that they weren't able to scrim with River all week. And they actually used a sub for him just like the previous days scrim. So, with how much of he is as a vocal leader, how much he makes some of the players feel really comfortable, it's actually such a big loss. Sure, Cloud9 came in strong, but you talked about the illness from Dokla, but it's actually interesting how much it mirrors the illness that 100 Thieves had with River in their previous series.
Yeah. And to go back to the Dokla point, there were statistical differences when the week that he was sick and the rest of the week. It's sick versus not sick Dokla. Because in the 4 games they played, he had almost as many isolated deaths as he did the entirety of the other 5 weeks of gameplay. He was down on average 1,000 gold at 14 in week 6. That's a lot for one player.
Yeah.
Normally teams, the worst early game team in the league is we're down on average 1.5K. That's just the top lane.
Yikes.
Being sick's no joke. It can definitely affect the way you play. It is interesting that we're hearing 2 different people from different teams both saying it. So it almost sounds like an excuse, but it happens. Maybe? It's flu season or something. But yeah, maybe they're just both sick. So it's just going to be Dokla feeding and River feeding, or hopefully they're better.
Have you played on stage sick before? Has that happened?
I've never been crazy sick. Because I heard with Dokla, he had a bucket on stage and they paused for him to sprint off stage. So I've never had it that bad, but I've definitely had days where I'm not feeling great and my play, is affected for sure.
One other player I want to talk about as we're still in the top lane matchup is Sniper.
Goat.
Not sick in his series, but
He's
still had.
He's sick. He's sick nasty.
Until he faced C9.
He was until the series.
Yeah, we don't need to talk about that one.
So I actually thought, obviously Sniper has been such a huge part of 100 Thieves' success, especially the way they like to play through topside with both Quid and Sniper. But C9 did such a great job of targeting him and basically being okay, if you're going to be picking Aatrox as a blind, we are going to throw TF top up there, right? And I don't think that 100 Thieves expected to face that kind of counterpick resistance from Fudge and C9. And I think it was one of the major factors in this series was that Sniper, even if they leave him alone, like even if River's not pathing topside, he's usually playing his lanes very volatilely, and he is winning out on a lot of those traits in 1v1s. And that definitely did not happen. He was really not a factor at all in the C9 series.
Yeah, I mean, that could definitely be a difference between like BO1s and then these best of 5 series, because in best of 1s, you're kind of just like figuring out what works for your team. You're not really shaping your strategy against a specific team each week. You're just sort of trying to find what works for you, or even just trying new picks. You know, it's just best of 1s. Anything could happen. But in a series, you know, you're going to have a lot more time to think about, okay, this is what this team's been winning with. We're going to target them this way. And so you have to be able to adapt when your strategies are targeted like that.
Yeah, and I think this would be like the #1 form of NRG cope going into this series. Because do you remember? They actually are the LCS champions.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it wasn't that long ago.
That's a bracket.
And if you look at that, the playoffs were wild for them. They beat TL in the first round. They then beat Golden Gardens. They then got swept by Cloud9 if you're following the upper bracket, only to narrowly beat TL in the lower bracket final and then destroy C9 in the finals. But they were like 9-9 in the regular season.
Yeah.
Before becoming the LCS champions. So regular season matters to a point that you need to be able to make the playoffs and you need to learn some fundamental skills, but the wins and losses don't actually matter that much, especially if you're NRG and trying to hype them up for this moment again. Here's some highlights from that fateful day.
Yeah.
That was such a fun playoffs in summer last year.
Was.
Like, that was just such a miracle run for them. Yeah, so it definitely could happen. I mean, it's got to happen now or never for them because they are the lower bracket.
And it's a
They're
good
facing
reminder.
elimination.
It's a good reminder for me. Every playoffs that happens, like, it's not indicative of the regular season. Remember when 100 Thieves ended up winning the champion and Closer just went off? But a lot of the times you're like, okay, but we didn't see that during the regular season. So any expectation you have, you kind of have to a degree, throw it in the bin.
Yeah.
And expect teams to actually come in with like a completely different look.
Yeah, we talked about how NRG is struggling. Maybe it's Huhi versus Ignar. But here's the question production wanted to ask us. Are they struggling? Because we have NRG Summer when they ended up being champions versus NRG Spring. And we need to decide, which
Do we start
stat
in the
is
middle?
which. That's all I know. I'm not sure. Production needs to throw some stuff up here so we can decide.
Yeah.
This is tough.
I'm just going to say they are struggling, though.
Okay.
Whether they were also struggling last year, maybe.
0.8 combined kills per minute. Is that a summer or a spring stat?
Oh my God.
Stand in front of your vote. You have to organize yourself. I'm going to say 0.8 is a.
I'm going to go in the majority.
I'm in this range. They got some bloody games this split. I feel like I'm right. I'm 100% right. What? That's not a difference.
3 for 1.
That's not a difference.
Let's go. So honestly, those are incredibly similar. I feel like that's going to be a trend. So a major lead is when they have over 51.5% of the game's total gold, 24% of game time.
Yeah, we're not.
I'm saying so.
That is a lot of numbers.
I know that's a weird thing. It's like how often do they have this major lead? I'm going to say it's the spring.
Because they lost a lot of one games. Yeah, they lost a lot of one.
Yeah.
2 for 2.
Yeah.
Nice work, Emily. Ras is unwinnable.
This is disgusting.
Yeah, but again, exactly the same.
You might want to not be on the same side.
No, this is crazy.
40% first blood percentage. I feel like they were actually really good at getting first bloods last summer, so I'm staying here.
I'm staying here.
You
said last summer. That's spring.
Yeah, I think it's.
I'm saying spring. It's this.
Okay, so you just.
They were better. They were better in summer.
Good.
Let's reveal. Medios is not moving this whole time. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
This is actually.
How does he do it? How does he do it?
Crazy.
I mean, I'm getting them right, but they're all within 1%.
these are all
all guesses.
These
are pure guesses.
The difference is not even there.
KDA at 14.
Well, kills, is that KDA or?
That's kills
kills.
deaths. I'm assuming it's kills and deaths.
Kill to death ratio at 14.
At 14. 1.
Yeah,
That's
so
just-
1
that's
would be
another
neutral.
ratio for bloodiness, man.
I mean, it's flipped heads so many times. It's like.
Yeah.
Good luck, guys. Good luck, guys.
I'm going to go 4 for 4.
Hey, get back.
Yeah, let's go.
Surely Raz
I feel like
is
there's
going to
been
be
less.
right.
Ras is wrong every time. Okay, one more. Again, though, it is showing the story that we wanted to tell.
Yeah. Goal difference at 14.
I think they're better early game now than they were then.
Get your ass
think
over
they're
here.
worse.
Get in here.
I
Get
actually
in
think
here.
they're worse.
Take the
I can't go on
loss.
Raz's
Yeah,
side.
Take the
I'll
loss.
take the L.
Take the
He's
loss.
catching too many L's.
Raz is wrong every single time.
That's kind of impressive.
That's amazing.
I don't know.
These are coin flips.
Why
I swear to God.
Why did I join your team?
Raz, it's not a coin flip if I got it right every time, right?
That is a coin flip.
Wow.
Some of the differences are negligible.
Yeah, but my intuition was always correct.
That was a good
right.
quiz. Thank you, production.
I don't want to check the chat for this one.
Does that game change your opinion? All those stats were basically the same.
I know. I would just say they were struggling back then too, because they're absolutely struggling now. Like I'm watching their games. They're not. They're not playing great.
Yeah.
I think the big difference for me is, to your point earlier, which I really agree with, is when I saw them struggling last year, it was like, we're trying a weird draft, or we're doing something that's like not what we typically do, which is flexing picks between our solo laners and then having a lot of contracts getting really involved early with his lanes. I feel like we've seen less of that this year per se, and a lot of their mistakes have come from, to your point, diving bot, right? Like a lot of bot lane dives where FBI and Huhi aren't on the same page, or contracts has not pathed down that way, or the wave just isn't synced up to where you'd want to actually execute that dive. So hopefully if they do want to play that way, they've worked out how they want to play. But then also, their solo lanes have looked comparatively like less impressive than they were last year.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it, if you're an NRG fan here, is going to come down to the experience, the fact that they do have the World's experience. They do have the ability to be at the 5 seed in summer and take it all the way to the LCS Championship. And then you look at 100 Thieves, where they had the one really good regular season where they exceeded expectations. I feel like may have ended up relaxing a little bit because they were proving people wrong so much until they had the Shaco Vagar game where they actually just, like, they got so much credit. They got this massive dopamine hit that, like, they've made it.
Yeah.
And then they come into this weekend and it could actually just be like, by the way, in 3 days, your 10-4 means absolutely nothing and your split is over.
There's actually a curse that comes with winning too much, because it reminds me back to like C9 in 2020 when they were just so dominant all year, but then they just sort of forgot how to play the game because they were winning too much and they just missed Worlds, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, this isn't quite that, but both of these teams kind of had that underdog story where they came out on top, right? Like 100 Thieves finished first this split, NRG won last split, they beat G2 at Worlds. So it's one thing to be the underdog, everyone's rooting against you, there's no pressure, but when you're actually like considered good now, it changes things a lot, and being able to stay on top is actually really hard because it's not like you can just keep looking at teams that are better than you. It's like they're looking at you, trying to figure you out, and you have to stay ahead of that, and it can be a lot trickier.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, I caught up with Golden Glue and ThinkCard before today's games. Here you go. Hey, I'm here with the coaches for both 100 Thieves and NRG for the Elimination Playoff Series today. Similar questions for both of you, actually. I'll start with you, ThinkCard. It was a rough last few games. How are you bouncing back from that week 6 for this series today?
We've been pretty focused on our scrims. Our scrims have been improving over the course of the entire split. So even though we've had a rough few games on stage, our scrim results are just slowly getting better, and we're pretty confident with our last 2 weeks of practice. It's not always easy to lose games on stage, but we do have some experienced players, and if anyone can do it, it's going to be us bouncing back.
And Golden Glue, great regular season, but first playoff series was a little bit rough. Now you're in this situation. How do you bounce back?
Yeah, we got domed, but I think that you know, the analogy I made to my players, you know, we don't have really like any playoff experience on a lot of our players, and the analogy I made to them was that it was like we played the final boss in a battle and a fight, and we got wrecked, and now we're going back through the lower bracket, and we have to like work our way back up to it. So I think C9 played really well, and I think we're excited for the journey of getting more games and getting more experience through the lower bracket.
Okay, quick question for ThinkCard. As the defending LCS champions, how do you feel about not being called the final boss?
It fuels us. We want to be the underdog. I hope everyone's rooting against us, or not rooting against us. They think that we're not going to be able to win today because we're pretty confident in ourselves.
All right, any final thoughts between both of you? Anything you want to say before the series?
No, Shaco Vagar, we'll pull it back out. It'll be good this time, even better.
I mean, I just think it's going to be a banger. It's going to be a 6 set.
All right, thank you guys very much. Best of luck today. Thanks to those coaches for taking the time. A little bit of friendly banter. They also just both said good luck afterwards. So they're
No, they didn't. They fought each other.
They know coaching's a weak role.
Yeah.
They know this all in the players' hands. Speaking of which, the mid lane is going to be a huge lane to watch here. Palafox, I think, was one of the biggest performers when NRG won their title. And Quid was getting, and will still be getting, a lot of MVP talk moving towards, the voting is closed, it just hasn't been revealed yet. But he had such an incredible regular season.
Damage per gold is a funny stat.
I guess so, because if you don't have as much gold, you can get a better ratio.
You're probably doing more damage, yeah, per gold. I do think the big thing with Quid is he, again, has translated whatever they kept saying they were seeing from him in scrims to stage. And even in the C9 series, where he was like very comparatively quiet, I think people did identify him as kind of the best performer of what was a very bad series for kind of everyone involved on 100 Thieves. So if 100 Thieves are going to succeed in the series, Quid will be a massive part of it.
Yeah, and I mean, I've checked the stats prior to it. Quid was usually topping a lot of stats just because of how bloody those games are. So how constant the team fights are, how much 100 Thieves are actually on the winning side of those fights, and how much gold and resources they end up usually pushing into Quid. So like River's ganks will usually go through Quid. At times he'll go through top lane, but a lot of the times it's him and River. It's Quid and River that are usually getting the gold and distributing it across the map. So I'm, yes, of course, generally high on Quid and how he's been performing in their mid games. And also when T-fights happens, they usually come back in their games because of his individual play on Talia and Ahri. So it's fun watching him. So much on Palafox's side, it's getting a little frustrating, I'm sure, for him, because like early on in the split, I thought he was performing really well. Even in their losses, he was performing well.
I also heard that we were all kind of second guessing that graphic. Apparently the stats were backwards.
That's what I thought.
That's what I was afraid of
because Quid had like a bunch of sixths and Palafox had a bunch of ones. It should be Quid with the ones and Palafox with the sixths.
Yeah, that's what I thought, because when I checked the stats, for sure Quid was the one that was benefiting from at least in the KDA side. But yeah, that's gonna be fun to see, just at least because we know that these games, much like the coach said, it's gonna be a banger.
Yeah.
They're gonna be quick, constant fighting.
Let's talk about the bot lanes though. FBI, Huhi, not able to play the same way that they did on 100 Thieves, as you mentioned, Medios, because the team hasn't necessarily adjusted to being heavily focused around the bot lane, which is often the way Huhi plays. And I think the integration process of Huhi into this new team that has won the LCS championship has definitely been rough. You can see they try and play a couple different ways in different games, and they haven't settled on a play style yet. If they will settle on one, though, I think it would have to be in this series if they want to make any type of run.
Yeah, I mean, they're kind of out of time as far as prep goes, and we're just going to have to see if they can land on something that they're happy with.
Yeah, one thing I do think they are really comfortable with and kind of lend flexibility, because obviously if you remember all the way back, I think in week 1 or 2, Huhi actually won Player of the Week for his performance when they were looking really good. I also think these are the two teams that are going to gravitate towards Senna the most in the LCS.
Yeah.
And FBI in particular is an excellent Senna player. So yeah, that's something I'll be looking forward to seeing from this bot lane specifically.
On that note, we got access to Senna stacking data.
Let's go.
Yeah, no longer do you have to go through every single game and track it. So this is FBI's average souls on Senna. The games where you're playing like carry Senna or thrown out, these are all support Senna games, stacks at 10 minutes, 20 minutes, and 25 minutes compared to the LCS average. So FBI slightly above the LCS average in all Senna games. Interestingly enough, though, even though FBI has the most Senna games, Meech, in his 3 Senna games,
whoa,
he's a stacker.
He had a nutty game. He had like 150 at...
Yeah, that heavily influences it. He had one game that was just like basically, aside from the 10-minute number, the most stacks that anyone has had on Senna. But this would be another reason that we probably won't see Senna at all today, because it's just gonna get bad.
That is
yeah,
true.
it's just gonna be
I remember
permanent.
you watched back through that game too, because you were curious about that specific
How he
game
did it. It was a lot of skirmishing.
Yes.
And there were a lot of fights where they were just kind of poking each other a whole bunch, and he just like 2-hit one person, get a soul, 2-hit another person, get a soul, etc. And then he did all the other normal things you have to do of like running around to the right jungle camps when they're there, always being a scuttle crab, being a grubs, like getting all those extra soul mechanics. But it was a really insane Senna game.
Yeah.
Either way, we have 5 minutes here. Who's gonna win?
No idea.
It's tough to say because both these teams are kind of in a similar boat of, you know, like a roller coaster season. You know, they've had ups and downs, and they're both kind of on like a downward trajectory.
All 3 2s.
None of us believe in these teams.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say. It doesn't seem like either one is particularly better than the other. I could see it going either way. I picked 100 Thieves pretty much just because I think that, you know, outside of their C9 series, they've looked a little bit better recently.
Yeah.
Also, one thing that I really like about this team is they just always look like they're having so much fun when they're playing. Like, specifically Sniper and Quid, even when they're losing, they have like these huge smiles on their face, just laughing. And I love that. I think that's just such a cool part of the game. Like, you know, at the end of the day, you're playing a game. You should be having fun. Obviously, it's serious. You want to win, but I think that, like, team morale and for the vibes is so good, and that's really like a big asset to them.
Yeah, and it seems like we all agree that this would be a close series. I edged it towards NRG just because I think A, they have a lot more experience amongst their players being in situations like this, and B, it's going to be a lot more easier to take on draft.
Yeah, like, saw your other predictions.
They were not great. And much like NRG,
go for the 06.
Like, much like myself earlier on, NRG's probably think they're due. They're due at least one series. Like, we've seen the flexibility top side, even though Dokla hasn't been performing, and we've seen the flexibility bot side. So I think there's going to be a lot of targeted bans and like difficulty within the draft, where I think 100 Thieves have a few players that are a little bit gated by how they'll play with counter picks. So I think drafting is going to be a big thing, and I have it slightly on the edge of NRG.
I also think drafting is going to be a big thing, but I do think, obviously, the C9 series was kind of the worst series of drafts we've seen from 100 Thieves for a while. Typically, in season, I thought they were a lot more consistent and the best team actually in the LCS at drafting for their players, and specifically like what they want to do as a team and how they work as a team. Whereas NRG really seemed, especially as the weeks went on, a lot more lost about like how they wanted to play with their players, despite the fact that we've seen the core of this unit play through topside, flex picks between mid and top, and we've seen this bot lane specifically, especially on their 100 Thieves, play around that really well. So I'm leaning towards 100 Thieves. I have no idea though.
Yeah, I think we're all in the same boat. For me, I think Quid River were 2 of the top performers in their role the entire split.
Yeah.
I'd say one bad series against Cloud9 doesn't invalidate that, so that's why I'm giving them a slight edge, because there's always that chance that Contracts has one of those insane games and just takes over series like he did in some games at Worlds. So really interesting series. We're done here from the lounge. Meteos is going to be joining the casting desk today, so go up there, have some fun, Meteos.
Go.
Let's get into games.
Yay.
Thursday, March 14th, 2024. After finishing the regular season at the top of the standings, 100 Thieves inexplicably played like a completely different team versus Cloud9. It called into question everything they accomplished in the regular season. So, I went on Twitter and did some research. Remember, always do your own research, like me. What you saw on the stream was this. But this video was taken the very same day.
What the? So I'm at the studio for Cloud 900 Thieves, and where the hell are these guys? What's going on?
As you can clearly see, 100 Thieves wasn't actually 100 Thieves on Thursday. This proves technology has gone too far to allow this level of deception on a global stage. Did 100 Thieves never show up to their playoff series? Speaking of which, has anyone ever seen Golden Glue and 11-time NBA championship coach Phil Jackson in the same room? Give it a thought.
Looking at the studio, we have a 100 Thieves squad looking to restore their regular season form and come back strong after a devastating loss to Cloud9. On the other side, defending champs NRG Kia are trying to bounce back after a rough Super Week and become the first ever 6th seed to win the LCS. The LCS playoff continues. 100 Thieves versus NRG Kia starts right now. Welcome back to the LCS. It's Azale here with Meteos and Kobe today for a little dive cast.
Let's do it.
Gonna have some fun.
Heck yes, we are. Super excited for this one. Meteos on the mic to see what we can get into in Champion Select. The first thing that caught my mind, though, did you see those binders that both 100 Thieves coaches have behind them?
Ooh.
Usually the coaches will bring up like this little notebooks. You look at the energy coaches, you know, they're pretty modest with their notebooks. And 100 Thieves, though, they have giant binders that look like they're holding...
Is it a notebook app? Oh, we can kind of see what's...
Oh, what's on there? It's on there. Oh,
those are trading cards.
That's what I'm about to say. They look like a magic card binder or something. They've got every champion.
Holographic Charizard in there.
Well, it looks like first page on the binder says ban away the Nico, as well as the flexible Twisted Fate that has been in top lane and been in bottom lane, been in mid lane. So
they did not like that matchup versus C9.
Yeah, they certainly didn't. Maybe traumatized by JoJo's Nico, so banning it here. It has been a really good tool for Palafox as well, but I feel like Palafox in the current state of mid champions with Talia being so strong, Ari being so strong, Orianna being so strong, feels fine. Wow, it actually got let through. Analyst Desk had a whole segment on the really strong stacking that Meech was able to do.
Yeah, it's Smolder and Senna both up. Likely to see that trade unless they've got something else planned, maybe a Varus, if they want to try to beat her in lane.
Yeah, Nautilus already banned out. Oh, they're taking away the Tahm Kench. So Tahm Kench is picked away. Nautilus is banned away. So it could just be, like, you can't just play Senna with a standard lane, but there are also other melee options. Like, people used to play Cho'Gath and even Mundo and various things like that. We've seen Wukong, we've seen Lee Sin, we've seen Seraphine. So there's tons of different options you can play. What do you think 100 Thieves might go to? Because generally in the LCS, it is one of Tahm Kench or Nautilus.
I don't even know. I could see...
Nerf Flash, no!
I mean, we had Huhi on the Wukong. That one didn't work out too well.
I don't think it's going to be Wukong.
Don't think it's going to be that one. I do like the steal away, though, with the Talia. It's so strong right now, and it doesn't have to go mid lane. River is also a very good Talia player, so could keep it flexible here. Oh, the orange support with the Senna. That has been done as well.
Yeah. I
wish I hadn't seen it, but I did see it.
I mean, Carrier's played it on T1 with like some success, but I think Ornn is actually, he's a step up over playing like Nautilus or Tahm Kench. Ornn, he's a tank, but I feel like he actually takes a lot of games to be proficient on. He's got long cooldowns. You have to combo in a specific way. So I don't think he's the champ you just kind of like whip out first time and do well on.
Plus, I always feel like when I've seen Ornn, you know, played with Senna, I feel like he gets punished way harder in lane than some of the other picks. Like Nautilus and Tahm Kench, I've often seen the Ornn struggle a lot harder to actually farm well, to be able to have presence in lane, to not get run over. And when you're playing a pretty weak early laner like the Ornn against something like the Smolder, that is a lot of free stacks for the Smolder. We are assuming it is, of course, Tahm Kench support for Huhi, so it would be a very safe lane for that Smolder down there. And I guess the question is, you know, can they actually punish the Ornn or not? Probably not, so it might just end up being a farm fest, because Smolder Tahm Kench isn't a threatening lane either. It seems like it's supposed to just going to be who can kind of scale better, who can get more out of it.
Yeah, I don't expect a whole lot of action to go down in the bottom lane. Probably just going to be a handshake scale fest, which, you know, I think both these teams like playing through topside and mid. So, yeah, they're saving their top lane and junglers for phase 2. We'll see what picks we get.
Yeah, some definitely focus on both sides for jungle right now. I like the Trundle ban against River. Taking that one out, making sure they can't do an easier front to back with his ultimates. River definitely got very sneaky with that champion. They're expecting very clearly the Talia to go mid into the hands of Quid. He has been outstanding on it as well. Looks like Lee Sin was all they're worried about here for contracts, though, and they throw the other bans at what they think Dokla might blind.
There's also already a lot of AD jungler banned, right? Because like Poppy can go jungle, Viego's banned out, Trundle's banned out, Lee Sin's banned out, Vi's banned out. So there are clearly so many of these AD junglers already banned out. There are things like Wukong if they want to go towards it. There's things like Xin Zhao if they want to go towards that for an AD jungle. It is going to be Xin Zhao locked in here for contracts. What would you like to see from River?
Not Shaco.
Not Shaco?
No, not Shaco.
He was in the game that they won.
He was sort of like he was there.
He was present on the rift.
Wait. But if you delete the blue buff into go feed at red buff, first blood.
Yeah, that jungle pathing.
If you delete that part, it wasn't that bad.
Yeah. He was there. I felt like he did absolutely nothing in that game.
He could have literally been jungle Yuumi, and it would have been probably about the same amount of impact on the game.
He took some dragons. Yuumi might struggle with that.
He had some good box plays.
There you go.
There was
Jungle Jax. We got another Milky Way enjoyer.
Yeah. It could be Talia jungle, Jax top, Chase mid. Like there is some flex going on here, but I kind of expect Jax jungle into Zen.
Yeah, Jax jungle has actually been getting super popular too. It was just played this morning in Europe as well. And Douglas had, when I looked at it, he was legendary on it with a full bounty. So we'll see. A lot of Jax jungles having a lot of success here. So I also really like it into Xin Zhao. That's one of the main things that started people playing Jax jungle, picking it into auto attack junglers, and then you go and you can duel them. Counter-Strike obviously is God mode versus this champion because Xin charges in, can't really get out, and is all auto attack based.
Yeah, I don't think I'd like this matchup as Xin Zhao. I think it's going to be pretty Jax favored, but you know, you just try to avoid the 1v1 with him. You'll still be useful. You can have a lot of CC and damage in fights. Just probably don't want to take the 1v1.
Yeah, this is interesting, right? Because everyone always thinks about Smolder as kind of being that champion that puts you on a timer, that has incredible scaling, but there's insane scaling on the 100 Thieves side as well, right? Jax jungle obviously is a unique case where it can actually scale, play side lanes. Senna scales to infinity. Ornn with Ornn upgrades potentially later on. You know, there is a lot of power for them to be able to play through sides. I'm really interested to see how they actually play around the Jax, because we have seen some teams utilizing the Jax jungle, actually playing them as a side lane split pusher later on in the game, which works really well with Talia, which works really well with the Senna, with the Dawning Shadow as well. So there's so many different ways for them to play this out. It may not be, you know, a kind of a closed case just if Smolder gets to 225 stacks.
Wow, TP Smolder too coming out. Don't say that too often. It can help with your lane, but I think having Ghost on that champ is so good just for later on, like any kind of team fighting.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that goes.
Well, comps aside, I'm just excited to see these two teams get back on the Rift. These are the two teams that had sick players and lost a bunch of games. You know, Dokla obviously Super Week was so rough for NRG, but he was in the emergency room right before Super Week, and they are on a 4-game loss streak. Then of course 100 Thieves. There were some things coming out about River possibly being unwell during their Cloud9 one. So onto the Rift in the lower bracket in a must-win series here for your playoff lives. Hope everybody is on point.
And Meech could be in some trouble here. They're going to flash on him. He's going to have to flash out of there. So trade of flashes. Not the end of the world.
That would have been so embarrassing to flash into that wall.
Yeah, I was sweating for him, man. That's one of the most common fail flashes.
I always pause right at that point just to make sure. I feel like that's the most common. Nobody just runs there and immediately flashes unless you're about to die.
But the heart monitor on him would be going crazy. Game 1 of playoffs there. But a little interesting trivia that it's kind of fun to touch on is a 6th seed has actually never won the LCS. So NRG won last split in summer as a 5th seed. They are now 6th seed here, but they are the defending champions. You know, barely even made it into playoffs. They did actually need a little bit of help from Shopify, who didn't have a great last week, to even be able to qualify. So, you know, it's a team that I think the expectations now have really changed, because coming into the split, there was so much talk about, okay, you were amazing at Worlds, now it's time to come and dominate the LCS and really show us what you've learned. It wasn't the case.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't. And a lot of the conversation originally was around, because there are increased expectations after having a big Worlds performance and winning the LCS. Is that one of the reasons that they started to crumble? But definitely no more room for error as we are in the lower brackets. And NRG looking to make history, to be the first 6th seed ever to make it all the way through playoffs and win the LCS.
It's also going to be really interesting to watch how Sniper plays, because I think, both Sniper and Quid, expectations were really high for them after the regular season. But going up against Cloud9, they weren't able to have that level of performance. Fudge talked a lot about, the unique picks that he had planned for Sniper, and how Sniper, wasn't able to lose gracefully in those, playing against ADTF and these various different matchups. Now it feels like he's kind of back more in this comfort zone. He's playing Jace, he's playing into a tank. He has the push in this lane, and he's going to be the one who can kind of dictate the matchup a little bit, which is a position he's done very, very well from, because he's been incredible in aggressive matchups.
Yeah, Contract's making a quick little appearance mid, a little XP gank, as we call it. Not going to get a whole lot done.
Just walk on by. No opportunity there for him, but it's also interesting if you look at River too. River did just the red quadrant clear and went back for an early longsword. So while Contract showed mid, River took a little bit of extra time to go back for his early back, and with the extra bit of AD, see if he can get anything done. He is, of course, pathing up to the pushing side here with Sniper that you mentioned with the Jace.
Yep, and it's going to be difficult for Jax often to get that much done early on, unless someone really overextends. Ayla looking for the knock-up on the Searing Charge, can't quite connect on it. And you talked about some of the difficulty playing this champion, that it is a champion that it does actually have some pretty low-key difficult combos, especially some of the 100-0 stuff people used to do on Ornn, is not something even the most experienced Ornn players often are willing to actually bring out on stage, so.
Yeah, I mean, if you see Ornn one tricks, it's crazy. Yep. Like, you won't expect to die the way that they can kill you. So definitely a high skill cap tank, even if, on surface value doesn't really look like it.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of procs you can get of the Brittle when you do the combos perfectly are really, really high. Contract's going to be spotted by this ward as he moves into Raptors. We see Huhi also moving up, and they haven't spotted Huhi yet. River's in the area. Is going to get the bad news very likely, as Contracts will have taken this away, and with Huhi there,
sneaky frog.
Not much River can do about it.
Yeah, this is actually one of the issues with starting Raptors that a lot of junglers have come to realize nowadays, is because Contract started red, which gave him honestly quite a bit slower first clear, but the upside is that your Raptors don't respawn so early, and there's no target, because River actually looked for Contracts' Raptors here, but they weren't up. So now Contracts gets River's Raptors, and we'll still have Soul Jungle to farm too.
All right, bottom side. The stacking wars is ongoing here as FBI does get an extra one there, hitting Ayla. Honestly, the debate on Senna stacking versus Smolder stacking has been one that's been going on for like a month now with these two champions with their super high priority. Even before the 20-second nerf to Smolder's ultimate hotfix that just now came in for pro play, I really feel like there were still a decent amount of people that liked the Senna as far as being able to make roaming plays. Currently, we're seeing Contracts just take away those grubs, though. No roaming Senna right now. Where are you on the Smolder versus Senna stacking wars?
I mean, I'm kind of in the belief that Smolder's just really, really OP. I don't think I would want to play against him, but he's kind of good in the same way that Yuumi was good in competitive, where, it's not fun to play with a Smolder on your team until late game. In which case, it's still not that fun for you, but it's fun for him. So I think he's
But then the other team really isn't having fun.
Yeah. They have less fun, so it's a net gain.
Yeah.
Fun is all relative.
So I think it's it's not a bad matchup for Senna. Like, she's not going to get punished, which can be her weakness sometimes. So I don't think it's completely doomed, but I would probably rather be on the Smolder side.
Yeah, and I mean, the Smolder already stacking quite well early on. That's 37 stacks here at 6 minutes. Of course, it accelerates heavily as you pick up more CDR, get more points in the abilities. So that is a very good clip here early on. But it's just so easy when it's a farming Ornn. Every single time this guy is stepping forward for minions, if your support is there, you step forward, you Q him on cooldown, you're really accelerating your stacks. And by accelerating your stacks, it just becomes multiplicative, because you get the AoE earlier, then you hit 125 earlier. That just makes it easier and easier and easier to continue accelerating those stacks.
Yep, we did see 100 Thieves pick up the early dragon.
Yeah, River in trouble though, as Contracts is going to flash in. River going to have to pop the counter-strike, try to back off. Huhi now separated from the team, but it's Palafox going to come over the wall with the Spirit Rush, and River's on the run. Can he actually get out of there? The Charm going to connect on Meech. Meech is going down, as is Ayla, and Palafox is even going to get River. It's a 3-for-0 start for NRG as they collapse, and the much faster roam from Palafox makes all the difference.
Yeah, mid-diff right there. Palafox had it pushing. He's heading down the river. So Contracts does a really smart play, and he flashes in for the Q3 knockup before River has time to react with his counter-strike. He gets that little bit of timing there. The delay allows Palafox to come down the river, join the fight, and they chase them through. 3 kills for NRG this early. Just look at the mini-map right now. You see the Ahri leading first. There's the flash I was talking about. Gets the knockup on River. River kind of gets baited in, walks a little bit even further up, and so Palafox ults over the back of Dragon Pit, and then 2 of these kills reset him, so he gets 2 more charges on his ultimate. Those 2 charges allow him to dash into the tower, get the kill, dash back out as well.
It did seem like there was a little bit of miscoordination on 100 Thieves there. River, he didn't immediately start running when he was flashed on. I think he either didn't realize Ahri was first or he expected to lead a match with ult. But either way, huge fight for NRG, especially with a Smolder. Like, just getting that kind of lead in bot lane is really what you like to see.
Yeah, it looked like he really wanted to punish Contracts for flash queuing on him and be like, what? Are you kidding me? Yeah, I still have my counter-strike. He really wanted that stun, but got really baited up there. And
Ooh,
Contracts is back
now
out.
in some trouble here. This could be an easy dive. The Pathmaker going to set it up, and there goes the all-out. Sniper going to try to flash back to the tower, but it's just to die. Now can Quid get something back here? Nice flick back, and Palafox will fall in the exchange. We'll see if he can follow up. There's the flash forward. He wants to keep going for it. Dokla and Contracts trying to get out of there. Dokla just trying to buy some space for his jungler. Will be successful in that.
Wait,
he's roaming up, though, and he does have heal, so maybe there's an angle to try to turn around. They're going to see if they can get FBI, though, on the bottom side, potentially.
Yeah, Quid might be in trouble here. He flashed in a little over-ambitiously.
There's the flash from Huhi, and he is going to land this slow, and now there's no flash, but good sidestep on the wind becomes lightning. Quid gets the bonus move speed, will get out. River going to be able to push FBI back. Won't get a kill. Now going to be starting to feel confident and think to move back there, but at the end of the day, at least you're going to deny some farm and some stacks from the Smolder.
Yeah, I mean, the Huhi roam getting punished right now. They're going to get some turret plate money. River takes away a bit of the blue quadrant of their jungle as well. That was 1 turret plate.
Yeah, now thinking better of taking that blue, maybe deciding, yeah, it's a little bit too greedy, so they are going to back off. They don't know exactly where Xin is heading, if he's coming straight down towards the blue quadrant to defend that from base. And the Malignant's already done now for Palafox, so he's going to have super low ulti CDR. We did see 2 different variations of this build yesterday. It was Malignance into Lichbane on one side, and then we saw a Malignance into a Horizon Focus on the other side for the higher burst. Which build are you kind of more of a fan of?
I really like the Lichbane one. I think that it gives you so much threat without having to use your charm. Like, you can just WR at people.
Palafox in some trouble is going to have to ulti to safety there as River did jump forward, but you can continue.
Yeah, so I do like the Lichbane for like just the pressure with your guaranteed damage, your W, your R, your autos. One thing that I think Sneaky pointed out yesterday when I was talking to him about it was that I think in competitive Horizon Focus actually has a lot of value with the vision you get.
Yeah.
Because, you know, in fights, that is hard to quantify. Like, you just hit somebody and all of a sudden you can see into all the bushes, you see everybody. So I think Horizon Focus is also a really good option, but I'm personally a little bit more fan of the Lichbane.
Yeah, it's kind of like maybe higher risk, higher reward, right? Because if you hit the charm, you know, there is a lot of value, but if you don't, obviously Lichbane's kind of guaranteed value like you're talking about.
Yeah.
It's been so good this season, actually, and Lichbane's been nerfed multiple times. Still really, really good, though. As we see Contracts heading down, clearing back out the rest of that jungle, and the nice blue buff that they did leave behind. Because they didn't have full information. Dragon is spawning, though, so looking at the setup here, and NRG, despite that 1 extra kill being given back over, still really happy about this early game. Should be an easy pull for them here. Meech actually doing a good job getting some souls off Raptors. This is one of the best things for Senna. Follow your jungler around, especially on the camps that have a whole bunch of monsters in them, and they're going to contest.
Yeah, that seems a little risky by NRG starting this up.
Contract's going to get knocked up, and the seismic shove going to get flashed out. River avoids it, but he's low, and the TP's going to get canceled on the top side, so Dokla can't actually join. Here comes Mum over the top from FBI. Can't quite finish off the kill onto River, but the charm's going to land on Ayla, and that'll force the flash out from him. Very back and forth fight here. Both teams softened up a bit, but that generally favors the Senna, who has the additional sustain and is going to be able to heal them back up. But what an important interrupt there from Sniper on the top side. If that TP came through from Dokla, it could have made all the difference.
Yeah, it looked a little questionable for me. You know, you're the team with Smolder starting up Dragon there, but they definitely were playing off. I think they had just only a few seconds on the TP advantage for Dokla, so it was a good play, but honestly, just such a good response by Sniper canceling that. I think that may have saved the whole game for them. That looked really doomed if Kasante came in there.
Yeah, on the reset too. Even Quid getting back out really early, pushing all the way up to tower. River right back down to the bottom side. They didn't get a reset here for FBI and Huhi, so Huhi's actually channeling his recall right now, which would leave a huge power deficit down here, and 100 Thieves will move right in. They're now going to be able to use a teleport from Mr. Ornn. Ayla here, Spellbook.
I like NRG's response to this. They recognize now Sniper has TP advantage. You have no business contesting this, and they're just immediately going top lane to set up a dive on Sniper and take the jungle camps.
And he's being pretty smart about this. He's actually just waiting at the tier 2. He knows he can't actually walk back to that tower, especially with Dokla proxying. That kind of gives away the play a little bit. But they are going to be able to take a plate. They are going to be able to deny at least one full wave there from Sniper. Contract will take away some of these jungle camps also. I do think Sniper was spotted walking to that side lane brush, so we'll see if he still walks up, because Contract is spending a lot of time waiting up there. He's not farming those last camps, as Palafox does pop the LT there, trying to get a bit of a trade down on Quid.
Pretty interesting what this is going to do to the mid game for them as well, because 100 Thieves have really high possibilities of opening up the map and split pushing. A lot of split push options, and then they also have a Senna ultimate and a Taliyah ultimate, whereas NRG, a lot of 5v5 around this Smolder. But if you're denying a lot of money early to the Jace and not letting the Jace get any sort of lead and
flash forward, tries to actually hit the blast cone, but here comes Quid, and now Contract is locked in the wall. It's like shooting fish in a barrel. Gonna try to dash forward. There comes the charm from Palafox, is gonna connect, but Contract's getting very low. The red buff blocks the shock blast from Sniper, and here comes Dokla, but Dokla's already very low. Pathmaker forward, gonna force the flash. The Dawning Shadow comes in over the top. They get the second kill in from Quid off a great aggressive play there from River and Quid. They knew Palafox had no ulti. He had just used it mid lane. They forced the play and they win out.
That was so good from Quid. He doesn't let Dokla get the ult off on him.
TP now down to bot lane. Sniper's coming in from behind. Mom gonna get dropped as there's Ayla spat out, but can FBI even finish him off? One kill has already gone to Ayla, and Ayla's gonna survive. Sniper picks up the second, and it's 100 Thieves wins across the map.
Really nice play from 100 Thieves there. Like that whole sequence, River had to go topside to let Jace get back to his turret, sees his camps are gone, goes Fee invade, just immediate flash in onto the flashless and Zhao, follow up with Taliyah ult. Just really good heads up play, like recognizing all their opportunities here.
Yeah, that was actually crazy. Really good placement on the blast cone, getting him right in to the alcove. And then, yeah, Contract just fights his way out because there's no other option here. So they do get the counter kill, and Dokla wants to come in and get the ult onto Quid. But look at this. Flashes away as Dokla gets stunned going across the rocks, so he can't get it off.
Yeah, it looked like Ari, you couldn't see it in the replay there, but his ult had a few seconds cooldown when that fight started, so really good window by 100 Thieves there.
It was just such good cooldown tracking. You called out the missing flash. They knew the Palafox had just traded out his ult mid lane as well, and then here, FBI and Huhi know that they're dead because they're TP'd on, so they're just going to try to fight their way out, get a kill. They can't even get that, so 100 Thieves now, 2 dragons to the lead and the gold advantage as well. Definitely not the situation that NRG wanted to find themselves in here. Quid, though, going to get spotted out by Contracts. Wind becomes lightning, does connect, and he's going to flash over the wall, dodging out on that. The seismic shell going to push him back, but is that even going to buy enough time? Quid does pop the phase rush, will be able to get out of there. So at the end of the day, it's just a bit of a chunk for the flash. And now Dokla here in trouble, going to use the all out to try to get back to safety as the TP comes in here to reinforce. But they're not going to be able to get anything with that. That TP seemed like Palafox assumed there was going to be more of a play to it. Contracts, though, back on top side. Going to pop the Crescent Guard. He's going to go back in as the tower is down. But does he have the sustain to survive here? He does not. Quid gets the kill. They get the tower, but not really worth it here as Quid is getting so fed.
These last 3 minutes for 100 Thieves have just blown the game open. Absolutely insane plays on the invade, then bottom side, and then the entire rotation here, winning both sides of the map.
I just want to point out, that was such a weird thing to see happen. Like, I don't know if I've ever seen a game where a jungler suicides to take a turret and then gets solo killed by the mid lane. Like, that's just so weird.
I think he must have thought he could kill the tower a little bit faster and then be able to kill him. But now there's a TP coming up top here. Palafox going to have to pop the Spirit Rush and run. Quid in hot pursuit here on that Weaver's wall. Not going to be able to actually find much of anything, I don't think. Or is he? Under the tower, getting him very low. Contracts is back, though.
He's not done.
It's Jungle versus mid round 2, baby.
He's got a score to settle.
He's got to get paid for flashing on him earlier.
Yeah.
He still has to complete that play.
All right, these guys are trying to live up to the series we saw yesterday. It was an absolute bloodbath, and this one is really scrappy, too.
So they heard that actually yesterday we almost set the record for any international or any region across the world for top 4 regions to have a playoff game be that bloody. They did set the LCS record
by a lot.
But now, today we're looking for the worldwide record.
We're going for it. Meech's going to get connected on. He's going to flash out of there. In goes Huhi with the dive, and he's going to be able to take him down. Gives him a licking, and he's going to fall. In comes FBI, AoEing across the team, but they don't have much damage there. Now the arrival comes in from Dokla. He's going to go all out. Palafox going to come in with the Spirit Rush. The Charm connects, and they get the kill onto River. Quid in trouble now, but it's Palafox on the run as FBI is down. Sniper going forward. Can Dokla take him out? Dokla's got one. And he's going to try to turn it around on the Quid. Quid's in trouble. He flashes out. The Intovo strikes don't connect. And now Dokla has to get out of there with the Ghost. Absolute bloodbath. Both teams playing with so much confidence, just willing to scrap it out.
That was a crazy fight. NRG's so close to getting that shutdown on Quid, which would be huge. He's at 1,000 gold bounty now. They did get his flash at least, so that'll make him more vulnerable for the next play. But yeah, NRG they are hungry.
Yeah. So he started it out, he got the first tongue onto him and then contracted Wind Before Lightning, and then they got the second tongue for the kill. But at this point, you think 100 Thieves are running over them. He gets sniped down, so 100 Thieves have huge momentum. It's when Palafox joins with his ultimate on the Ahri, gets into the back line. Actually, it didn't even chunk anyone there, and it's Dokla who peels for him.
And Sniper as well, I think, kind of saved that fight. Coming over the wall and actually taking out FBI. He basically 100-0'd FBI over the wall there. Had he not gone down, that could have been so much worse. But at the end of the day, FBI, look at his stacks. He's almost at 190. We're back to live, and we're back to Meech being in trouble here as Palafox. One more charge on the Spirit Charge. He goes for it. He gets it. Can he actually get out? No. River and Ayla able to take him down. Contract still on the Dragon. Sniper on the flank position, but he's going to get jumped on. Here comes the dive. It's going to knock him up as FBI reconnects with the team to take down Sniper. And now River's in trouble. He's going to go down next. Contracts has got the Dragon. NRG has got the fight. And this one is explosive. 100 Thieves are 2K in the lead, but we're almost at 200 stacks. We're not even at 20 minutes. FBI is going to have 225 so fast. I think this is going to be the fastest we've seen it in the LCS.
That was such a good play for NRG there, because not only did they win the fight, they got the Dragon, which the difference between being on soul point or not in this kind of game is monstrous, right? 5 minutes with a Smolder is a really long 5 minutes. Like, he will ramp up a lot in that time, so I'm very surprised Palafox got this kill. That was pretty impressive.
Yeah, he missed the charm initially, and so he was like, you know what? I just got to full send it. He goes into the back. At least he gets the 1-for-1.
That's kind of been NRG's motto this game. They're just perma-full sending it.
Yeah. I feel like both teams, we kind of turn LCS into the Coliseum. It's just all fighting all the time here, baby.
Fight, fight, fight. I mean, this is sometimes one of those things that happens when both teams are really confident in their hands, when both teams feel like they should be the ones to be able to execute. It just kind of becomes this scrappy series.
And the one without a death in the game, the one clean one here with all of the bloodiness all around, is Quid again. Full stacks bounty that you mentioned before. If you can get that kill, that is a huge swing. Then all of a sudden, not only did you get the Dragon, you stop their stacking, you chop down a bit on the gold lead, and you have a Smolder to rely on with the 225 really close. But if you can get that 1,000 gold kill onto Quid, that might even just wrap it up.
I mean, when Quid's that rich, though, he can hire bodyguards. He's paying his teammates to keep him alive, but FBI gonna have to flash out from the seismic shove. The horn gonna get called, does land the knock up, so it's a strike, but not gonna mean too much. They do force out that flash though.
Yeah, the Quid's kind of got his work cut out for him this game, because if you look at pretty much everyone else in 100 Thieves, Sniper's doing all right. River is very behind. Senna's also pretty underleveled, not stacking very well. You know, Meech had super good stacking stats previous to this, but something about the way this game's played out has just kept him from doing that.
There's 225 already passed there by FBI, so now Smolder online before 21:30, I believe it was, or right about 21:30. That is very fast or competitive.
Yeah, I would be a little worried if I was 100 Thieves here.
No
I think, you know, the Jax, jungle, the orange support, I don't have a ton of faith in these picks. I mean, especially just because Jax is behind, but it's going to be hard.
And they have a Tom Kench to boot. So your Smolder is not only going to be powerful and executing people, but has so much safety. I mean, how do you even lock the Smolder in place for a seismic shove for Quid? Like, for Quid to work his magic, I honestly think he has to actually work through frontline. Like, you're not even going to be able to assassinate this Smolder. He's got a Tom Kench protecting him, so you have to take advantage of Quid's big AoE damage and try and get a lead on the front line. Maybe pick off the Xin Zhao or something.
Well, we'll see if Dokla's going to get caught here. Nice timing on the Pathmaker. Going to immune the stun there from the counter-strike, and we'll be able to walk it out. But it's always scary when you're saying, all right, well, if we can't dive, we got to play front to back, and you're doing that against a Smolder who already has the stacks, which is usually a losing proposition. 2 items already completed there for FBI. Now the stacks, this is generally at the point of the game where it really starts to accelerate, where you have the Shojin, you have the Essence Reaver, you have your CDR boots, and you have the max rank in the queue. Your stacking gets crazy. They're going to put a mid lane. You can see he's taking Raptors now, so he's going to start really accelerating this. This could be like a 400 stack game, honestly, for Smolder.
I will say, as far as our evaluation of the Ornn support, and not wanting to see like a first time slap it down, Ayla's been a good Ornn support, and that Ornn ultimate could be a game changer. Like that could be the ray of hope.
In comes Quid. They're going to look for FBI. Remember, doesn't have the flash, but good sidestep, and is going to be able to flap to safety. Contracts now. Playing around the side, does connect on the wind, comes lightning, but thinks better of taking it in. Palafox was moving over. You can see Dokla's moving over to the team. No one's actually answering that wave in bot lane right now for NRG, so Dokla will go back towards it. Wanted to threaten the roam down, but that pink ward spotted them. And I know that's one of those things that coaches always get frustrated by when someone keeps walking back and forth past a pink ward and not being able to actually spot it. That one over by NRG's blue buff has gotten some pretty good value on Dokla walking past it a couple times.
Yep, a lot easier when you're not in the game. You can see where the ward is, but
of course,
in the game you don't always walk through every bush. But it would be good to check at some point.
All right, well, Quid gonna get a little bit of chunk down here on Dokla. We'll see if the chase can continue. But without eyes on everyone, it would be a bit of a risky proposition. Obviously not gonna be able to burst him down by any means. Does have some MR he's been picking up now, and Huhi just playing for vision down on the spot side. It's going to be about this next fight for Dragon here. It is Ocean Soul that teams would be working towards, a really valuable one for both sides. Of course, 100 Thieves do have those first 2 dragons, but NRG grabbed the last one.
All right, let's see if 100 Thieves with their Jason Talia side lanes can actually get an advantage here. If you can push side and then get your roam over first, maybe get a good angle on the engage here onto NRG.
Contract's gonna go in. They're looking for Quid. The seismic shove comes back defensively. Mom over the top. We're gonna soften him up. The Dawning Shadow gives shields to the whole team, but it's Ayla on retreat. River and Quid gonna have to back out of there as well. Feels like 100 Thieves just won themselves the NRG, I think, just won themselves the Dragon.
The flash from Quid is a really, really key cooldown that they were able to get out there, so that's definitely worth it. But Xin Zhao fighting without his ultimate in a team
coming
fight.
Back. They're going to actually look for this. FBI trying to poke them down with the stacks here, getting that true damage burn on as many as he can. Dokla stepping forward, looking to zone them out. Watch Palafox in the pit. He's going to look to try to go over the wall here and potentially find that charm. Quid throws down the Weaver's wall, does have them locked in here. The Dragon getting low, and it might just be a 50-50. Dokla going to get flipped back in, and now Dokla's low all of a sudden. In goes Ayla, and it's going to be a flip, but it's actually taken there by Palafox, and he goes forward, looking to take down more. Quid goes legendary. He's cutting back onto Hui. Contracts trying to step forward, does connect onto Quid, but Quid is still alive for now, but he's close to burning down, and he goes down. FBI looking for more, flashes in, gets another. The stacks are online. Smolder roasting him up, gets the quadra. Meech slinks out of there, so it won't be a penta, but it will be a 1 fight, and it will be the Baron.
Oh, it's Smolder in time again. How many times will we have to say that one? Quadra for FBI, Baron for NRG. I don't think there's anything that Meech is going to be able to do. No miracles here.
Yeah, that is not what you like to see as 100 Thieves there. I like what you said about Contracts forcing Quid's flash right before the fight, and I was honestly a little surprised to see 100 Thieves continue to fight it. It might be the situation where they just feel so pressured because of Smolder. They're saying like, all right, it's not a great fight for us, but this is our best shot. You know, giving him this dragon's not going to make it winning any easier. So went for it, and it did not work out despite, not the worst start.
All right, walk us through the first steps of this dragon fight then.
Well, I think Quid was doing a good job zoning here. Like, Dokla pretty much gets killed before anything really happens here just by Talia. But just so much damage went back on the rest of 100 Thieves. River kind of died. Palafox wasn't able to get a whole lot done. And then by this point, You've used your major cooldowns. Smolder's still alive. It's kind of just a formality at this point.
Yeah, it's tough too because Palafox even got the dragon, right? So you don't even have that hope of, well, we got the 3rd dragon. Maybe we could get a soul to bail ourselves out. This is a 300 stack Smolder now. They're looking for another fight though. The flash going to be forced from Huhi.
I have to say, too, Palafox, in that fight, even though he didn't hit that first charm, his Ahri ultimate's over and then back again, kept pressure on like 3 people, kind of zoning them on the side, which allowed FBI to get all these shutdowns. By the way, Smolder, another big benefit. Of course, your execute is going to get you those big shutdowns, and he got the 1,000 gold off of the Quid kill, too. So now you're looking at 3 items plus the Vamp Scepter for FBI.
He basically bought a full item off that fight. He got the full rapid fire, has the Vamp on top, so he's working towards a BT next. And this is where it gets so hard to play. I mean, just look at that. That is so much damage chunking him down. The ulti gonna whiff, but it was about 30% of Meech's health from 1 Q with that true damage burn coming through. It's very hard to actually interact with this guy whatsoever. At this point, you just strafe, you wait for the rapid fire proc, you step forward, you Q, and it's kind of just rinse and repeat. Play with the Tahm Kench behind you. It is very difficult to be able to actually deal with this guy.
Yeah, I do like this, the draft for NRG is kind of coming together here, taking away that Tahm Kench from Senna, pairing it with Smolder, because, I kind of expect 100 Thieves to start looking for some, like, low percentage, desperate-looking plays at this point, because I don't really know what they can do other than that, just go for something. I don't think they have a clean way really back into this one. The Smolder's just too hard to deal with. He's got a Knight's Vow on him. He's got a Tahm Kench ready to eat him. It's tough.
My favorite play right now is try and send literally 4 or 5 people into one of the side lanes and just send every single person and try and get 1 kill. Even if you open up mid and you lose a tower during it, you're probably going to lose out slowly to the siege anyway. So just throw the Hail Mary, send everybody down a side.
NRG just aren't really taking any risks, though. You can see no one in the side lanes is stepping very far forward. They're happy to just slowly chip away. They're playing through 2 lanes, or excuse me, 3 lanes, with contracts kind of bouncing back and forth between mid and bot.
Yeah, I mean, I say that, and then it's like, Cassante and Ahri, good luck catching those champions, 2 of the most mobile in the game.
Yeah, the only one who's really vulnerable on this team is Xin Zhao, and his flash is down for a little bit longer, but even then, he's got his ultimate, he's got the move speed in bushes, so even that's, not going to be the easiest pick to make.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult, but it's one of those things. Even if that's like a 10% play or a 15% play, that's probably higher than your odds of playing the game slow and actually winning from here. So we'll see. Palafox, though, has been a kind of a big story for this team, especially last summer. When you think about him last summer in playoffs, he was absolutely incredible. In spring, he definitely wasn't as hot, and he's such a core component to their success. I feel like when Palafox is able to play well, this team looks so different.
Yeah, and it's not just stats, right? It's himself tweeting out that he's disappointed in his own play. I saw not 1, but 2 times this year, Palafox tweeting out he was so disappointed and he felt like he played literally the worst game that he's ever played in competitive. So, he's feeling it also. The team definitely had a rocky spring split here, but the 4-1 split push right now with Palafox on top side looks like it should work. He's almost up at the tower, 1 more wave, and should be able to get to that top tower while the rest of the team holds mid.
I just feel like NRG is such a confidence-based team. When they're doing well, it can really go well for them. 100 Thieves faster to this dragon. They're going to be the ones bursting it down here. The TP's coming in from Palafox, but will it be too late? Mom going to get called over the top, but River does secure the dragon, and now the fight's going to break out. River pops the counter-strike, stepping back. Sniper already getting chunked out here. Dokla as well, though, and Contract's getting low. Palafox has arrived now, though, and he spear rushes over the wall. The charm's gonna connect, and Meech is just gone. Dokla getting low on the other side, but it's Smolder in time. Here comes FBI, takes down another kill as Quid's gonna try to flash out. Contract's pushing forward. Smolder needs to reconnect with the team, though. Now he has arrived, and there goes another kill towards Contract. Sniper low, and Quid low. Sniper's got nowhere to go. There's the easy finish for FBI. Dokla pushing forward. I don't think they're gonna be able to get Quid, but it's another 1 fight here for NRG. The light at the end of the tunnel, maybe. 100 Thieves got the dragon.
It was a little bit of a weird play coming in, because to me, I actually thought NRG was going to be okay just giving the dragon, let Palafox split push. But they went for the fight, which is okay. But his TP was so far that he had to actually use almost all of his ults just to get into the fight in the first place. So I think the fact that NRG took, honestly, a pretty sus fight, it was not great terms for them, and it still went pretty well for them. So
yeah, that's how far ahead they are. It's like, oh, we were super late. They already had the objective. Palafox is really far away. But then he charges over the wall and does get the charm and insta-kill onto Meech there. So, you know, with that advantage, they're able to push it forward. Here's where it gets a little dicey because they kill Palafox, and then Smolder was stuck in the Dragon Pit. So the rest of NRG look behind them like, oh, we're chasing them down, we're getting all the kills. Wait, both of our carries weren't quite there, and it takes a while for FBI to actually get there and clean up.
This is some of the power, though, kind of demonstrated there from Smolder. You know, the first couple of Qs, there was 3 or 4 people from 100 Thieves that got hit by it. You have to be so careful about how you're positioning, because if you're in a line, that cone splash that comes out applies the true damage burn to everyone. He's doing thousands of damage per Q. It is insane how much it's going to do, but they're going to jump forward onto Huhi. River looking, the ulti's gonna get called, and Contracts is gonna go back in with the Crescent Guard. Knockback from Sniper means that the flip back won't actually connect, and I think the fight will dissipate from here as Palafox is moving down to the team. But 100 Thieves just know they're in desperation mode. They're gonna keep trying to force fights everywhere they can.
If I'm NRG, I would happily take these fights. I think at this point, if NRG takes in a fight on even terms, there's almost no way they can lose, barring some complete disaster. So, I'm a little surprised to see how much they're looking to split instead of just group and fight.
Yeah, I think they force Baron now for sure. They just popped the Sterix from River, and then
they're going to be starting it up.
Cancels his recall. So River's here with no Sterix active, and he has a little bit over 50% HP. Possible to steal too, so they want to play it a little cautious here.
Yeah, they're going to be able to push them off, and now I think 100 Thieves should just go push out mid, threaten that tier 1, but they're going to be starting it back up. River knows they're on it. The Blast Cone is available. He's going to ward over the wall, get some eyes on it, but this is a difficult fight for them to approach. Look at Palafox moving around the bottom of your screen. He's going to look for the flank angle here. Does have a pink, knows that he will be spotted. But still, 100 Thieves have got to choose their moment. Sniper now back with the team, but the Baron's getting low. It's down to 4K, and in goes Contracts over the wall with the Crescent Guard. He's going to get devoured up there by Huhi. Dawning Shadow comes across the top, but FBI goes legendary, and Palafox still has multiple charges to chase in. It's a flash charm onto Quid. He connects, and he dashes back over the top with the Spirit Charge. But it's Contracts low here, and it's actually going to be a kill onto Palafox as FBI and Dokla were chasing on the other side. The team got pretty split there. It was a nice charm, but no one was there to follow.
I think he got a little caught off guard by the Seraph shield. He thought he had the damage. You know, if I can hit this charm into Q, I got him, but it was not the case.
Well, they're teleporting in.
Kind of ended up.
We're going to recontest again. We'll see if they're going to be here in time. River's running over there. They know it's getting low. Are they going to be willing to 50-50? He basically has to go in blind. The Counter-Strike's going to get popped. FBI goes over the wall, and River has no chance at all. Gets burned to a crisp there by FBI. NRG, it's a long, scrappy fight, but they will secure the Baron.
I like that from FBI. You know, they immediately all just turn on enemy jungler. They're like, we are not flipping this. Even the Smolder will fly right into your face. They take down River, and now NRG with the Baron, they should be able to push out and grab Dragon as well. I don't think there's any way that 100 Thieves are going to be able to sneak that soul.
And bad news goes to worse, is now a full Zonia is bought up for Smolder as well. He's on 450 stacks. He's 6 items at 34 minutes here and has the Zonias. So he's got a Knight's Vow, he's got a Locket, he's got a Tahm Kench behind him, he has his Flash, he has his dash that goes over walls, and he's got a Zonias. Good luck killing him.
I don't even know if he needs the rest of his team at this point. I kind of want to see him go for the 1v5 at least, you know, just have a little fun with it.
Yeah. Well, on the other side, it's definitely been a bit of a tough one for Meech and Ayla to really have a big impact on this game. The Ornn upgrades have come through, but it just hasn't really mattered. Contracts, though, looking. Spirit Rush over the wall there from Palafox. They're going to try to connect, see if he can find a charm on a critical target. Ayla's trying to block, but there's the charm onto Ayla. It just doesn't even matter. He's a tank, but he's gone anyway. Smolder deals true damage. NRG are pushing forward and looking to finish this one up. They've only got that one cannon minion, but the next wave is coming through, and NRG are not going to be stopping here. 100 Thieves have got to make a miracle happen, but I think God ain't listening on this one, as FBI is going to push forward, looking to just splash that true damage in onto Quid. You can see him already getting low. River's got to try to look for some sort of an angle if they're going to hold here. The towers are going down quick. There's Dokla to get Seismic Shove back in. Pathmaker brings him to safety. They will clear out the wave. The fight going to dissipate for now as Meech is trying to just poke them down and make something happen, but NRG are just going to reconnect with another wave, and they can actually just head over to Dragon.
Yeah, we saw those Smolder Qs doing, I don't know, a quarter of Quid's health, just getting clipped from like across the screen. That's not easy to fight against. They're definitely going to need some kind of miracle play.
Man, it is now 11.8% execute. Sorry, 11.8% true damage burn, and then if you get below 13% health, you're instantly executed.
That's almost an Elder Dragon.
He's at 480 stacks. So I don't know if you saw that poll that just got put up by LCS. Do you think that Smolder will hit 500 stacks this game? He's already at 480.
He's going to get it.
20 stacks, or do the end the game? Because they're pretty close to ending the game too, but I feel like he'll get the stacks.
I think he'll get 20 in the fight that ends the game, probably.
I mean, 100 Thieves could FF and just, you know, stop the poll.
The rare LCS
so
FF.
482 is the record that is held by Berserker.
He's definitely getting the record.
He's definitely getting that. But this is just an absurd amount of damage. Even ignoring the true damage and everything, the base damage on this, you know, is about 700 damage plus the Sheen proc, plus everything else on top, the rapid fire proc as well that can be in there. So it is just an overwhelming amount of damage. FBI basically impossible to deal with at this point, but they're going to try. Palafox pushing up mid lane. They have that Baron buff, and here comes the Horn. Gonna get called over the top, but it's not gonna mean anything as Huhi will just devour FBI preemptively, making sure there's no angle for an engage on a Smolder. Mom gonna get called over the top, just knocks the Edge of Night off of Sniper. The Root is gonna connect, and FBI does have to flash out of there. There's no devour from Huhi. It's not available, and maybe there's an angle to get something done. River, though, already on the run, and there goes All Out. It's gonna take him across the map. Where did he go? 100 Thieves get pulled on a wild ride there by Dokeless. It's a double coming through for FBI. It's a triple for FBI. It's a quadra for FBI. He wants the penta, and he's gonna get it. And NRG will end the game off the back of that. They're gonna go up 1-0 off a monster Smolder game from FBI. 18 kills, a penta, and the new Smolder stacks record.
And Big Dokes with the longest Cassante ult I've ever seen.
That was
Dude, he
crazy.
brought him into game 2, I think. That
was like you went into practice tool and you were practicing the angles on Bard tunnels for like 20 hours. You're like, all right, I got the longest Bard tunnel. It'll also work for a Cassante
Man,
here.
he pressed the ulti, and then the Aladdin song starts playing. I can show you the world. Took him across the map there. The Smolder dot followed him, I guess, though. Took him down.
Even if you take your kill target 3 screens away from Smolder, Smolder still gets the kill. What?
He just KS machine, you know, once he has those stacks, like every kill is his, you know.
Big props to Doko though. He tried to deny the penta. You can do all you want to try and deny post.
Took the guy cross map, still got the penta.
Can't do any more
What
than
can
that.
you do? All right. Well, a reminder, the Fantasy LCS is happening over on Sleeper. Make sure you lock in your picks and bans for next week's games if you want to be able to top your league. Let's head on over to the LCS Lounge, though, to break that one down.
That was a Smolder game. That was definitely a Smolder game. The 18 kills for FBI ties him with Revenge for 3rd most kills in an LCS game. He also had the Smolder penta. He also had the most Smolder stacks we've seen in a game. But it's not just the final fight. There's a lot of things that happened along the way, so we decided to break down one of the big Dragon fights from this game. And I think the biggest thing to point out in this that we're going to be watching is, like, literally just keep your eyes on FBI and the futility with which 100 Thieves is unable to get to him. So we start off this clip right away. It is a Dragon fight that is beginning, and you can see that FBI is positioned quite well. One thing I do want to call to attention with in the minimap is that even though there's like a Talia Jace, it is a completely front-to-back team fight with 100 Thieves on this side, NRG on this side. Ideally, I think 100 Thieves would have some type of bot lane push and the Jace poking from back here, because otherwise, it's quite easy for FBI to just stand behind his team and free fire the entire fight. So let's watch the ways in which he could have been caught, but is able to avoid them. Right here, the first step is he's kind of close to this wall that Ayla sees, at Dragon. If he eases into that wall, maybe he can get a knockup because he's stepped up to try and get damage here. But fairly critically, Ayla misses his E, doesn't get a knockup on FBI. That allows him to continue the free hit. He also dodges River. And then as the rest of this fight progresses, you can see that it's very difficult for 100 Thieves to get on him, and FBI waits at the right moments. Quid has a giant bounty on him right here, right now, and FBI, you can see, is just really well spaced with his tanks, so no one can actually get on him. Sniper wouldn't be able to shoot through Huhi. Meech has a really hard time reaching FBI, and also all this time, FBI hasn't had to use flash, so he kills Quid. After Quid flashes away, the cherry on top is that FBI didn't have to use his flash the entire fight. Kills Sniper, kills Ayla, quadra kill. The rest is history. NRG moves to 1-0, in large thanks to Smolder.
Yeah.
That was a wild one.
The Smolder versus Senna debate continues. I think another fight that happened just prior to this one, I think it was like the 19-minute one, was kind of where the Smolder ended up getting ahead. Palafox gets onto Meech, immediately kills him. Contracts is able to get Sniper trying to like flank around the side. And so a lot of these setups, were enabling the Smolder to have the fastest stacks to 225 as well. So not only the most stacks, and Smolder completely taking over the game, getting another pentakill, but also the fastest that we've seen in the LCS this year.
Yeah, and it reminds you of why he's like banned regularly in the LEC, in this region as well, or at least why people are oftentimes just really afraid of going up against Smolders, because it's not even the fact that if the player is proficient enough on the champion to stack it well and play towards camps and just play in the team playing slowly around him, but also if you make a mistake early against the Smolder team, that's an easy stack. Now you're stacking on champions in lane too. So like the early mistake that we saw from 100 Thieves bot side that put Smolder and NRG in the early lead, FBI kept. He kept to, like, of course, farming his own lane and farming Qs off champs, and this is where they ended up getting to.
And as you know, I'm a Senna enjoyer, right? Like, I really appreciate the flexibility that she brings to a lot of drafts. I appreciate the way that you can play with her, but I do think if 100 Thieves are going to pilot the Senna again, or I've also been critical of NRG's Senna piloting as well, they do have to move her around the map, right? Like, they have to make the most of some map pressure that she can provide, especially around grubs.
Yeah, and let's zoom out a second. NRG wins the first game.
Yep.
Their losing streak snapped.
Let's go!
Their 4-game losing streak over. 100 Thieves is still yet to win a playoff game.
True.
What is going on, right? They were 10-4 in the regular season. For me, River also had kind of yet another bad game, and he's playing champions that he didn't necessarily play in the regular season. I feel like if NRG wants to come back in this series, River has to be able to take over a game.
Yeah, and I think this
He's
game...
been so far behind in every game.
That's true, but at least this game, I think they were positioned for that to be the case. Yes, they fell behind early because of the 3v3 that happened, but, like, that was like an 8-kill Talia game, and it happened because
River was facilitating a decent amount of that.
Exactly. Yeah. Like the play that he had in the red side jungle where they were able to just nail down Xin Zhao, get the kill on Cassante as well. They were in a really good spot. And, of course, you know, the facilitating of Talia to get a kill topside. He was farming up well. He was getting a lot of kills. He was really hard to deal with, but of course they can't go into the back line. I liked what Cabbage said in the chat, which is just ban Smolder, who cares? I think you kind of have to have that kind of feeling if you're 100 Thieves, because with the stacking losses, it can get in your head. For a team that feels streaky, that they admit to being streaky, like, you can't overthink certain situations and be like, that champion was really difficult to dive on. We don't have a comp to do it. We just need to play differently.
I have a counter to the chat.
Hit me.
Blue side, you can pick Smolder.
Yeah.
Who cares?
Exactly. NRG, ban it.
But at the same time, if they're not going to play it, they do need to ban it after what happened in Game 1. Game 2 is next. As we head to break, let's take a look at our LCS Connected Comms replay presented by AT&T and voted on by chat.
We have to go, guys.
We're chilling. Just hit front.
Hey, hit front. Okay.
Hit front. Jack.
On Jax. Jack dead.
Yeah. One.
Look at Jace.
Talia has my flash, okay?
Okay, look at me.
Talia
the flash.
Talia no flash.
I'm going on Talia.
We're going Talia, yes. We're going Talia.
Okay, watch this.
Yeah.
Base flash. I'm gonna flash out. You guys win.
Penta flash.
Baron. Yeah, we go Baron.
Kiting.
Jace. Watch Jace.
Yeah. Oh, what? Jace will die.
Yeah. Look at Talia. I'm looking.
Yeah, Talia and flash. Penta?
Yeah, Penta.
Give me the Penta. Give me the Penta.
You hit these.
Nice.
Wow, pentakill. Oh, thank you guys. I'm so sorry, Han.
It's okay.
No worries, guys. Hey, we're playing as a team better.
Yes,
that's all that matters, okay?
Yes, you're right.
The atrocities that I had.
Red Bull gives you wings.
There he is. It's right there.
Cover more ground in the Kia Sportage Turbo Hybrid. Kia, movement that inspires.
Dude, why'd you put your new rig in the basement?
Didn't you hear? Bill's a gagillionaire now.
Basically, my new connection is so strong I can game anywhere. Check it out. We've got Gamer Rocker, Gamer Floaty, Gamer Couch.
Whoa.
It's got wheels.
Gamer Bench, Gamer Throne, and Gamer Mower. What's that? It's hard to game while walking downstairs.
I get it.
That's smart.
Live like a gagillionaire with low latency everywhere. AT&T Fiber with All-Fi.
Look what I've just made. The perfect pearl.
Not too bad, but check this out.
Whoa, a true Venus clam.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The new Red Bull Sea Blue Edition with the taste of Juneberry. Wings for every taste.
Welcome back to the LCS. 100 Thieves versus NRG. 100 Thieves down 0-1 in the series today. NRG break their 4-game losing streak holding over from Super Week. But I will say, aside from the Smolder getting 18 kills, that game was really close. Yeah.
Outside of it, I think NRG definitely just banned it on red side.
Yeah, and that's the consensus of the entire chat. We got Freak and Flowers in the chat just vibing as well, and everyone has come to the same consensus, and I wonder what will be the decision from 100 Thieves. Also, the point that you made, which is just pick Smolder.
You could. Emily, you have the Game 1 draft in front of you. Is there any difference in the first 3 bans from these teams in Game 2?
100 Thieves remain really wary of TF.
Yeah.
Right? I think that kind of counterpick from red side from C9 really scared them. And then Callista, if they ban Nico here, it'll be the exact same bans. They're banning Jace instead, which I think is interesting.
Change their first pick, which could mean first pick.
Yeah, exactly. First pick Smolder. And then Nautilus and Vi are the same. We'll see if NRG want to take away the Smolder because they think they might not get it this time around.
Yeah, and I just wanted to say that I was tuning into Dokla's stream just yesterday. Guess what he's picking? Twisted Fate AD top. So like,
okay,
just in general.
The mental warfare a little bit. Even if he didn't play it in scrims, he's like, you know what? He lost it on stage. We better do this. Poppy was the same ban as game 1 for NRG as well.
And I want to see what the first pick's going to be. You have to believe it's something around Smolder. But yeah, just like in general, you look through. Wow. Okay, that's interesting.
Salty run back.
Seems like that's the case. And anytime you go into a best of 5 in game 2, it's like, well, our entire scrim week was based around this perception, and we don't want to change it off one game. And they had a really weird start to that first game, so might be the case. And with how FBI is playing, I don't know how you guys feel about it. His Smolder gameplay throughout the split, I've been impressed with.
Yeah, I mean, and he's progressively getting better at the pick.
Yes.
You can see he's getting more efficient with clearing each wave. This hover is what we were talking about in game 1 could be a potential change, because when you take away the Tahm Kench, you're locking yourself into a melee bot lane, and Senna Seraphine historically has been good against the melee bot lanes. The fact that they're hovering this long, though, makes me feel like I've wasted time, but there it is.
Oh,
wow.
They did lock it in, yeah. And I'm kind of surprised, only because talking to players about new Seraphine, they don't really seem to like her nearly as much. And we'll see what happens with this 100 Thieves bot lane. I am very interested to see that they just didn't pick Smolder for themselves, because I fully expect that third pick on red side for NRG to be Smolder. And then River coming out with the Lee Sin is really interesting. We were talking about how maybe Jax isn't it, if only because he should get so involved with his lanes early. But then you brought up, I mean, Quid's Talia was still amazing, so we'll see how that works out for 100 Thieves as well.
Boss Smolder, don't think so, buddy. We're making sure that that's not happening.
No.
But the Smolder pick is going to come through anyways, and this is going to be interesting for me because 100 Thieves are basically saying that this was just an objectively strong lane versus Tahm Kench lanes. That they feel as though Senna plus, in this case, it's Seraphine, but any mage / enchanter would just be able to provide a lot more during the laning phase, and then team fights, theoretically, before Smolder gets obnoxious, should be able to give them control, but it's interesting that they're holding firm on that belief after last one.
Yeah, and I think what I mentioned this prior to the break, but I do think there is a lot more that 100 Thieves can do with this Senna bot lane. They can rotate the Senna around if they want to. They can more heavily prioritize grubs, or just rotating her around the map a lot more frequently. I think there's still so many things you can do with a Senna in your composition, especially if you want to go for really high-powered solo lanes, which is how 100 Thieves naturally like to play.
Yeah, and as a Senna Seraphine enjoyer myself, I think there are specific team comps in which it's better. I really like it with diving bruisers. So Lee Sin actually doesn't fit amazingly to me. Weirdly enough, something like Jax or Viego would be better, but I can understand you want the early game power of the Lee Sin. But in terms of top lane matchups, like the Aatrox ban, I think is very good by NRG, because that's almost the perfect type of top lane champion you want when you have essentially double enchanter bot.
And it usually works with what 100 Thieves would like to pick when they have the Seraphine. Like, Aatrox is one, as you had mentioned, but another pick that's still on the table is the Yone from Quid.
Yep.
So usually
that's really good with this.
Yeah, so they'd run that with the competition, easier to reach the backline. The only concern is going to be if you're playing Yone, obviously you are just diving straight into the linear line, which is going to be easier for Ahri to deal with in fights, but also for Tahm Kench to be saving Smolder if you're doing it right from the jump in the fight. So we've already talked about it, and I love this side. Oh, Jax.
Or mid, who knows? It's probably Jax top, though.
That's true. But yeah, just going to be interesting to see how FBI ends up positioning with the pick. Going to be really important. Let's see what the last pick is looking like for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, so I mean, it's likely the blind pick Jax top, and now they're able to pick into the Ahri, unless they've gone off the rails. This is more of a, this is more of them trying to remind NRG of what happened.
Locked in!
It's locked in. We got Vigar mid.
Weird. Yeah, I think it's historically good into Ahri. I don't know if it's good into Ahri now.
I remember this last build on that one was the tank build on Veigar.
Yep.
So it was more haste, of course, and also just harder to be able to chip down.
Yeah. I think the big carry kind of that you're facilitating, obviously the Vigar, but then the Jax.
and
We'll
a
see.
gangplank
GP
from Dokla. So reaching back for old school things that could actually get early lane push against the Jax. I'm always curious in these Senna Seraphine compositions, Emily. Like usually Senna Seraphine means we win 5v5, and then the other team tries to pick better split push. But this NRG team, also incredibly powerful 5v5, so we could be in for a very team fight heavy game. That's it from the lounge. Casters, what do you think?
Thank you, Jad and friends over at the lounge. We're here with the dive cast once again, going into game 2. Immediate thoughts on the draft. What do you guys think?
Well, I haven't seen a GP in a while outside of solo queue. That's kind of interesting to see.
Will it or will it not be Smoldering time in game 2?
Oh, I mean, it is by default. I believe Smoldering time.
Yeah, I mean, the Gangplank ultimate also helps out Smolder for bottom side. As long as Gangplank can just chill on top side and then use ultimate to have another form of wave clear for the Smolder. Not only can you call your mom, but you can call your dad Gangplank too.
Oh, man.
How's that work? Anyway.
It works. I mean,
I think the big if there is if top lane can be stable, though, because I don't see Jax versus GP as a farm lane, especially not with these junglers, Lisa versus Sinjao. I expect...
Sniper doesn't see it as a farm lane.
Oh, I mean, neither of them should. I expect to see quite a bloody top lane.
Well, and especially just in melee matchups versus GP, if you try to make it a farm lane, you lose. He's just going to be queuing you on cooldown and harassing you. You need to take trades. You need to be able to jump forward on him and get someone aggressive, or you just get pounded under your tower, right? Like, you can't allow GP to just have that free lane, so it will be bloody. I will say this is going to be a much harder lane for Smolder down in the 2v2. There is not a freebie champion to farm off of. There's no like orange to just get Q stacks off of in the early game. It is double range now, so there is going to be more poke. There is going to be more harassment that's coming through.
Yeah, Seraphine got 4 or 5 paragraphs of changes in 14.5 in attempts to take down the power of, as we're getting a lot of champions on screen right now. I think we have double overlay.
We'll get that fixed up, but we have to go to Raz with 100 Thieves coach, Golden Glue.
What's up? I got Golden Glue for this interview here. Quick question. You got some change-ups in the draft, Vagar being one of them, and the other one actually letting the Smolder through again. Just thoughts on that?
Yeah, Smolder was a big problem last game. We kind of got outscaled by it. This game we picked more scaling, obviously, with a Vagar and Seraphine, so I think we can still pressure the Smolder early, but this game we have better scaling to match it.
Okay. Second question, just simple. How's River feeling? Of course, just because I heard you guys didn't get much practice with him with him being sick.
I think he's feeling okay. I think we feel a little like under the weather, but I think last game the main problem was like the Jax just probably wasn't the best pick. We probably could have banned differently in 4 or 5. So this game I think he's set up more for success.
Sweet, thanks a lot. You can go for it.
Thanks.
All right, appreciate you.
So I want to talk a bit about the Seraphine changes because there's so many of them. I know a lot of people didn't read them. But there are some specific ones that adjust how easy it is to CS. The damage to minions for your passive was taken down, also on the Q. But one big thing for the Q, it used to prevent minions from dying to other minions while the Q was in flight so that it was easier for people to CS. They took that away. So we'll see if that actually affects Ayla's CSing at all. I mean, he's against Tom Kench and Smolder here. I don't think it'll be a problem for a pro player, and they are still going to get the push, even with the reduced damage to minions, but definitely something to keep in mind if he does have less gold than usual.
What do you think about this? So River did the exact same clear that he did last time. 3 camps bot, bases gets a longsword, goes top.
Yeah, I'm not really sure why he's doing the recall there.
Yeah, like, we never really see this.
I think, so if you do Raptors, Red, Krugs, usually your 2 options are a bot gank afterwards. Well, I guess 3 options, bot gank, mid gank, or invade. I guess if you don't think either lane is invadable or would require a counter gank, and since you have started blue, this is fine. But it does seem a little weird that he opted to do this both games.
Yeah, with his timing, it actually works out fine. So then he ends up here with a longsword, and you see Jax right now. Sniper's going to find Contracts, who's finishing his Krugs as Contracts goes back in for it. Oh, I wanted to see the mini Krugs. There's so much gold in those. Nobody pays attention to those, but 14 gold each. Those things are not pennies on the ground.
I had it on my screen. Sniper got a couple of them, and he's going to have to flash over the wall, but Contracts might be able to just follow him. We'll see. There's the flash, and there is the follow, and Sniper is looking like he's going to go down. It's a solo kill for the jungler at 3:50 into the game. When's the last time you saw that?
Get the hell out of my jungle!
That is the craziest way to die, bro. Like, what was that?
Oh my god, that was one for the junglers all over the place. I felt that one. All these top laners have constantly been invading junglers for so long. You know, the level 1 invades, then we have the push up here invade on
those bullies. Quit picking on the jungle.
On Krugs, but Contract's like, all right, you just used your Counter-Strike. Found you, and he's not going to give up on the chase. I guess maybe you could be like, if River was there, you know, maybe it could have been dangerous. Oh, what if he baited you or something? Yeah. But so Contracts was not second guessing that. He was kicking that Jax out of the jungle.
Definitely a pretty big oopsie. We also have to talk a little bit more about the bot lane as well, because it has been pivotal for both of these two teams. This has been the bot lane different matchups, as we have Sniper on the run, going to be punk-chunked out. And this is actually rough because they could dive this, and he has no TP. If he gets dove here or has to back off even, it'd be really rough. But they are worried about where Lee Sin could be. If Lee Sin was behind him, it would not go well.
They are picking assist on the Grubs too, but the top trap was picked up by River here, so they don't care.
Oh, there's a flash forward from Ayla. It's going to cause the response there. As Hui flashed in on Ayla. Ayla flashes out to try to get to safety. It is a Swifty Boots rush there for Meech. Ayla has not actually taken the time to go back to base just yet, and is, of course, the farming Seraphine as expected. That is going to be getting pressured here until Sen is back in lane.
Yeah, I feel like that was kind of a bullet dodged by Sniper there. That situation just seems so scary. You know, you've lost your TP and flash. You have a huge wave stacking against you. And he actually just bluffed it, staying under the turret there. I think NRG probably could have dove him, but it wouldn't have been clean, and not knowing where Lee Sin is.
I think that's just, again, shows the importance of hiding information as a jungler, right? Because if River had walked somewhere carelessly and revealed where he was, like if they knew he was on bot side, I think Sniper's game is actually over there if he gets dove.
Yeah, that would have been real bad. But usually that's how top lane works. Like your first death when you have TP, it's not a big deal, but if something bad happens again right after that, like it's time to go next.
Let's see if they get repeat ganks on him while his flash is down too, because flash was blown there.
Is going to be spotted. Does he have a ward in pocket? He does not. They don't know that he doesn't have a trinket ward, but that's actually pretty big, as you can just obviously leap strike to safety in a lot of cases. But now you're in this awkward spot where it's kind of stuck outside of GP's tower.
Also, other big thing about the early game for these team compositions, whenever you have a Veigar mid, you're not doing a lot of roaming, and the Ahri should have bigger possibilities of making plays with.
Oh, they're going to drop the ulti here. River's here, but Contracts is here as well. They're both getting incredibly low, and Joker's going to go for it. There's a flash to follow from River, and he takes him down, hits him with the cripple to slow him, and then in goes Contracts now. He's going to try to take the 1v2, but the Counter-Strike's going to be back up here soon, I think, from Sniper, and Contracts may have bitten off more than he can swallow. Contracts goes too far. The cooldown's coming back up, and he gets taken down. Now, does Palafox want a piece? Is he going to go in as well? Don't think he should, and Quits arrives, so not going to be any more action.
Disaster for NRG there. The idea of the play was good, but the execution just wasn't there. Dokla went a little too early. Contracts wasn't close enough. And then River just killed him. I think Contracts, that was a little bit of like the guilt play. It's like, oh man, I don't want to.
Sorry, bro, don't worry, I got it.
Let him get away.
Yeah. How could you just do that to my top laner? Oh, whoops, I made it worse. Honestly, though, big credit to River, because River coming around the edge there, Dokla walking up wasn't ready for that. River flashes in, gets the punish. I wonder if we can get a vision toggle. It's probably too late right now. Oh, here we go. So this is exactly what I wanted. This is exactly what I wanted. MVP River, because he walks up and he skirted that vision. It was so smart. He came through lane, by the way, so he knew he wasn't going over wards, going through lane, and then he goes around that little alcove and just on the edge of vision. So Dokla didn't know until it was too late, and he followed the flash. Then you know it's the follow-on kind of tiltish play that you guys are talking about.
Yeah, I mean, that hurts. I think that if I was their coach during this review, I think Dokla may have gone a little bit too early, because the timer you have for that play is Jax needs to clear the wave, get his wave to crash. He still had all the range minions to get through, so Dokla didn't actually need to all in right away. He could have waited for Contracts to get closer, but Obviously not what happened, and yeah, pretty rough.
It's tough, right? Because I think he felt like, oh, he just jumped forward, he just used his leap strike, he just used his counter strike. Now is my time to go, right? He doesn't have a way to leap strike back out of safety. But obviously, River, beat them to the punch. It was there first, and at the end of the day, it is River that comes away with both of the kills. At the very least, I think I'm really happy that Jax didn't get those kills, because if I'm GP and Jax got both those kills, I don't want to play the game anymore. So it's going to be at least a little bit of a consolation there for them, but we'll see what River can get done with it, because he has been, I would say, one of the best junglers in the league at actually snowballing these advantages.
Yeah, you say that until River goes legendary. There's Lee Sin's all over the place. They're going back top lane, though.
At least it's not in my lane.
Yeah. I can't see the problem. It's not my problem.
Exactly. I just close my eyes a little bit. We squint, don't see the problem. Here's Senna on the roam. This has been one of the big talks about Senna versus Smolder, is the fact that Smolder's locked to bot lane. Senna just moves around the map. Of course, Seraphine is more easily dove than like a Nautilus or a Tahm Kench, but we know that both supports have made that roam. So Ayla not really going to be under threat whatsoever here, I don't think.
Are both mid laners running Spellbook this game?
It is Spellbook for both mid laners, yes.
Interesting. Haven't seen that too much recently. Used to be a thing, but
I feel like it's just the thought of it's going to be an unattractive matchup. Maybe can't get anything done, so you can kind of add a little bit of additional value perhaps later on. Swap over Ruined Sauce at a key moment or something like that.
Definitely. 100 Thieves going to stop the NRG from getting 6 scrubs. I think it's probably smart for NRG not to contest this. Man, it's tough being the jungler on the GP side of this top lane matchup, because it's a volatile lane, but Jax can force it much harder than GP can.
Yeah.
So, like you want to be hovering, but you can't just completely neglect your camps.
Yeah, and Dokla senses the dive coming, so he's going to drop the ulti to clear out the rest of the wave, but they're already behind him. Contracts is here to try to reinforce, and so is Palafox, and there's the kick in from River, but the Spirit Rush going to get popped. In comes the Dawning Shadow to try to keep River alive, but it's a shutdown, and it goes to GP. That is huge. Palafox now going to look for another charm. We'll see if they can actually dodge out on it. Holding it, being very patient. There's the flash. The flash response comes in from Meech. Nicely done, and the barrel is going to be able to pick up another as the parlay comes through, and Meech just gets exploded.
Wow, that was so smart from NRG. Do you see how early they called to cover this topside play? And then they're all coming up, and Palafox.
Oh, look at look here. He has ult. He's going to go for it. We'll see if he can actually connect on the ulti. Doesn't actually send it. I thought he was going to go for sure. Instead, it's just going to be the mom traded out for a little bit of a heal. Pretty surprised. I thought he might have been able to have an angle to go for it there, but I guess because he didn't have his passive stacked up, he didn't have an empowered ability right away. Didn't think he'd go for it. Here is the replay one more time from top lane.
So Sniper pushing it up, as you're talking about, on the Jax, trying to force it, and then River comes around through the jungle, but they did see Meech also coming up through River, so that causes NRG, 3 members coming over to counter the play. Contracts from the top side, Palafox from bottom, and if you kick the Ahri, just ult right back, no problem for him, and they get the chase down here. This is what I'm talking about when it's so painful. We're talking about, viewpoints of junglers and like, oh man, my GP side is so hard to play. Well, if the opponents have the Veigar and you have the Ahri, you're like, yes, hell yes. Yeah. I've got the Ahri who can roam first. I've got the Ahri who can set up so many plays. And that right there was, an Ahri versus Veigar moment where Veigar had been farming mid, Ahri comes up and they get the bounty off of River. Oh, then they get the shutdown for Sniper, though.
Oh, no. That is a disaster for Dokla. He got 2 kills off that last. Yeah, he got 2 kills off the last play. Finished his Essence Reaver, had double buffs, and then gives it up there to Sniper. Just a little bit overconfident, stepping too far forward, and Sniper's able to finish him off with an easy jump in.
Another solo kill from the LCS solo kill leader, Sniper.
Yeah, I was going to give Dokla, well, I mean, he still does deserve a lot of credit for the previous play. I think the awareness to ult the wave and keep it from crashing, and then his barrel combo to finish off Meech was really clean. But, that's the thing with GP. He's a very, very mechanically demanding champion. It's pretty easy to mess up.
Palafox is looking, and that barrel combo did connect, so Sniper could be in trouble. River going to try to get in here. A nice dodge there on the charm as Palafox was guessing, and he gets wrong. The Spirit Rush not going to be enough, and now the sidestep on the win becomes lightning. Contract's going to have to pop the Crescent Guard to run out of there, but Quid is coming in. Is he going to look for a flash cage? We'll see. Down in bot lane, another fight breaking out. Contract's in trouble, no Crescent Guard. He's going to get burst down immediately, and now Dokla in trouble, trying to battle it out. Can't take down River. He's going to stay in live. And 100 Thieves pushing down on bot side as well. That was a massive swing, as it has just been a bloodbath up in the top lane. And Sniper versus Dokla, these are two of our most aggressive top laners. These are two of the guys who are going for those solo kills time and time again.
So brutal there. Just pretty much everything going wrong for NRG. Good response to the play from 100 Thieves. Sniper was able to juke out the charm from Palafox.
This was the previous solo kill that we saw.
Sniper's been really good with the barrel game too. I like how they showed the barrel game leading up to this and him blowing the flash for flash trade onto Dokla so that he knew he could go in for this kill.
Yeah, so here is that following play now. As Palafox, he was trying to predict, I think, on the jump there, trying to predict maybe a flash or a leap strike or something. Unfortunately, guesses wrong, doesn't have enough damage.
Yeah, and River's there for the counter. The kick under tower makes it happen, and even though Contracts doesn't tunnel vision this time and try and go for the kill onto Sniper, they just chase him down. Quid has arrived in the game. The Veigar has arrived. The Rod of Ages was completed, so it started stacking now as well.
Ooh.
And
he's taking those hard. Holy, Contracts on some of those player reactions is looking down in the dumps. You wouldn't think that they won the first game.
There's some pretty rough plays for him. Like, you know those hurt. Like, just getting clipped by 2 Lee Sin Qs in a row, just barely being not on time to the play. Maybe a little frustrated.
They're gonna look for a dive here onto Quid, who does have flash, does have heal, but I don't know if it's gonna matter. The cage gonna buy him a little bit of time. The Sentinel comes over the top, trying to shield himself up, but it's just not gonna be enough. It's 3v1, there's nowhere for him to go, but now the question is, can the NRG members get out? Who he's on the run, but in comes River, and now there's the kick back onto Contracts. Contracts goes over the wall there. With the wind becomes lightning. The audacious charge through in onto Meech. Just buys himself a little bit of a time as another kill there does go to River, so they do strike back, but back to the top lane. I mean, this is our #1 and #2 kills leader, solo kill leader in the league.
Certainly is, and it's showing up. You mentioned it. It's a war zone in the top lane this game, but the entire map has been a war zone, actually. And usually it's NRG making these super aggressive plays. They really have been in the full send mode, and they're the team that has the smolder. This time around, 120 stacks at 1540, pretty good. But they are facing a 2 dragon lead from 100 Thieves, a 2,000 gold lead from 100 Thieves, and 100 Thieves have 2 stacking champions, not 1 this time around, with Quid going with Rod of Ages plus his Veigar passive stacking up to 180 already. So this time around, I think the small adjustments that 100 Thieves have made will mean that there is a very different mid and late game.
It's definitely going to be a lot different, but Smolder still stacking pretty well. Not as fast as last game because he's not playing against the Ornn to get all those free stacks, but still 124 stacks here at 16
Counter
minutes.
argument, Smolder. That's fair.
Exactly.
Fair point.
Yeah. Like, they have this and they have this. They can play side lane. They have perfect control of dragons.
Fair enough.
The other team has Smolder. They're like, all right, I can see.
Also, we'll see about Dokla's, mid and late game Gangplank, because that's where Gangplank really shines, when you get the huge barrel chains, catching people off guard, getting really big chunks. Rush control, obviously, early timing, 2 objectives, makes it easier to hit those. But it looks like 100 Thieves are going to burn through this one as well.
This is a Shirelia's Ahri.
Yeah, I was looking at that. It's something that has showed up in solo queue. I mean, people say it's an efficient item, like stat-wise.
Oh, flash in for Ahri, trying to find that charm onto Ayla, but Ayla flashes out. Yeah, it is quite efficient, but obviously you're going to deal a lot less burst than you would with a Lich Bane, with a Horizon Focus. I was actually going to talk about how Quid is probably going to build Shirelia's this game, because we saw him do it last game, but Ahri I wasn't expecting.
Yeah, we see all kinds of crazy builds on Veigar, because he gets so much AP from his passive, you don't necessarily need to build like Glass Cannon.
Yep.
So you'll see like supportive items, full tank items on him. Like you can kind of just get whatever you want.
Yeah, I'm down with Glass Cannon. I'm down with almost anything on Veigar, actually. And Quid, went into some tank items last time around. I actually really like tank items on him too. But I always want a death cap to multiply your passive AP, and he didn't do that last time around, was my only gripe.
Yeah, I didn't like the Landry's. I just felt like the Landry's last time should have been a death cap. But either way, it was a win for them. That was that Veigar Shaco game, as he's going to complete his own Shirelia's now. Interesting fact for you guys. So obviously, when Sniper is doing well, 100 Thieves are generally doing well. They're actually 6-1 when he gets a solo kill.
All right, so good odds.
sign.
Good odds then. They have 3 odds.
sign.
Good odds then.
Good odds.
They have 3 dragons, 2K gold lead, and a sniper solo kill. So
check, check, check.
All the objectives so far taken.
That's the quest.
I have to say though, the Gangplank moments, I'm really looking forward to see if we do get one of those huge barrel chains. Like they can be game changing here.
Yeah.
And he does have his quick blades on top of his Essence Reaver now, so he's starting to get there.
They have a lot of AoE. I mean, between the Smolder ulti, the GP ulti, you know, everything coming through over the top, Smolder Ws, the Q splash. Like, there's a lot of burst and a lot of poke as well. And, you know, Palafox, I think maybe part of the thought process here is they have so much damage on their team with this comp that maybe he can just go Shurelius. River gonna have to disengage there with the kick. Shurelius gonna get popped though. Palafox chasing on in. The exhaust gonna get dropped on him. Mum comes over the top. Meech is there with his ulti of his own. Quid gonna drop the cage. It's gonna be a devour there, and Contract's gonna dash back in with the Crescent Guard pop. Now the TPs are coming in as Jax is gonna arrive. Have 100 Thieves bit off more than they can chew. It doesn't look like it because Sniper is gonna arrive, and I think Contracts now, he's gonna be going down, and Hui might just be going down as well. He's gonna try to take the gate out of there, but there's no shot of that.
You could see how frantic they were in that team fight when they split. And Contracts went back in after he ulted, and Hui went to follow with him, and then the rest of the team went the other way, and there was for sure a split call on that one.
Absolutely. I think the Quid flank really threw them off. Vegar's not a champion you typically see flanking, but I mean, the Shurelias kind of lets you do that, right? Like, he's got Ghost Shurelias. You're not really worried about being ran down. In the execution for NRG around the Veigar was kind of off too. Like, you saw Tom Kench 8 Ahri, so he just didn't get immediately one shot by the ult, and then he spat him back out into the cage, and it was just kind of a mess all around by NRG. Not what you like to see.
Yeah, they couldn't focus on who they wanted to turn on there. They're like, oh, we have someone here, right? And went too many directions. See about the reset though. Now into the side lanes. Veigar can also rely on the Shurelias a bit more, so maybe there's more bonus points for it there, where the active is pretty short cooldown and does give you some more options kiting away in the side lanes. And he's even putting pretty good pressure.
Yeah, I mean, 100 Thieves now moving up into that top side jungle. River was moving up. They saw them going in there. So Palafox knows there is a potential he could get wrapped around on, is going to have to pay respect to that, and will just back it off. Contracts on the other side of the map going to try to put pressure on a Sniper, as they know 100 Thieves is in that top side jungle. But Sniper going to be a really tough person to dive. With just 2, I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, NRG's definitely hesitant to go topside here because, you know, that Dragon Soul's coming up for them in just a little over a minute here. Now, I kind of like how 100 Thieves is playing this. They realize, you know, Dragon Soul, we can take it whenever. They're the ones feeling the pressure.
Ayla's just going to give over a freebie there as he kind of just walked up with no flash in a bad spot. Gets caught and goes down in a hurry, and that is not the end of the world because he's going to be back up before the dragon, but definitely a silly death.
Yeah, pretty chill kill.
Blame the Seraphine changes.
Wait, why are we blaming the Seraphine changes?
Because he died.
She got changed and then he died.
That's your excuse.
Was it in the patch notes that your monitor turns off occasionally?
Yeah. She actually got more move speed, by the way. So.
Oh, so it was like too fast, too furious. Hit the NOS, couldn't control it.
Like, oh my goodness, this extra 5 move speed.
It drove out of control.
Where am I going? Oops, I'm dead.
Understandable.
Snipers may be a little in trouble here. NRG's looking for the pick.
Yeah, they got the Goon Squad coming in. The TP even going to come in from Palafox. The TP here to respawn. We'll see who's going to be able to take him down. Dokla going to drop the ult, but Sniper is just turning and fighting into Dokla. Quid can't do anything. It's going to be a freebie there for NRG. Big pick. This one in time to maybe earn them the dragon. We'll see if it is or not.
Yeah, Jax is dead for 30, and he won't actually have TP on spawn. Definitely raises the question for 100 Thieves here. Do you take this fight knowing NRG used a bunch of cooldowns?
They've got it. They can't give them
at least go for a steal. You've got Lee Sin with Flash here. River can pull some tricks.
Yeah, we'll see. NRG, you know, hovering around the side.
100 Thieves, like, they don't really mind if NRG gets it.
Now, NRG.
But if you're a hero, if you steal it though, you steal the soul. Oh,
true. Wait.
Brew comes in, and they are going to be able to actually get it on the NRG side, but are they going to be able to get out? Huhi getting rooted up. Mom comes over the top. Dokla's already down. 100 Thieves looking like they're winning the fight. Contracts did get the dragon, denies the soul. Cage gonna catch Huhi on the exit. It's a double kill there for River. And now they can just go to Baron. So that is a costly fight. They deny the soul, but they're going to lose the Baron, and might just be the end of the game off that pretty much.
Wow, 100 Thieves, they make the call to go for the kills instead, even with being down one person, and it pays off huge.
I mean, that was a full-on 4v5, and honestly, it was a smite fight. River was in range. Contracts happened to get it, but yeah, not...
I mean, and then River getting inside there on Dokla, killing him in the pit while the rest of the team is pushing off. We saw so much zoning when you have the Veigar, Senna, Seraphine still up. Even though they're less numbers here, look at this. The AoE, the ultimate comes cross.
That looks so hard to play against.
That was insane, yeah.
Yeah, that is really, really rough. There's so much AoE between the cage, the encore coming through from Seraphine.
And the move speed too, you've got Senna's E, Seraphine W, and the Shirelias. You've just got this ball comp with a lot of range, CC. Yeah, a pretty nice team fighting comp by 100 Thieves here.
And the Rod of Ages also popped for Quid. And
Death Cap done too now.
Now he's got Death Cap. All right, he made the only change I really wanted.
He heard you.
I love it. Quid, you're the GOAT.
He's got 937 AP already, 300 from the passive, obviously then being multiplied there by the Death Cap as well. Has hit 16. That ulti is going to deal an absolute absurd amount of damage. It deals between 1,028 and 2,055 damage, depending on their current HP. So pretty much QR could just be a dead Smolder, honestly. So that is really, really tough to deal with, and something he didn't have to contend with in that previous game. Like, there is a lot of scaling. If you get chunked down a little bit, Veigar could just flash ult you and you could just be gone if Hui is not really on point to devour you, to save you from these abilities. But Palafox looking for Sniper. Great sidesteps on both the Orb of Deception and the Charm, but Dokla is here as well. How quickly can they take him down? Sniper going to try to waste their time as the rest of his team is actually pushing up mid lane, and Sniper is not going down in a hurry. I think eventually NRG will be able to get him, but how much are they going to lose in the meanwhile as FBI going to pop the ulti mid lane to try to clear out this wave. NRG do get the kill on Sniper, but it costs them a couple towers here in mid lane, and 100 Thieves pushing up, trying to take the most. They also have that wave down in bot to be able to rotate over.
Dude, Quid Veigar is in their face, past the tower, threatening the cage, not letting them even move into damaging these baroned up
Contracts is caught, and he's in trouble. The Crescent Guard going to get popped to try to keep him safe in the midst of that cage as he knocks back River. River connects another Sonic Wave. He's going to go in for the Resonating Strike, but FBI jumps back to safety, and FBI flashes forward and gets a big shutdown there for Smolder. Does get caught by the W from Veigar, though, chunked down to about half HP, so FBI has to be careful. On the other side, it's Dokla split pushing, picking up a turret bounty, so getting some gold back in their pockets will cost them the inhibitor, but I think they're going to be able to easily hold at the Nexus, and Dokla just got a lot of gold back for the team. FBI just got a massive shutdown as well. There's some signs of life here for NRG.
Yeah, I like that call by NRG there. They recognize, you know, we don't need GP to come back. It's not that dire. We can hold our Nexus. We'll give the inhib. And yeah, they managed to hold off the push pretty nicely, getting a kill back. That whole time I was just staring at Veigar, like he's holding a nuke in his hand with that ultimate, and I'm just wondering who he's throwing it at. It looked like he could have got Xin at one point, but I guess he was probably trying to save it for Smolder.
Yeah.
Ended up not getting to use it.
He hit Smolder at one point with a W and got him to about half, and I was wondering if there was an angle to go for, you know, just a flash R. I don't know if he knows for sure that it would kill him from that health, but Smolder has gotten the stacks, so 277 stacks. It's kind of up to FBI and Dokla, I feel like, you know, to be able to really be that late game carry.
I mean, we're getting to the point, even though 100 Thieves still have the gold lead, and we're not there yet, because NRG also has, you know, Gangplank and Smolder. It's like both teams arming the nukes and getting ready. It's see which ones hit first, because Dokla now,
he's very rich.
Got his collector as well. Yep, the Gangplank quite rich here, and we might get to see some of those late game you know, chains that we were looking for, those game-saving possibilities. 100 Thieves, though, still very much in the driver's seat here. 5K the gold lead after their Baron push. They still have the possibility of a soul coming up very shortly.
Exactly, and that's the most difficult part here for NRG is every 5 minutes you have to show up, you have to be able to fight that dragon, deny Hex Soul, and if you make a mistake there, the game's just going to end because you have an open base now as well. Palafox, if he gets caught out here, would be devastating, and River's going to go forward. There's the kick. Sonic Wave connects, but doesn't feel like he can take it through. Now going to go in. Palafox dashes back, hits the charm, but the TP is coming in behind Palafox, and he's got to flash out of there. NRG have got to run, but Contracts is caught. Contracts is gone. That's at least soul. But the question is, are they just going to push and try to end the game? And 100 Thieves posturing aggressively look like they want to do just that. It's going to be up to FBI and Dokla. They've got to clear this wave. There's the GP ulti, going to get dropped. The cage narrowly does not connect onto FBI, and FBI trying to soften up Sniper. Sniper going to be able to jump back. It looks like NRG will hold here. But did 100 Thieves waste too much time? You know, can they actually buy time now for Contracts to come back up? Sniper going to jump in. There's the Devour on FBI as Sniper now in trouble. But Quid pushing FBI back as Sniper was in trouble with no Counter-Strike. Quid just steps forward and pushes the Smolder out. He knows. He's holding that nuke, like you said.
He's threatening the launch.
Yep. He's like, I'll press the button.
I kind of wanted to see them keep going with it. You know, like using the first wave, they got one Nexus turret, and they had a new wave coming in. I would have liked to see them pressure there, but obviously it would have been risky. Not a bad call. They just could fall back to Dragon.
Yeah, and you got guaranteed soul if you just don't die, right? So they're going to be able to go back. Now they have that Hex Tech soul over the top, and they have some champions that really easily apply it. I like the Seraphine with the empowered Q. It's so easy to just get a little bit of tick of damage. The passive autos as well from Seraphine, super long range. So it's going to be very, very difficult for NRG now.
Now, NRG have been our team that have had some of the biggest gold comebacks in the LCS. Not just this split, but throughout the history of this team. And a lot of those come from them getting really sneaky towards this stage of the game. They've been one of the best teams at carving out Fog of War and then going for those surprise plays. And they certainly do, as we went over, have some damage options to make some, game-saving picks. But right now, they're just getting pushed in and corralled.
Oh, they're stacking here, and they're going to look for a River. Contracts goes in, pops the Crescent Guard. In goes Palafox to try to follow it up. But it's already, the nuke gets dropped from Quid. FBI is just gone, and you feel like that could be the end of it. But Quid on the other side will fall as well. Dokla is still alive. He's got to get out of there because Sniper's flashing forward, trying to finish the game. Going to continue piling in. The tower only has one hit, but they don't even need it. There's the Encore coming out there from Ayla, trying to actually root him up. Not going to be able to do so, but Dokla is going to fall. No way out for him. NRG are gone. 100 Thieves should be able to tie this one up. They just need the minion wave, so they're going to have to do a little bit of waiting to do it, but it looks like it's theirs.
I didn't even see what happened to FBI there. I just blinked and he was gone.
I think he just got flash ulted basically by Quid. Just like Q ult is what I assume happened because Quid was in the back line. FBI was just deleted. And 100 Thieves marching on the Nexus. Great bounce back game from them. They left the Smolder up. They made the adjustments they needed to. And they're going to be able to take a clean one as River kick flashes FBI in. Insult to injury. The Smolder will die on the steps of the Nexus once more. 100 Thieves tied up 1-1.
Great game by River, I gotta say. He looked super good on this Lee set.
He was locked in for sure. And already yesterday, we had one of the most exciting series to watch. This one is going to deliver. They even it up 1-1 here. Looking to go the distance again in the lower bracket. This one is an elimination series. So you must win or you are out of playoffs.
A reminder to all you fans at home, you can cast your own votes for Kia MVP and Kia All-Pro this year. Head on over to KiaLCSAwards.com to place your vote. Now, let's head on over to the lounge to break that one down.
Welcome back. 1-1. So what does that mean now?
Oh, what does that mean?
Neither team lost 4 times in a row. Or if the fourth time was they couldn't lose 5 times in a row.
That's true.
There we go.
I suppose. I mean,
they got one in them.
100 Thieves moves to 7-1 when Sniper gets a solo kill.
Yeah.
I think there's a little bit to that with the amount of confidence he has after it happens and the way they are able to progress as a team.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see.
It started pretty bad though.
He has a lot of confidence here when he is invading.
Yeah, so he got the full push in top lane, and the typical one is either you dirty farm immediately afterwards or you mess with the jungle. He messed with the jungle and then he found out.
Yeah, this was the turnaround though. They have the nice Fog of War toggle here again, where River isn't.
Yep. Yeah, actually, pause and rewind because they pointed this out on cast, but I did like whoop, as we see River he essentially is gonna path through and ends up doing one of these kind of jukes. I always really, really appreciate how River specifically plays with vision. Like he's so aware of where his opponents are going to be placing down vision.
Yeah.
We wanted them to step up because the Jax last game wasn't it. A lot of his games against Cloud9 weren't it, but this game, River did it.
He did.
It was him.
Yeah. And then this setup, actually, I'd want to pause here really quick because I just want to point out that one big thing earlier on in this game or in this play setup, Quid, like Palafox was already feinting here that he was going to set up for this play. So Quid had actually already pinged him out right here earlier.
Right.
And then essentially Quid already is then able to take Hex Gates up and join this fight as we play through it. Because that also kind of makes a difference on the backside that he had initially called out. You know what? They are potentially setting up for this play. Ari is already out of lane.
Yeah, and then Quid makes it too.
And I wanted to make just a note that like that was a whip charm, but in general, Sniper throughout the rest of the game was actually just straight up doing a great job dodging charms, was dodging barrels. They actually ended up using a GP ulti on top of him when they were fighting against Baron, because they couldn't hit him.
This was a 4v5. Sniper had actually died before the fight, using some critical cooldowns, but at this point, the really fast Veigar, like the super speed Veigar, Shirelia's, Senna, Seraphine, all came together and they just got too fed.
Yeah, and even the chat's been also just talking about the issue of scaling. Because after game one, it was pretty much ban Smolder, ban Smolder, ban Smolder. That's what we were echoing too.
Golden Glue didn't listen to chat, neither did River. Look.
Yeah, and then Golden Glue was just talking about how they wanted to actually combat scaling, and they ended up going back to the Veigar. So what do you think of it?
Yeah, I mean, they had Senna, Seraphine, which we weren't necessarily sure because of the Seraphine changes coming through, but it ended up looking really good. They seemed to really know that they wanted to absolutely slam this top side and make sure that there were no advantages there. So that, again, when you have a Senna Seraphine kind of composition, it's like, who are we buffing? Where obviously this Jax is gonna have to pop off. Like that is gonna be doing a ton of damage. And I also really liked early on, I was wondering if they would rotate the Senna top side specifically, and they did to contest and take the second grub set, which I also thought was a good play from them.
Yeah, and all of us predicted a 5-game series, so we're halfway there to making it happen. It's 1-1. All we need is 2-2 to get to 5 games. And as we gear up for Game 3, Raz, you sat down with Sniper for our latest MasterCard Player of the Week interview. Take a watch.
What's up, everyone? We got the Week 6 MasterCard Player of the Week. General Sniper, first of all, congratulations.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Basically, I'll just rapid-fire questions at you. You have 90 seconds to answer. If there's something you don't want to answer, skip to the next question. Got it?
Yep, yes, sir.
All right. 3, 2, 1. Best advice someone has given to you?
Just have fun and enjoy the moment.
Who gave you that advice?
Myself.
You gave yourself that advice?
Yeah, it's like the first thing that came up to mind, you know?
Okay. Who in the world would you want to solo kill? You have any choice.
Definitely the Shy, or only one choice, you said.
Yeah.
The Shy.
Okay. What did you love, hate most about your streaming career?
I loved just like streaming to the fans that wanted to watch me play. What I hated was like getting distracted by chat 24/7.
Okay, game one guy.
Yeah.
Where does the name General Sniper come from?
So I mean, Sniper came from whatever rhymed with Viper, and Sniper was like the first thing that came up.
Yeah.
And then I also played Call of Duty, so I just like added the General part in it.
Who is the better Riven, you or Viper?
Like all time, I'd definitely say I'm the better Riven than Viper is.
Yeah.
Because I obviously like peaked higher than he does, or than he ever did. But right now, he's for sure the better Riven.
Better solo queue player, including Crimson?
Honestly, I think Crimson and Viper are better solo queue players than I am right now.
Yeah.
Just because I'm like so focused on like scrimming and stuff. So.
What will you do now that TikTok is banned?
I mean, I don't even go on TikTok, to be honest.
What?
Yeah, I'm just like Instagram and Twitter.
Similarity or annoyance of having a twin?
Yeah,
5 seconds.
Everybody compares us to each other. But yeah, I mean, that's like the only thing I can think of.
Oh, okay. I guess that literally is a similarity and an annoyance. Actually, a question that I have. So do you remember the dance that you did that you got to like 30K followers? I have another challenge. Do you want to get to 40K?
I mean, I'd be down to get to 40K, yeah. Let's do it.
How about, have you heard of Hugo Hilaire on TikTok?
Never heard of that before.
Would you be willing to do this dance if you get to 40K?
Bro, what is, okay. I'm not gonna even think about doing this dance. This dance is like, it's way too out of my league, you know?
Would you try?
I mean, okay. I wouldn't mind doing it if I got to 40K followers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that a handshake deal?
That's a handshake right there, yeah.
First of all, congratulations. Pick this bad boy up.
Yes, sir.
Tell me about the pose.
I mean, I just had to show off my biceps, you know? I've been like working out recently, and yeah, I just decided to just like flex for the camera, and it turned out pretty good. I like this a lot.
Congratulations.
Thank you. So nice.
Make more good in the Kia Sportage X Pro. Kia, movement that inspires.
Red Bull gives you wings.
is here as well. Sniper is teleported into the play, but River falls before he's able to get anything done. Meech is in the thick of it all. They're trying to pour everything into this play. They're trying to come back in this game. Quinn doesn't flash over the wall, but it doesn't matter. He's still living. Quinn is popping.
Whoa, whoa. Oh my.
Okay, Quid is too good.
Did he flash the Toledo view?
I'm sorry, Quid. I wasn't familiar with your game.
Holy Quid, you're so good. MVP.
Quid has been very, very good for 100 Thieves, and I'm glad he's getting to show some of that in playoffs.
That was a sick advertisement. While people are still voting for MVPs too, how much did he pay?
Paid by Quid.
How did he get that ad on the LCS broadcast?
I think he had some extra gold from the Veigar game.
Well spent.
Well I like that.
Spent.
I see you. I see you.
I saw he had it ready in his eyes.
Yeah, you saw the twinkle in his eyes.
He's waiting to use it. All right, let's get into game number 3 here. We are
bust it out.
We are all tied up. Actually, this cast sponsored by the Dive, so we should get some Dive ads in here too.
They can't stop you. You can do you can say whatever you want.
We're gonna have a new episode coming out Wednesday. Pretty soon.
There you go. Wednesday is pretty soon. New episode will be coming out. If you haven't watched the Dive this split, it's been great with Meteos. It's been fun having him on.
It's been so much better.
It's so good. That other guy, I don't even remember his name, but he was trash.
Yeah. Something Z.
Hi, Mark.
Actually.
All right. Well, we're heading into the draft here for game number 3. What are your expected changes? If Smolder's up, do you think 100 Thieves even take it after the last one?
I would expect yes, but we already see a Cinnaband coming in from 100 Thieves, and it's different because NRG is blue side this time. They've been red up until this point.
Would you ban Veigar and be like, okay, well, Veigar is probably the reason that we wouldn't be able to have a clean Smolder game and then force it?
I don't think I'd ban him in the first 3. Maybe phase 2 if it looks like a good situation for him, but I don't think he's a blind pickable champion.
So Ari's going to get banned out. Senna's been banned out. So a couple of key champions from this series thus far are now gone. Waiting for that final ban here for NRG, who again, they are going to be on blue side. So what is 100 Thieves going to take away from them? What don't they want them to be able to first pick here?
I'm thinking Smolder, but we'll see. Nope. Hey, Smolder is available.
So even with
Nautilus too.
Senna banned away, they're like, yeah, no problem. Have the Smolder. Nautilus has been ridiculously popular on 14.5. It is the most picked champion, I believe, by far. Yeah, it has about 20 more picks than the second most, actually. It's Ari second, Rel third. These are the most popular champions on 14.5. It's going to be Varus locked in. We've seen Varus, obviously, with just standard supports. We've also seen a lot of double marksman stuff. Varus Ashe, very popular. So that is on the table. 100 Thieves, though, they have the Smolder option if they want it.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see if this series has been some setup for this turn. Like 100 Thieves, first goal is to show that we can beat the Smolder, and then leave it up so that we can get it on red side on the way back after NRG are no longer willing to pick it.
I wouldn't be surprised if they don't opt for Smolder this game.
With a Nautilus already? Probably.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't make a lot of sense. Plus, if you pick Smolder and Nautilus and they go like Varus Ashe or something,
you're not going to have fun.
You're going to have a horrible time. So I would not be surprised to see them opt for a stronger laner.
I love these because there's not only do you have the Shaco game, but the Rengar hover. Do you remember the MSI River Rengar?
I try not to.
I hope not. Yeah,
I try not to.
That was the other shout out.
Oh, God. Yeah.
I love it, though. He's got a really good attitude about it. Bounce back. Obviously, had a rough time there, but locks in the Lee Sin instead.
Yeah, I kind of want to see Contracts try something other than Zinjao. I think
some Poppy, maybe?
Yeah, Poppy's up. His Rel's really good. I think, yeah, I mean, there's Rel. It could be bot, could be jungle. I really like Contracts on these style of champions because with his Zinjao, he's playing really aggressive, but Zinjao can't really get out in the same way that
go in,
someone like Rel can.
That's why I really liked their one where they have the Tom Kench with it, because he was sometimes eating Smolder, and then sometimes he would just eat the Zinzao after the Zin ultimate went off. But of course, if they don't have that, then you've got no extra.
Oh, Ori Rel. I like this first 3 from NRG. Just very solid, strong lanes and great team fight already coming out.
Yeah, Kaisa definitely a strong possibility. You know, pretty strong on this patch. A lot of players are really starting to like it. There obviously are different builds. There's a build that LS has been kind of peddling, you know, where you are getting multiple upgrades. You're turning more into kind of like AP champion later on, where you do have that long range, that poke.
Broken.
That build is really strong. It turns on kind of later though, so I know we do still see things like Shiv and AD, and we see those on hit style. So there are multiple options here for Meech. But 100 Thieves, obviously, with the makings of pretty heavy dive on the other side. NRG setting up for definitely a really strong 5v5 comp. The Nocturne ban is going to come through. Of course, this could be Rel jungle, it could be Rel support, but they are concerned about, you know, that potential engage with that Ori Nocturne combo.
And the Olaf ban here from NRG too. Sniper had a really amazing, super weak Olaf game, getting some 1v2s rolling over the game. And that's actually one of the champions that Dokla hasn't played yet. As far as the top laners, most of them have started picking it up, so he probably has it in the back, but they're gonna ban it away here from 100.
Yep, and then the Ashe ban makes sense. You're worried about the Varus Ashe bot lane. Very hard to lane against early game.
It's definitely going to be difficult. We'll see what the final ban will be here for NRG. What do they want to take away from 100 Thieves? I'm kind of expecting just another top lane ban, honestly.
Yeah, maybe Renekton, Aatrox.
Yeah, just something aggressive, something that actually fits with the theme of the comp. But instead, it's going to be Karma. So they're concerned about a potential Karma mid, very likely. That maybe it would be, you know, a carry top for Sniper or Karma mid here as the answer into Palafox, you know, buffing up the team, allowing them to go forward.
Quid.
Akali would make sense.
Do it. Nice.
Yeah, we saw this, I want to say, was it at Worlds, where we're seeing a lot of Akalis being picked into Orianna just because, like, the lane's not great. You're getting pushed in.
Yeah.
But the real advantage comes later in the game when you go into the side lane. Like, Ori isn't very good at surviving Akalis all in, so definitely going to play for that.
So what do you want to see here from Dokla? I'm kind of just expecting Renekton blind because that's generally what we see on blue side as people default to. But then the question becomes, does Sniper have, you know, enough of a cook here to actually get a real advantage on red side with that 5th pick counter pick?
Yeah, I was expecting Renekton or Cassante. I wonder how much he's thinking about the Riven.
Ooh, I love this pick. I think Renata is so hard to play in against 400 Thieves comp. They're full dive. You have to go forward. You're trying to pile in on the Ori. You're trying to pile in on this Varus. All of a sudden, there's bailout to deal with. There's the hostile takeover to deal with. That can absolutely crush you in a team fight.
Yeah, it looks like he's hovering the Jax. Worked well last game, you know, why not?
And it is generally considered to be a skill matchup. Obviously can be difficult. You know, once Renekton gets the first couple levels, then he can start to bully this lane. Level 1 obviously going to go heavily towards Jax. Renekton kind of needs all 3 abilities, but then, you know, Renekton can be pretty strong in this matchup, and it just kind of comes down to, can you actually counter-strike the Renekton stun, or can Renekton kind of win that mind game and be able to land that? Jax, of course, can outscale as well, but can be more difficult to pilot, I think, in 5v5, it's fair to say.
Looking at the team comps fully fleshed out now, too, I really want Meech to go for the poke build. Yes, you do need the 2-item power spike before you have real power, but having the poke as an option here to play fights differently and not have to rush in seems so valuable. And 100 Thieves have really good side lanes too, so I feel like 100 Thieves should be playing a lot of the map here, trying to get their solo lanes ahead. Then you've got a Jax and an Akali split pushing, and as long as the Renekton didn't get super far ahead, I think you've got control of the map.
It's interesting because, you know, on the other side, there's such a strong 5v5, and I do feel like it's going to be very difficult for 100 Thieves to actually be able to deal with what NRG have in 5v5 unless they can get really good TP wards, unless they can have flanks, because if you're walking straight at them, there's just no way you're going to be able to actually deal with this Rel Orianna with the Renata behind them to actually support. It'll be incredibly difficult, so I do think 5v5 can be quite difficult for 100 Thieves to execute on. Of course, there's always a chance that you can make it happen, but the ease of execution is so heavily on the side of NRG, I feel like.
Absolutely. I expect this would be a game where 100 Thieves is probably going to want to put resources toward top lane and mid early, get your solos ahead, maybe pick up some grubs so you can play split. Whereas NRG, you really want team fights. You really want to start stacking Dragon as early as possible, play off your bot lane prio. So we will see which team can do better at those goals.
Also worth noting, it is going to be lethal tempo for both of the ADs, so FBI definitely not going to be going lethality. We'll see if Meech does want to go towards that more poke style. I think maybe a concern is if you do go heavily towards AP, Jax is pretty heavily magic damage, Akali is all magic damage, you know, maybe you're kind of over-indexing in that And then things like, Mercs and Ma and stuff become really, really high value.
You think that's worth doing, is Varus? Like, it's so tempting. I can hit like a 4 or 5 man E, but it does tell them that, like, I know you're there.
Just think about the insane DPM you're gaining.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah. Bring up the stats. We'll see how much damage he's done. But now we have Raz standing by with NRG coach ThinkGuard.
Yeah, we got ThinkGuard with me. First question for you, just based off the last game. What adaptations do you feel like your team needs to make in-game to come out with a win?
Oh, yeah. So I think we've been doing quite well in the early game, honestly. We've gotten some good leads. We're just kind of playing too greedy, going for too much. And as long as we kind of tone it down a little bit, I think we'll be in control for a lot of these games. So I think we're playing against ourselves at this point.
Yeah, and I see you've drafted a lot more of a standard draft here, front to back. Specifically, the round that I did like. What about this comp do you feel like the team needs to do to come out with the win in team fights?
Yeah, so this team is all about matching the flankers. If Akali and Jax can come at us from multiple angles while Nautilus is going in, it gets hard. If we are marking them and they're all in front of us, then the fights are very easy.
Sweet, sounds good to me. Thank you a lot, and right back to the casters.
Yeah, pretty straightforward what we were thinking, try and play side lanes for 100 Thieves. If NRG can control those, then it should be a lot easier for them front to back. 100 Thieves, though, I had to say, off of that last game, got to be feeling pretty confident. Try and use your momentum here on stage. The deep wards are going to be very helpful, though, for NRG, of course. They had the Raptors warded as well as the Blue Gromp. So you definitely know you're going to get sight of River, and he's the guy you have to keep track of.
So talk to us about jungle in the early game here, Meteos. If you're playing as River, if you're playing as Contracts, what are the lanes that you're looking to focus towards, and what kind of objectives are you trying to get done?
Touched on a little bit earlier, but I think River's gonna for sure want to look top side. Just try to make sure your Jax is beating Renekton. You don't necessarily have to gank the lane a lot, but you do kind of want to play around him, whether that's marking Rel. You just don't want your Jax getting ganked for the most part, and if you see an opportunity, you can gank Renekton or Orianna. And yeah, that's going to be your main goal. If they're setting up a dive bot, you might have to cover, but ideally you're just playing top side, getting grubs, and just trying to skirmish because you're really strong at that.
How about for Contracts then?
He's just going to want to dragon stack this game. He's again, he'll have to cover his lanes if they're in a bad spot. If a lane's getting stacked up on and it seems like a dive's coming in, you want to be there for it. But if not, just make sure your bot lane can keep winning, get as many dragons as you can, and both junglers have gank opportunities. There's Lee Sin and Rel. They've got good tools for it, so you'll play around the enemy's vision and take what opportunities you can get.
This mid lane matchup always feels to me like it's Orianna's mana versus Akali's HP, right? Because the Akali is just trying to outlast that, be able to stay around and pick up as much farm as possible before he can stabilize later on. So obviously Sniper going to be able to get the push at level 1, does get the bounce, and River takes the crab, should be able to walk out of there no problem. But after you do get that initial push in, Renekton can be able to take it over.
Oh, and the energy emote.
Pissed him off. Contracts is going to keep following and take your Raptors now.
Well, Doka's here now too, so now they're bringing the squad, and it looked like Contracts got almost all of those.
I love last series we had a whole bunch of all chat going. Now we're getting River using opponent's team flare. Nice.
Look at that team play by Dokla. Love to see it.
Protects the
big plays.
If you're River, though, you don't feel too bad about that because the early path he did Raptors, Wolves, Grom, which makes it so like your second spawn of camps comes up really quick. So even though you lost one camp, he'll still have more to farm.
And he's going to double scuttle anyway, so it's really not that big a deal. If he lost the scuttle and lost his Raptors, then maybe you're a little bit sad, but he's in a pretty good spot. Early CDR boots picked up here for Contracts. Pretty par for the course here for jungle tank junglers, but we are seeing more and more people skipping this and just going straight Night Vow.
Yeah, Night Vow rush.
Yeah, jungle's weak. Don't bother with real items, your support.
It's so efficient. It's insane. Setting up your carries. Honestly, too, so good for topside skirmishes. And if you guys have been talking about the grubs a lot, so much vision up here. 400 Thieves. Sniper pushed up. He even was able to get the wave behind tower, gets his recall off and teleports back. So he's just going to be that dragon stacking for energy and the grubs 400 Thieves.
Mark has been in chat trying to flame us, say that the dive was better when he was on. Ain't no way, Mark. You're old news, Mark.
wouldn't say
Honestly,
that.
we've moved on to a newer, hotter co-host.
Honestly, I think we should give him a fair say and put it to a vote for chat. So let's get an LCS chat vote. I want to see how hard Meteos stomps Mark. Do you think
option 1, Meteos is better. Option 2, Mark is worse.
Yeah, exactly. That's the perfect poll there.
Oh, we see a dive coming in on Dokla. How close is he to
Dokla
six?
going to be in a lot of trouble. Does get six, but he can't actually pop the Dominus. Gets stunned up and burst down. Tried to get it off, but the Counter-Strike timed perfectly. And River able to come in and burst him down. Dokla had never been able to actually get back to base, largely in part due to the fact that his recall got stopped by River after that Raptors invade. They went over to Raptors. He had to stop his recall, blocked the Q to actually allow Contracts to recall, but that meant he didn't ever had gone back to base. He had no additional stats, no additional buy.
Yeah, I think it's really smart punish by 100 Thieves there, and just well executed, right? Like, it's diving or Renekton with ulti is not the easiest thing, but they did find the window.
Yeah, and River, of course, did leave behind one grub there in order to go for that dive, so Contracts will pick it up. Get your nice little bonus experience, get your nice little single grub denial here.
I always wonder in that situation, is it actually worth clearing the grubs as well? Because you do get extra XP, like each jungler for the first grub they kill gets bonus experience, but it starts the respawn. And I kind of feel like you don't want the grubs to respawn. Like you're cool just not interact with them all game.
But
spend the time.
But would you like them to kind of draw 100 Thieves up there for next Dragon so you can continue Dragon stacking uncontested?
Yeah, maybe. I think you can contest it even if Lee Sin's here.
Yeah, some little grub bait. the worms on the end of the hook.
Here's a jump forward. Nice stun from Dokla, but he will still have a dash out. And we'll have to be playing pretty safe around the top side. I mean, there's so much action around the top side, but it feels like mostly the kills throughout the series have been going to the junglers when they do visit.
Also,
as it should be.
Also with the action on top side, I mean, the CS difference on bottom side with this constantly pushing FBI and Huhi is getting a little bit painful here. They keep on harassing them under tower, and they're playing for plates too, getting one plate by themselves already. If this bottom lane continues like this, I definitely agree with Meteos. Even if Lee Sin comes around, they're gonna feel pretty good about the Dragon area.
It's just so difficult, I feel like, as this matchup. You know, you have very strong early game. Nautilus can only actually do anything if you can threaten the all-in. If you go forward and you fail that all-in, you're gonna get locked down by Huhi. Plus they have the exhaust as we see the Chain of Corruption come out. There's the handshake pulling Ayla back, and that's looking like a freebie. Contracts unfortunately took it with the Aftershock proc.
Dude, he flash away so your Aftershock doesn't hit him.
Come on, bro.
Hey, have you played Rel before? Come on.
He was trying to give it to FBI, but yeah, the Aftershock proc does unfortunately get it.
I mean, is it unfortunate? You get an earlier big old Knight's Vow. It's really a team item.
No, you want Varus getting that. You don't want Rel getting that one.
He bailed on you. You thought you had the jungle support. You thought you could outvote me.
Yeah,
that's not a jungler. That's a support.
Give him the little wink, wink. Yeah, it definitely is.
No, the jungler got the kill. Contracts.
Yeah, he's
a Rel.
He's saying Rel.
He's building her Knight's Vow.
Come on, keep up here.
Does he know there's a Lee Sin right here?
Okay. Well, Lee Sin gonna be able to take this away in Contracts. Now gonna have to try to jump over the wall, but he's getting blocked away and he's getting rooted down. The Ignite is ticking. He's got no way out. Wasted flash, wasted ult. Ends up dying anyway. River has been on fire these last two games.
Yeah, I mean, Lee Sin's strong right now. I think that the teams and players that can utilize him well, it's just such a powerful early mid-game pick. And, you know, he's kind of aimbotting these Qs. Like, I don't know what Contracts can do about it.
It's tough, though. You know, Contracts, especially after we saw some of the reactions in the last game when plays were going bad, to see him start this next game on a bad foot is kind of concerning. And he didn't just accept his death. He spent his flash and his ult. Like, that is your kit as Rel. Like, you are there to make plays, to set people up, especially in this era where you're just rushing Knight's Vow and support. So it's rough when you lose those cooldowns because now you have this 5 minutes where you can't really do much.
And River went with the super cheap build here, going with the Eclipse. It's such a good feeling. Big one item power spike with his early lead. This guy, there's definitely a reason he was in the forefront of the conversation for even MVP talks before people just switched over to the Quid side of it for 100 Thieves. But a huge reason for the success of this team. And if what people were saying about him possibly not you know, being healthy in the previous series, seems like he's definitely healthy in this series as he has been styling.
Absolutely. I don't know how bad NRG's going to feel about it, though, because, like, although River is fed, it doesn't exactly stop their game plan too much. They've still got the Dragon stacking winning bot lane.
So chat is overwhelmingly voting Meteos is better over Mark is worse. So they're on the positive side. Twitch chat known as a bastion of positivity, but Palafox trying to get out of there. The perfect execution comes through, didn't quite finish him, but Quid goes back and does make sure of it. As River gonna have to flash out. NRG was collapsing on him. Ghost was popped there from FBI, but now the hook in there from Ayla. Dredgeline connects, he's gonna root him up, and Huhi is just gone. Couldn't even get the bailout off. I'm not sure it would have really mattered. Quid, though, taking a lot of damage as the Chains of Corruption was used there from FBI. And now Quid has to show a little respect to the damage that could be done here.
The whole
on
team.
the top side, man, is pushing in. Just fight after fight after fight. Now a TP down to bot lane. Dragon has started. Palafox wants to try to stop this. River gonna get a little bit of a chunk there over the wall. But 100 Thieves in a bit of a better position. They are going to pull back, though, as now X-Flash coming over the wall. 100 Thieves wanted to pull the Dragon away from that wall to deny the steal.
Sniper's got TP. He's coming in. I think this is a big lead by NRG.
Yeah, they're going to be TPing in. It's going to be a bit of a 50-50, and it's secured there by Contracts. Quid is back. Can they get the fight? There's the depth charge coming across. The hostile takeover connecting on 2, but Quid is in the back line wreaking havoc. Palafox is on the run. There's the bailout, but it'll do nothing. Sniper arrives, jumps in. FBI is gone. Contracts is gone. NRG are falling, and it's 100 Thieves who own the Rift.
That is devastating. They got the Dragon, but, you know, kind of what ThinkHard was talking about in the pregame, they're trying to go for too much, you know. Sometimes when a mistake happens, you just got to take the L. Like, we're not getting this Dragon. We messed up our fight. Palafox died before it. It sucks, but it's fine, right? But when you double down, you say, dude, if we don't get this Dragon, we lose. And then you just throw all your bodies at it.
Yeah.
That's even worse.
It sucks, and it's not fine, and you just made it worse.
And I mean, even Dokla didn't have TP, so he walks down for the fight, but he doesn't even make it in time before his whole team's dead. So it's just, you know, adding insult to injury.
But how cool did it look here? Quid getting the kill onto Palafox and then landing his E over the wall while he's still timing out the bailout from Renata. Absolutely styling. It's not just one player on 100 Thieves styling. It's every single one.
Don't read those lips. Don't read those lips.
That's why he stood up. He put his head out of frame. He kept on going. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, but everyone knows what he's saying there.
Yeah. That was coming off the back of Quid killing Palafox under tower, and they had Ayla with the Nautilus hook getting the other kill set up for River. So you just got outplayed in mid, just got outplayed in the top side River, and then they chase you down and get all the kills.
And Quid made that fight look easy. He didn't even have ult. He didn't even have ult for that fight.
Yeah, because he used it in the 1v1.
Exactly, but still was able to get so much work done, even without it, which can be difficult, doesn't it, Kali? But found a really great angle. The hostile takeover couldn't connect on really any key members. It just hit River and Ayla, so it didn't really matter. And now it's 8-1, massive gold advantage there, 400 Thieves. NRG, only thing really working in their favor is these couple Dragons, but I mean, it's 5 grubs for 100 Thieves, and they are going to be winning in the side lane, which is going to make it so tough to actually answer this Jax. The Varus pretty strong, but again, 2 kills went to Kaisa, so now that advantage is kind of gone as well.
It's looking pretty bleak for NRG here. I think they pretty much just have to look for plays with Varus and Renata. You know, they've still got good kill pressure down there, but if 100 Thieves just keep pressuring the side lanes and splitting, trying to avoid these team fights, it should be really hard for NRG to play.
Definitely will be, especially once the towers go down. Right now, at least they've got towers to try and farm at. Once your outer towers, especially top and bottom, start to get whittled down, then you've got the ahead Jax and the ahead Akali, just causing so much trouble here, making you so cautious. Every move that you make and rotating through the jungle becomes really difficult too. Right now, we're seeing a little bit of a bottom side move into that side lane.
Yep, going to be wrapping around here. River going to be hunting for Palafox.
Palafox, no flash.
To get out, doesn't have flash. He's trying to buy time for Contracts to arrive, but in goes Quid, hits the shuriken flip. There's the perfect execution. The kick comes through as well from River. No shot to get out.
Dokla got canceled again. Sniper with just so much awareness of what's going on. He says, I have TP disadvantage, but I'm going to mark this dude. I'm going to cancel his TP. And, you know, for Dokla's side, maybe you have to back up more to go for that because
they're trying to go for more, though.
Team really needed him.
Contracts is behind, but River's just going to go and actually fight him on the other side. And now Ayla is arriving. Huhi and FBI wanted to get something out of that fight. They know there's a missing ults from both Quid and River. They're trying to punish it. They have this tower low, But FBI's nervous to actually step forward and hit it, and now it's going to take a couple tower shots. They will finally get that down, but Sniper has already taken the tower on that top side, gets solo gold on it in a matchup where you're going to outscale, and that is not feeling good. Your TP is canceled, you lose the tower. Sniper's gonna be a problem.
Yeah, Sniper's already 1,400 and some gold ahead in it as the Jax too, so he's feeling really good. And as you said, hasn't even gotten the kill credit on a lot of these early, so it is gonna get very dangerous very quickly now with these lanes opening up.
Yeah, the top side of the map is just so dominant right now for 100 Thieves. And this is kind of how they had a lot of their success in the regular season, was this core 3 on the top side. There was a lot of discussion around MVP voting for River, for Quid, and now Quid again, just constantly going at it. It's going to be a TP to safety. Palafox will make it out, but TP for TP, and still, now they can just turn this right into a Herald play. And I just love this from 100 Thieves. It's a non-stop aggression. It's always looking towards the next play, the way to continue to extend the lead. They're not satisfied with the advantage they have. They're always trying to go for that next move.
Yeah, I really like the way they're playing. Pretty much no dull moment. They're not sitting around farming, like focusing on their item spikes. They're just pressuring the entire time. Are they just going to give this dragon? Yeah.
I think it's gone, but the question is, do you die after it? We'll see, because Quid is coming. Sniper is behind them. This is going to be a tough exit. They're trying to burst it down. They will be able to finish it, so they secure it, and in comes a flash from Contracts. He's going to engage hard on a Sniper, and Sniper is out of there. Quid now in the Shroud, trying to stake around that side. Will he take the shuriken flip back in? I think that would be a dangerous one to take. I don't know if they can go for it, but there's the hook coming in. No, Ayla's not actually going to go for it, as he does hit the depth charge. I thought he was going to hook in right after that. Didn't actually look for it.
Some hope for 100 Thieves there. That was critical. For them to not hesitate on Dragon, they saw with a blue Scryer Orb, Quid coming around, and Quid actually stopped a second to auto-attack it. You'll see in the bottom left. So he goes and he delays a little bit, but Contracts goes immediately in when Ayla engages with just Sniper there. That's basically 3 members of 100 Thieves that are fighting, and NRG get the kill before this solo laners arrive, really. Quid is there, and then Meech follows through, but because NRG immediately do the turn after the dragon, they got their objective.
The Drift Herald. They take the mid lane tier 1. He's going to run it all the way down to bot lane and be able to get a second charge here. Oh my God! Drift King River, my man, is nasty.
Nuts.
That was the most impressive mechanical play out of a jungler.
Uh-oh, Quid's turn. Wait a minute, what did you just say? Dude, I love this Rift Herald driving. That's got to be one of the best changes they've put in a while.
That's one of the best drifts I've seen in pro play, easily. That was pretty clean. Take the tier 1, drive it all the way down to tier 2.
The tier 2 that had 1 HP left on it on bottom side.
That's perfect. They got 3 charges with that thing. That's crazy value.
That's value right there. And again, now all the lanes being so open, 100 Thieves get to really utilize this gold lead. Of course, NRG, they're still praying to the Dragon Soul.
No, Sniper fighting Palafox on the top side. The Shockwave will come in. Sniper going to respond with an ult of his own. He's flashing forward, and I don't think Palafox has any chance to get out of this one. But Huhi is going to come back him up, so will keep his teammates safe. Sniper definitely would have had the 1v1. But the reinforcements arrive from NRG and will keep them safe for now. Hex Flash being channeled is going to go forward. River's in the area, as is Ayla. But it's Meech pushing up mid lane, and it is the 2 solo laners down in the bot lane battling it out, so it will dissipate.
Yeah, and Doklo's got no magic resist down here. Quid all the way up to the tower.
Yeah, I mean, NRG are kind of, you know,
they're
clawing back a little bit. You know, they got the dragon when that was probably a bit illegal. 100 Thieves kind of let them get away with that one. And then, you know, a positive summoner trade top lane because they were able to move first. So I like the signs of life for NRG. It's still going to be a hard game, but they are making plays.
Dude, look at these item differences for junglers. It's a Knight's Vow and another cloth armor versus Under Sky.
Contracts has more armor.
And he does.
You're not wrong.
Oh, now he's got some more on top of it. All right, went to buy as well. Make it look a tiny bit better there.
It's not looking a lot better, but...
He knows his state, though. It's right. He's playing a support champ. It's support. It's fine.
Support, just double support. There you go. All right, well, we'll see if they can actually fight for this next dragon. I agree with you, Medios. They definitely should not have been able to get that 3rd one because 100 Thieves was in such a strong spot. But now, if NRG gets Soul, the game is pretty playable. The game is pretty even. 100 Thieves, though, maybe going to try to preempt this. Looking like they want to start this up pretty badly. River's going to start hitting it. They're going to do a 2-man with Sniper. Try to show members elsewhere to say, we're definitely not doing Baron. For sure,
I don't think
check.
this is a good idea by 100 Thieves. This seems like a pretty unnecessary risk. But I mean, if it works,
Sniper
it
is
works.
tanking it, so they have no damage because the debuff is going to be on Sniper. He's actually the one taking most of the hits there. Now they're trying to share back and forth, but this is going to be way too slow.
Yeah, NRG knows this is a little.
There's just no way. It takes way too long. Especially if the person who's supposed to be doing the damage is actually taking a lot of hits.
I also clicked on them, and they both have had it.
Yeah, because then they were sharing aggro, so a bit of a rough attempt there, but worth a try. You can see Lichbane now done for Quid as he's working towards, looks like a Shadow Flame second, just going heavily towards that burst. Second item done for Meech. He's going to be playing the on-hit build. It is Shiv, pretty popular in pro, though I know the community not really a fan. Kraken done as well now for him. And you're looking over at the other side. Some of the second item completions are starting to get closer. FBI already has his. Went for Terminus second, which is interesting because it's almost always Rageblade, but did go for this a little bit earlier. It does make you a bit tankier, which can be nice in some of these situations with that stacking armor and MR passive.
Yeah, we'll see if he can survive this Akali, though.
Yeah.
This is a new-ish Kaisa build. I haven't seen this. He's going for 2 Noon Quiver items, and are we able to see if that gives him his E upgrade? I don't have my 280 carries on hand to ask about it. Okay, so he does. Yeah, so you get the Q and E upgrade from this. You don't usually see 2 Noon Quiver items like that, but
yeah, I've seen some people
Kaisa
doing
never
this
has
on
normal
ladder
builds.
Yeah, there's a lot of different builds that people will go on Kaisa. Also remember, tomorrow, Team Liquid and Dignitas going to be fighting for their lives. That is another lower bracket match, as this is. So teams, in that lower bracket, you lose, you are done for the split. No chance at winning the finals. No chance at going to MSI. River going to be able to take this dragon. Looks like NRG decide, you know what? Let's not flip it here. Our item completions aren't at the point where we want them to be. Let's keep scaling. Let's get to a point where we feel more confident in a 5v5.
Yeah, and risking it all for a Cloud doesn't win you the game there. Being down in combat power, definitely want a bit of break point.
I wouldn't have minded to see contracts go for a yellow steel, whether you die NRL or not at this point,
But you lose Baron if you die, no?
Maybe.
I think that's kind of the problem, is the game is super done probably if he dies there and they get Baron.
That's fair.
That would be my kind of counterpoint, but I mean, it's just them making an evaluation of, do we have a better shot later or not, right? And I guess their read is, hey, if we get Ori more items, if we're able to protect Varus, if we have that proper front-to-back team fight that we heard Thinkar talking about, then maybe they can make it happen. Quid really punishing Dokla there. Didn't even use the ulti, but he is going to push him out, and that's going to be a freebie for that tier 2 tower. Sniper and Quid showdown bot, and they're going to be rewarded with this turret.
Yeah, I love the double split push here with both teleports up. 400
NRG are going to try to start the Baron. They want to at least force some TPs, force some sort of response, and then I think they're going to have to run. River is in the area. They're well aware of it. Meech here poking on the side, but they're going to look for River. Flash forward from Contracts, but he doesn't find anything. Now the Shattering Strike going to miss as well. FBI flashes forward. The Chains of Corruption does connect. They committed so much, but they do get the shutdown. I think they need more, though. Sniper has TP'd in, as has Quid. They are looking, but they don't have vision on the side until just now when Palafox throws the ball over the wall, gets eyes on Sniper, and now they know there's no real way to approach this. So take the tier 1 top potentially, try to get a bit more gold, and then look to see what you can get done after that.
Yeah, the patience on Dragon really pays off for NRG, going up here and then instantly turning onto River. He dodged the first one and then flashed the second one and then got hit by FBI. Really nice snipe there, and that does earn them some gold. Outer tower on top side to try and help get them into a position where they can actually fight a fair fight.
But honestly, I don't even think it was good for them. It feels maybe a little bit doomer to say, but you spent a lot to kill him. I think they really wanted the Baron off that, and that's why they were heavily committing onto the jungler. But now the fact that FBI has no sums, he could be easy food for Sniper or for Quid, who both have their flash available. So I'm pretty worried going into these next couple of fights if they can't just kind of withstand the storm and just wait it out till the other summoner's back.
Yeah, I mean, the silver lining is that they did get both 100 Thieves TPs there, which when you're trying to play split, having your TPs is so valuable. So it looks like 100 Thieves, because of that, is just going to hit Baron, and I think this is a situation that could be good for NRG.
Yeah, and this could be tough. We'll see, though. FBI definitely going to be vulnerable without that flash. They're just going down pretty quick. They don't know about it until just now. Now they're getting into the river. They see that they're on it, but the dredge line going to connect onto Contracts. Here comes the hostile takeover across multiple members. It's a 50-50, and it's stolen by Contracts. He wins those. Don't try him at the Baron, but it's going to be a continued fight. There's that depth charge hitting onto Palafox. Palafox is gone as Quid flashes into the back line, executing both the carries. Say goodbye, NRG. You got the Baron, but your members are in the grave as Quid went crazy in that one.
That was a crazy fight by Quid for sure. I mean, this whole series, Quid has been making a pretty big statement for his MVP candidacy.
Definitely huge performance from him. NRG, like, you do get the miracle again from contracts, like the Baron miracle worker.
How many has he stolen like this? This is crazy.
At least 3 in recent memory, very recent memory. He does get it, but then again, 100 Thieves, they have such a good lead, and Quid is so fed. Look how much pressure he puts on the back line, gets in there with the Shroud, and he landed the E on the Palafox. He waits it out, then does the R2 across them all, and then the stun from Sniper came in too. That was nasty.
I mean, Quid is sick with it, man. Finishing off the Varus as well before flashing out, like, he just played that so well. But like, look at our mid laner. He's so good.
I think that he was, what the hell, had that Baron get stolen? Depends.
Okay, in River's defense, Rel is like the best stealer, especially if she's not tanking it.
EQ plus smite is
I would look at the
damage.
replay, but he did just use a Q. I don't know if the Q cooldown actually
So he
came
failed
back
the
up.
combo, you think?
But we would have to look at the replay to see if he did, because there was 200 HP left on that Baron, so it could have just been a raw smite.
I think River did early smite. I think he tried comboing with his Q, but I mean, like, the pressure of the Rel steal does make you have to do weird stuff.
Yeah. Definitely can
Dokla
be tough
looking a
there.
little bit
Dokla and
dead.
Stubble, and Dokla very dead, as they're going to be able to walk him down for an easy kill there. Shockwave will connect onto River, but just pushes him back. 100 Thieves, what can they get off of this? May just be a look towards the Dragon, grab the second one for the game. As NRG just haven't really been able to find a way back to actually get those fights around the Dragon these last couple times. They decided to pass up on that last Dragon. This time there's a pick before it, so it is unfortunate for them, but they haven't been able to turn these 3 early Dragons into a Soul just yet.
Yeah, I mean, you could just, there's just so many kills have come through from 100 Thieves. They're so rich. Even with the small objective or the kill bounty that they got on River when they picked River, and then they got a tower, you get a little bit of gold there, you steal a Baron, you get a little bit of gold there, and you look up the scoreboard and you're down even more still, 100 Thieves, because they keep on killing every single member and pushing in and taking jungle, all this extra gold. Bottom and mid, both towers here, inhibitor towers, are kind of the last defense for them. 100 Thieves, they've got both teleports back now on the Akali and on the Jax, so they can return to the split push game.
Yeah, for Quid, does have his 3rd item in. Morello's as the 3rd. Obviously, it's pretty cheap now, but not the most effective item in this game, let's be honest. There's not really that much healing over on the other side, like a little bit from Dokla, but you're going to get almost no value, I think, from the healing debuff.
Could have slammed him in eyes.
Could have. But
Another
River
pick.
caught out here. Not going to be able to actually burst him down. And now the dredge line connects there from Ayla to Palafox. Here comes the depth charge. Sniper pushing forward, but the counter-strike expires. He's just going to go in anyway with that. Is that a mistake? The hostile takeover comes through. The Berserk connecting across multiple members, but Quid has arrived, and that means the fight is going the way of 100 Thieves. The execution sentence has been passed. Quid says goodbye. It's 3 more kills for the Akali, and Quid just wants this game to be over.
Wow. Yeah, River going in 1v, Sniper going in 1v5 on Jax and not dying.
Without Counter-Strike.
Yeah, that is pretty telling of how this game's going. NRG's probably just 2 behind now. They're supposed to be able to win team fights, but if you can't even do that, then your chances are not good.
Yeah, I mean, that was even with killing Meech super early on, but then FBI got so low and used his flash already. Once Quid arrived, that guy was instantly dead. 1 Q from Quid took him out.
And Quid has 3.2k in his pockets right now as well, so he could buy another full item when he gets back.
Yeah. So here's another look at it, though. This is how they got the early kill. Meech went right in onto FBI, and he didn't even hit the chains, but Dokla came from behind, and they got the shutdown. Then, though, you see, with River low, with Meech already dead, maybe they had a chance. Quid arrives, though. And the Renata ultimate had already been used towards Riverside, and then the handshake also did not hit on the Akali. That was like maybe their only hope for FBI to get out of there alive, but once they have no CC left and the Akali arrives late,
it just feels like Quid is hitting every single shuriken flip. He's doing everything in these fights, maximizing the damage, does buy a full Zonia's after that base. So he's basically full build, 10 stacks on the Darksteel. Obviously that could be upgraded.
And you can't kill him now.
But effectively, he is ready to go, and there's not much more room to grow for him. FBI does have his rage play completed, so 3rd item in for him, thankfully. Dokla's got 3, but you look across and it's just really not holding up. to what 100 Thieves have amassed, and it's just hard to think how they're going to be able to actually deal with the Akali, with the Jax, who are such a threat in these team fights.
Wow, what a fun story for this team, for 100 Thieves. Through playoffs and bouncing back pretty quickly here in the lower bracket, even though dropping the other day to Cloud9. These players, a lot of them very, very young on this big stage, handling the pressure well.
And I think so deserving of credit, because there was so much talk, in the community, especially from, their competitors. All these other pros were saying 100 Thieves are frauds. They're terrible in scrims. They're going to get blown out in playoffs. When teams can prepare for them, they're not going to have a chance. Then they come into the series against Cloud9, and everyone's like, well, I guess they were right. They weren't a real team. They weren't going to be able to hack it in playoffs. Well, here they are, and they're doing really well against NRG, the defending champions. Now going to be starting up this Baron. It is going down quick. NRG are not even on that side of the map. This is theirs. It's just a formality, and that is going to put their gold lead over 10,000 here with the Baron buff on top. They've got everything they need, it feels like, to close this one out.
Yeah, pretty much just a matter of time now when NRG want to take their last fight.
The last epic fight for NRG. Hold the gates. Play defense here. Maybe you can get some sort of a miracle angle. Any believers in chat? We've got, will Quid end this game with 0 deaths? Are they ever going to get this bounty off of Akali with Shroud plus Zhonya's? Looks very, very difficult. And he has Flash 2 now.
Maybe he'll have a for fun death at the end.
I think he'll found out.
Okay.
Are we counting those?
Betting on the fountain? Yeah, the fountain counts for sure.
Okay, then I think he's going to die. I think there's going to be a for fun death.
Yeah, I mean, he should.
Yeah, we'll see. As 100 Thieves, the jaws are closing in here on NRG. Quid is up in top lane, pushing that in. They're playing through 3 lanes. Jax down in bot. And then this 3-man core of the bot lane plus the jungler playing here around mid. The supers are already in the base now in top lane. It's only a matter of time before NRG have to go deal with that. And when they head over, now it becomes the time for 100 Thieves to push forward on the other side. Quid has this angle where he can threaten a flank. Multiple people have to mark him, and that means Sniper and River are going to be uncontested down here in the bot lane. That tower is just instantly dead. The inhibitor going to follow right after that. Cannon in the mid lane is also working down that turret, so almost 3 exposed inhibitors at this point.
They're almost about to be flanked in their own
both sides, in your own base.
Yeah, but even if you're on NRG and you're like, all right, contracts, where are we going? Where's our initiation? There's no really good point to start out here on Rel. You're so slow, and there's so much evasive abilities here on the 100 Thieves lineup. You've got one
great
tower.
Play. Contract's going to look, not going to find the ulti, but he does connect on the Shattering Strike. Quid easily walks it out. It's desperation hours, and they were going to look for it there. Can't find Quid. Even if he hit with the ulti, I don't think they really get anything from it. But NRG have to know it's pretty much all over but the crying in this one. Quid has the TP. He's going to base it. He's going to come back and TP in on the minion. They'll look to finish it. They've caught River. Do they actually get a kill here, though? Flash kick right back through FBI. Is he actually going to take it in? The dredge line going to come out potentially as the depth charge connects. In comes Meech over the top. Massive hostile takeover, though. Gives him a little bit of a chance to get something done. Doppler piling in, trying to take down Quid. He flashes forward, but Quid gets back into the shroud and kills another one, and it's just too much. 100 Thieves smacking him over the head with the wallet, having a little bit of fun, fighting him in the fountain. The laser's coming out as Quid gonna take it in, not even gonna die. The Nexus falls. 100 Thieves move to match point.
Could have dove the fountain.
Could have dove the fountain. Decides to keep the 18 stack Smedjais and the perfect KDA for himself. Quid outstanding here for 100 Thieves, but really the whole team were making outplays throughout a lot of this series and a lot of, especially this game.
Yeah.
NRG, of course, starting out the series with a win, but now full momentum in the side of 100 Thieves.
I mean, game 1, they win. Game 2, it's a lot closer. Game 3, it's a stomp, and it does feel like it's going more and more towards 100 Thieves. So we're going to have to see if NRG can stop the bleeding. Let's head on over to the LCS Lounge to break that one down.
Welcome back to the lounge. Quid's pretty good.
Quid's pretty good. I'm seeing Quid 1v9. I'm seeing Quid gap. A lot of people in the chat liking Quid.
I will say, Rivers Lee Sin has taken over a lot of early games.
That is true.
The mid jungle in particular is popped
1v9
off.
is really unfair.
2v8.
3v7? No, it's just a team gap. That's legitimately how it feels. But yes, throughout the series as a whole, Quid has been the guy.
Yeah. And as we see highlights from our first game where NRG actually did end up taking it due to some smoldering time.
Yeah, and I think that's the big topic here, because at the beginning of the series, we were really hyper fixated on Smolder.
Yep.
And the fact that we didn't see a ban going to game 2. And that really was kind of like the center focus from us as a unit, as like the analysts, I'm sure, at home. But I felt like Golden Glue was right. Like, they picked scaling a little bit more, they played team fights a little bit better, and it feels like since that point, it's been NRG that has been struggling.
Yeah, and even game 1, like, when we look back at it, 100 Thieves had a lot of really positive things happening before FBI Smolder popped off, got 18 kills, set all the like LCS Smolder records. I think Quid was like 8-0 in game 1 as well on the Talia. River, though, was pretty far behind, and Meech was very far behind.
Yeah.
It's an interesting series, because we were wondering, like, how is 100 Thieves going to bounce back from their 3-0 at the hands of C9, and then how is NRG going to bounce back from, like, the second half of their entire regular season?
Sorry, this is,
I know, it's such a goofy replay.
Ult where he just went
Especially because on broadcast, he just literally disappears, and then he's dead, because the Smolder
You do not
burn
see
ticked
what
it.
happened.
I know we're still on game 1, but like, if you're looking at it from NRG's perspective, like, they got hit in every way. Yeah, great performance from the Smolder. It actually feels like a year ago because of how much the series have changed. So like, let's think about the last few games.
They haven't been close.
It hasn't even been close. Like, they haven't been able to make a play on top side when he's weak. So like, for instance, and this was a way that this game started. Yeah, so of course, Sniper did get punished.
So after this moment, Raz, it hasn't been close.
It hasn't been close, but I think that was hilarious because I did forget about that moment.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think the big thing in the next 2 games is that in the Senna Seraphine game, you saw that they wanted this to be buffing the Vigar comes in as well, but specifically the Jax, right? Jax and Lee Sin absolutely popped off in this game, and that was their win condition for dealing with the Smolder. They actually did rotate the Senna a lot better in this game, I thought, which was a huge key, especially on topside, as we see this topside highlight reel of just dying.
Yeah, even just like talking past this reel, like, just think of it this way. Sniper got the 1v1 kill. Of course, it wasn't shown here, but he got the 1v1 kill over the GP. And then even just this past game, like, we had another 1v1 kill, Quid, over Palafox. Like, they're beating him solo. They're beating him on when they're basically making a play on the opposite side of the map, and they have numbers against Sniper, but Sniper's still coming out, like, either buying a lot of time or wasting a lot of resources, so they're winning on losing sides. So, like, NRG needs to find at least one play that they can execute well, because 100 Thieves are running away with the series.
Yeah, and as you can see, Quid's Vigar in there, he was able to assassinate the Smolder on the backline using the cage to stun, and I think that's really important because in game 1, as you pointed out, Jat, we were like, how do you get on this Smolder? They found a lot of ways to get on the Smolder in game 2.
Yeah, that's not on like the first page of Smolder counters, mid lane, speedy Vigar, but it ended up working.
But doesn't sound fun to go up against, right?
It doesn't. I mean, we think about the way that 100 Thieves won in the regular season, 10-4. A lot of it was if Sniper popped off, which is cool that we got this stat.
True.
They're actually really bad when Quid gets a solo kill. So, weirdly enough.
I feel like...
But I think they're such a mid-jungle top dominated team.
Yes.
And then if Meech and Ayla are okay, then they're really effective in team fights. And they were able, it's like throughout this series, they've progressively gotten more and more like that. Because we were talking about this draft, Emily.
Yeah.
Akali, Jax, Lee Sin, it's triple melee, it's all in, but they were just comfortable and they popped off.
Yeah, especially like into the Renata, right? Like, it's not like NRG don't have answers for what this comp would want to do in team fights, but 100 Thieves are feeling themselves, and they're like, okay, our solo laners are really, really good. Akali, Jax, and then Lee Sin to facilitate it.
And they're just making mistakes that I don't think they've made during the last year. I mean, like, just before this
is NRG?
Regular season, the NRG. Because in that team fight, of course, we got the Drake take, but also Orianna is playing in range of Nautilus, just like basically like lagging behind just so they can secure the Drake and back away. But like they recognized that Quid was coming in. In the past, last split, they would have backed away completely. But it just seems like they're completely off the same page. So it's rough to see, and hopefully they end up at least rallying, finding a comp that works with them, and just playing better. Yeah, that's a good
20
stat.
kills, 4 deaths, 18 assists for Quid. I agree with what you're saying, Raz.
Yeah.
One of the questions for me for this series is going to be like, which team is going to show up today? Because is it going to be the regular season 100 Thieves or the 100 Thieves we saw against Cloud9? Is it going to be the Week 6 NRG, or is it going to be the Summer Split NRG, who made a run from 5th place to finals? And so far, it's actually been regular season 100 Thieves and regular season NRG that have shown up, because NRG is consistently disconnected, which was one of their strengths when they were able to win. They were such a connected team.
And maybe we have just a knee-jerk reaction to the Cloud9 game because everyone behind the scenes was saying how good Cloud9 was in scrims and how they may be the best team, like, etc. So 100 Thieves are just coming in and saying, no, this is how it should be if they're just that much better than NRG.
All right, NRG has to win 2 in a row. They select blue side for Game 4. 100 Thieves versus NRG. Game 4 will come up right after this break.
I'm literally carrying the game. Like, I'm getting somebody up. Back. It's her. It's nothing. I just sent it. No, nice. I'm going behind them.
Hit a fire.
Yeah, they're scared of me, guys. They're scared of me.
Take out Tara. Can we fight?
Yeah, fight.
We should.
They're connected.
Oriana no ulti.
Paris no flash.
Connect them.
Holy crap, good. Are we on?
Maybe. No. Just push all in.
Top. Oh, I missed.
End game.
Care them. No roll?
Care them, guys.
Doesn't die.
No damage.
Yeah, we actually do no damage, by the way.
Care them.
Alright, not too bad. Good job.
Good job.
You guys played good.
Till we on top. Quit, I think not. Coming hot for the #1 spot, yeah. No key, got the game on lock, ayy. Big threes when I take my shot, ayy. On the rise and we ain't gon' drop. On the grind, it's our time. Just watch. If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now. Ayy, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it. We gotta get it. We gotta get it. We gotta get it. We can't be contained when we leave the game. My name will remain. We don't need the fame. You can keep this chain. We broke free so things won't be the same. Nah, on the mission, gotta get it. Let's work. You were raised on the net. I'm raising my net worth, but it ain't about the money. Nah, it ain't about the cause. All that matters is the world knows who we are. Stars. If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now. Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it. 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 Know that our time is now. Yes, life can get hard, but don't ever let it keep you down. See, we are all kings and queens and we all deserve crowns. So don't wait. Get up, go out and get it. Now. Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it. 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 Gotta get it. Gotta get it. We gotta get it. Gotta get it. Get it.
The MVP question, right? Oh, okay. That'll be a good one.
I honestly think Bippo has shown like a really good performance so far within the LCS. And as much as I don't want to say that like he's obviously #1 for MVP, I kind of have to give it to him because he's just been playing good like every game. So yeah, Bippo.
I think the Kia MVP will be either Quid or River on 100 Thieves or Inspired Bippo on FlyQuest, if not including anyone on C9.
This split MVP is Inspired?
Probably Quid. I mean, he got the most player of the games, and I think there's a lot of hype surrounding him. So if it's not him, I don't know who it would be, because I think that obviously he's the most valuable player compared to everyone else in the league. I think FlyQuest player. I don't know. I think me and Inspired griefed each other a bit too much to get MVP, so
I gotta give it to River. I think like an MVP is someone who brings their whole team up, and I think that team is like really, really different if he's not playing the way he is and controlling the team the way he is. So
Quid will win key MVP this split because I think he's been the best performing player on his team, and they beat all expectations. I think everyone expected them to be a bottom 4 team, and I think they're surpassing expectations. However, I do think that Jojo does deserve to be in the MVP talk because I think he's been playing really well even in our losses.
To me, it's like Inspired or Sensen, I think.
I think Jojo Pyun is MVP. Yeah, Quid is really good too. And then he almost 1v9 today. And then I want to say Quid.
I would say if I had to choose any single person, it would have to be like probably Quid.
I think Quid is gonna win, and because people didn't expect 100 Thieves is gonna do this well, and I think Quid is leading them.
Jojo should be the MVP of the league. Honestly, I think he is the player that probably has the most impact on his team. Like obviously you can have an argument for River or Quid, but I think as the individual player, I think Jojo is probably the best in the league.
Quid, Jojo, or Sniper, I think. Actually, River's been playing really well too. Yeah, I don't know.
Welcome back. I don't know either. We'll find out next week, but what we got to find out right now is if 100 Thieves can clinch this series against NRG. They are up 2-1. They have won 2 games in a row. NRG has chosen blue side once again, their 2nd game in a row on blue.
Once again, I wonder if Smolder is going to show up.
Well, he didn't get picked or banned the last time.
Yeah. Fell completely through draft because NRG decided to go with the Varus, and 100 Thieves responded with Kaisa.
Yeah, and at this point for NRG, it's just not about the draft for them anymore. It's just about their individual performance within the game. So I did like the Varus a lot as a pick, because then they can at least, if there was a Smolder on the other side, they can just straight up harass it. And I mean, right now, if we're talking about who the strongest members of NRG is based off of the 3 games that we've seen, it has been bot lane.
It has been, and that's possibly why NRG was first picking Varus, but also River has had such an imprint on the early game of this series. 2 jungle bans already. Yeah. I do wonder if they're just going to ban the Lee Sin as well, saying like whatever else comes through, but no, they leave that up. River would be able to pick it later in the draft if he chooses, and it's the Nautilus ban instead.
Loving the shade that we're getting from the crowd. What
Yeah,
the hell?
wow.
What is that, man? He
crowd
has
is
a
good
job.
today.
Thank you very much.
Those are fighting words.
You may play every game under the sun, but it's still a job.
Wow, Raz, are you saying being an influencer is not a job?
And we're on to the first pick on the draft. And it's Lee Sin for contract, so off the conversation.
Wow,
Oh my,
okay.
nice. Yeah, here we go. I mean, it's just a hover for this one, but loving the
Contracts
Lee
has
Sin.
had enough. He's locking the Lee Sin in for himself.
He's pissed off. And he's definitely been the one that has been performing, it's hard between him and Palafox, poorly throughout this series. And a lot of it, as you mentioned, Chad, has just been the fact that River has had a number on him. The invade that he had that also got the kill on him when he was taking his red buff, he's just been getting bullied this series.
Yeah, and I do think, actually, really early on, as we see the Ahri and the Varus locked in for 100 Thieves, that they did a good job of tracking River super early in that game. Kaisa, Nico.
They're all in. Like, NRG is completely pivoted off. They denied the Lee Sin. They're taking the other side of the Varus Kaisa trade that we saw last game. Smolder's just gone. They're not about waiting for Smolder to turn on in any stage this game. These are 3 very present, pushing early game champions where they land, you know, either the kick or the Nico route or the Nico ultimate. Kaisa can fly in and finish pretty much any squishy on the team. Wow, these are some fighting picks.
Yeah.
And again, it does give them a lot of options to get onto the Varus, right? As we've talked about, picking Varus early in draft does, even though it is one of the strongest AD carry picks right now, like I'm not speaking badly of Varus as a champion, but there are a lot of ways to get on him because he is a more mobile carry. And if you pick him early in draft, you do open yourself up to things like that.
Something that I think is interesting so far in the draft, we mentioned how Vi and the Poppy bands going through targeting River. We see now a 3-pick Jax. I actually like Ahri Jax as a combo. So it is a flex, to be fair, but I do think they're leaning a little bit more towards the Jax being there for River. So I want to see just to track where the Jax is going to be going and how strong the flex is. But yeah, I like this so far from 100 Thieves.
As a small thing that I do want to throw out, it'll depend on how bot lane goes. We did see the Annie hover, something that has facilitated a lot of carry picks elsewhere. Obviously, we pointed out Care from FPX was the first to trot it out, but we just saw BDD playing it last night in LCK. This could be a Nico flex bot if NRG wants to. And I do want to keep that open just because we have seen who he play it before, as we see the Olaf and the Rel taken out for NRG and 100 Thieves respectively.
Right. I think 100 Thieves can wait on it, though. They don't have to pick their support here. They'd rather pick jungle, I think, unless they want to flex the Jax jungle. Nope, they just pick jungle. That means Jax is top, and they can wait and see where everything goes for NRG before Ayla locks in his pick. I like it.
Hey, I like this a lot. At least that there's a good amount of lockdown from 100 Thieves side between the Charm, the Counter-Strike, and Varus ulti. Just any time in which they can blow up one member up and get a possession for Diego, that seems like a sound strategy from 100 Thieves. Interested to see what their 5-pick is going to be. That 100% is going to be support, so they can at least understand where the Nico is going. I do think it's going to be a Nico pick mid.
Yep.
So yes, now that we're seeing their hover from Rakan, as the Rakan pick is coming through, could equally be like a Leona.
Yeah, it definitely could be.
Okay, there it is.
Pretty classic draft here, though.
We're going in.
It's definitely a
we
go
are
in.
all in.
I'm wondering if 100 Thieves can pick a good counter-engaged champion here with the Varus. Braum maybe would be this weird pick for Ayla, but
probably Alistar.
Also, Alistar is one of Ayla's signature champions.
Yeah, signature champ, pretty good at blocking Rakan from doing what he wants in lane and outside, but Melio coming through.
Well, they just know NRG is trying to fly into them, so they want something to buff up Meech, and they pick the Enchanter lane. So
yeah, I mean, it gives them, it is nice when you see a lot of dive compositions like that. We love the Cassante copy pasta, thank you. Showmaker, who originally made that. It will haunt us for forever, even with Cassante being in a little bit more agreeable position. But I do think, obviously, you get the range advantage as well from 100 Thieves with the Varus, and that is something that they hopefully will be able to play with and poke from Fog if they have to try to avoid getting through.
Sounds good. That's it from us at the LCS Lounge. Casters, take it away.
Thank you, Jet, Emily, and we're not going to thank Raz. No thank you to Raz.
What?
No, no thank you. No, just kidding. Thank you, Raz.
Thanks, Raz.
Thanks, Raz.
I got you. Don't worry.
Just kidding. All right, we're going on into this game. It is match point here. 400 Thieves. They win this one. It's all over for NRG. No chance to defend their title. Would definitely be a very disappointing end to the split for them after such a strong summer split, and then this massive Worlds performance, taking down G2, really surpassing expectations. So much pressure was built off that, though, because the expectation now was that they were going to be a very top-level team.
A wise man once said, "Spring split doesn't matter." Maybe they're taking it a little too seriously.
Yeah, we've even extended that. This year, people are talking about regular season, especially Cloud9.
It's funny because, Double has said that, but it's like his biggest accomplishment is at MSI, right?
Well, yeah, he only says it when he doesn't win spring.
Yeah. So if it doesn't matter, then the MSI thing doesn't matter. And then what do you got? So spring split matters. All right, we'll see what they're going to be able to get done. Going to be finding River here right off the bat. Not enough people around to really warrant leveling E or anything crazy on Nico. But we have Raz standing by with Golden Glue.
Thank you, Raz.
What's up, guys? Got Golden Glue. You guys just had your cleanest win yet. You guys are on match point. What do you guys need to do to clinch this series?
Yeah, I feel a lot better about this game. I think it should look similar to last game where we had winning side lanes in the mid game, and we have Jackson, Ahri, who should be able to both push in mid and kind of like just make the game if we play slowly and we don't get caught by their Nico. I think it should be a pretty clean win from us.
What's been up with Quid, man? Even in the loss.
No, we were talking like Quid belongs to like LCK or something. He's a demon. You know, he just looks like he's in a different league than everyone else in the game. So it's awesome to watch.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And screw you, casters.
I said
he actually got more thank yous than usual by the end of it.
Oh.
He got like 4 thank yous.
I'm not even gonna give him a thank you.
Yeah. Screw you, Raz.
Well, yeah.
How you like them apples?
Now that he's firing off,
Yeah.
I guess it's all out war.
Yeah, exactly. The nukes are going to get launched.
Azale started it, but we will also finish it.
All right. Well, we'll see how this bot lane goes. Definitely some concerns for the NRG side about how this is going to go. Kai said definitely not the strongest matchup into Varus as far as the early laning goes. And then you're drafting it alongside the Rakan, who is a really weak early lane, especially hard to engage into Melio. Can knock you back with the Super Mega Fire Kick, I believe it's called, with the Q. So definitely difficult there. And if they fall really far behind, it's going to be tough.
I'm definitely looking at junglers, especially this game. You know, River has had such a big impact. Contracts, whenever NRG does well, feels like he is stealing Barons. He's making magical plays for them, and they just insta-lock that Lee Sin first pick in this game, too.
And I think he really needs to have a good start, man, even just for confidence.
Oh, yeah. I like the adaptation a lot. River was able to just get so much done on Lee Sin in these past 2 games. So maybe Contracts can do the same thing.
This isn't the biggest deal because it is early, but Palafox did miss a full wave of minions out of the first 2 waves.
Lane gank bottom.
He has only the 6 minions. It is a lane gank bottom. Contracts showing up, but they will be able to walk it out. Meech gets ignited, but not too much more happens. It was 12 CS to 6 after the first 2 waves, which is kind of surprising to see. Obviously, Quid have the push, so it does make things a little bit more difficult, but still. Palafox is normally very good at farming. River scrapping it out with Contracts, gonna be able to push him out. Will just be a ward hop back over the wall there from Contracts, so not too much gonna come from it.
Oh, I like this by River. He's going deep. He's looking for him.
And we'll see if he's gonna be able to find him.
Yeah, in this position, if they can stack a wave bot, it would be a potential dive, but I don't think that's the lane stage.
He's going down. I mean, he's going down there, but he's just gonna be clearing out his bottom camps. Can grab Scuttle. We'll see if there's an angle if he wants to like cross back and try to get even more. The Charm connects, another Electro proc there from Quid. He's looking really good. Knockout there does land. Warm Hug's gonna come through and keep him nice and safe as Meech will get healed up by the Cozy Campfire there. Health though, pretty good on the side though for the NRG bot lane. If you can keep hitting those Qs on Rakan, the sustain is actually really good, so it is quite important to be able to dodge those.
Yeah, I mean, this is just another game. Palafox is not having his best series right now. Like, Quid's just getting the best out of him.
2 full
pretty
waves
much
down? That's crazy.
Yeah, and I mean, he forced him to recall and TP back already. Looks like Quid's going to match TP as well, so it's not the biggest loss, but, you know, still rough.
And Sniper knows, since they saw Contracts from a River going in, that he started bot side and he should be up on top side now. So as Sniper is pushing in, he gets his ward off. But Contracts is going for another lane gank, kind of hovering behind Dokla. Sometimes with Cassante, you'll do this. If your Cassante lane actually is able to get anything baited out from the Jax and get some Qs going, then maybe you can pop Ghost and go for an all-in with a lane gank. But if the Jax doesn't start it, then there's nothing there. So he channeled his recall, ends up canceling it to go get the Scuttle Crab.
Yep, and River is going to take both these camps on bot side. So they're going to know, okay, guys, Contracts can only really be on top side. Be aware, he could be looking for that gank. He's going to be on my Raptors, very likely, who he may go back and actually check to see if these Krugs are being taken. And they are going to be able to spot River. I don't know if they're going to be able to do too much about it. River doesn't have Smite, but they don't know that. Small Krug going to be grabbed by Huhi, and it does leash, so should eventually be able to finish it off, I think, but gets a little bit awkward, and at the very least, NRG get the information on where River is.
Yeah, and Contracts stole away the Raptors, uncontested on the top side, and since he's up here, great. Gets to get an early start on these grubs.
Yep, River gonna recall. He probably has an option to do Dragon here, but, you know, doing it with no items kind of feels bad, so he's gonna base.
Yeah, the trade ended up being pretty nice for NRG's side here. The top versus bottom, even after all the shenanigans chasing around jungle. And he'll finish those up. Once you get the grub, then it is, of course, going to alert, and you'll know Contracts is probably going for a recall after that. His wolves are actually respawning now, too, though. So he could do a super, super long early jungle here. He has still not gone back 6 minutes in. Now he starts channeling to go for the first purchase.
Yeah, Ayla was trying to hold the wave there a little bit, but not going to be able to do it fully, unfortunately. It doesn't really matter as Varus is back to pick up the wave.
Credit to NRG's bot lane. You know, we weren't too sure about this match.
Yeah.
Kaisa Rakan into Varus plus counterpick support. But the fact that they're, you know, going even with mismatched jungle pressure, you know, River was kind of sitting down there, being able to pressure a dive if it was ever available.
I like these cams they have right now on the players. Contract's making some calls after he's recalled there. Leaning full forward too. Energy members locked into this game. Must win. Elimination round here. And we'll see what he was calling.
Sniper could be in trouble if he can connect with the Intopo strikes. There may be an angle for the all-out. Important sidestep there for Sniper.
I mean, there is a big wave on top, and Contracts is going top side too. Now they know Jungler is on bottom side, but even so hard to do anything against Sniper right now. He's kept his health pretty manageable, and he still has flash. Very difficult to do a dive or anything.
Yeah, definitely really tough. You'd have to force out that counter-strike early to be able to find any sort of an angle, but it's just going to be a quick base there from Dokla. Already TP'd back. River going to take the Raptors here once again. Fully completes that camp. Will head down as Contract is spotted. We'll see if he wants to try to contest here at the red buff. Would need Quid to get full push before he went for it, so Contract's just going to drop a ward there to keep it safe. And they have the info that Meech and Ayla are coming over, so they are looking to contest here.
Contracts could try and steal here. They have the vision.
Palafox looking in. He's going to hit the Pop Blossom. And can they actually burst him down? He's rooted up. Can he actually pop the Heartbreaker and get out? The Warm Hug's coming through, keeping him alive. And First Blood going to be grabbed by Quid on the other side. Quid now in hot pursuit here. Contracts so low. Gets killed by the piercing arrow from Meech. NRG trying to stop them from getting back towards this bot lane, but can't even do that. They spent everything to try to burst down River, but the double shielding coming through from Ayla keeps him alive.
And I believe River won the smite on red and got level 6 off of it there. Huge stuff for 100 Thieves with both bottom lane and mid lane coming over. Oh, that is really going to be hard for NRG to come back in with already so much pressure on their shoulders.
Yeah, it's so rough. I mean, you're at series point here. 400 Thieves and NRG just took a big loss in the jungle. Quit again, off to an incredible start.
You can tell they're feeling pressured here because, like, I really thought Palafox was going to flash here onto maybe the bot lane so that his bot lane could connect better. I think that may have been a winning fight. But he just goes for the one-man ulti onto River, and it just leads to a really like discoordinated fight.
Yeah, it was way ahead of the rest of the squad, kind of like you're saying, and it also chunked the red buff, and then he barely got it down and got the.
I mean, he knows. He knows that could be it, right? Especially with the way the series has been going. I mean, Emilio helping him keep alive. Mitch also hit a really good Chains of Corruption there onto Palafox as he comes out of the Pop Blossom, gets ulted by the Varus, then he gets charmed up right after that. And bad kind of goes to worse. Dokla stepping forward, looking for the trade here, as he does use the Pathmaker to immune the stun. But Sniper scaling up well. Quid has been pushing through mid, and Quid has just been such an all-star in this game. Has a CS advantage, now got a kill and assist to his name as well. And we have just seen him dominate.
How does he have so much farm? I didn't even know there were that many minions at 9 minutes.
I think he pretty much hasn't missed
I think
almost any minions. Joe gave him something extra he always keeps in his pocket, you know, for a rainy day. But they're looking for another invade here on the buff, who he is here to match. Ayla has made the roam as well. This one going to be grabbed by Contracts, so not going to be able to be successful there. But the Grubs have spawned. They saw Contracts use his smite, and it's going to be Grubs going the way of 100 Thieves. So no angle, I think, for a 5 Grub take here for NRG, as all 3 should go to 100 Thieves and even that out. They have the gold lead. Now they're even on Grubs. They have that first dragon. And they have a scaling advantage, I think, you know, in most lanes. They are looking like they're just in such a good spot.
And especially if you do get into another situation where they use their lead, they get the towers down first, then you get another split pushing Jax situation. Quid on Ari is going to be very mobile to split push again as well. It makes the map so hard to play if you lose early to this.
Yeah, it's tough, so we're going to have to look for some angles for NRG. They do have good playmaking. That is one thing that is working in their favor this game. Of course, who he can look for those engages. Contracts is on the least in. Palafox can really be an X factor on these champions. So really everyone has the opportunity to maybe try to step up, find that big play that could really claw this game back.
And that's going to make Ayla's positioning really important. Emilio going to be the combo breaker on a lot of those hard energy engages that they're going to look for. Emilio ultimate acquired for him, so they have the extra safety button now too. And Quid coming down, pre-clearing out some of these river wards, some of these roam pathways for both him and a River.
Yeah, they have no wards at all now in that bot side river. Actually, just look at the wards all the way from top to bottom across the river. It is all 100 Thieves. Like, this is crazy. Bottom river and top river, they dominate the vision. NRG has nothing. They have no vision on the map at all. It is going to make it so hard for them to really play the game. You don't know where these guys are every time, you know, Quid walks into fog. It is really, really dangerous.
I love the way 100 Thieves are playing this. It's just so controlled. Because if you're Contracts, what do you do in this game? No matter where you go, if you walk into your jungle or out of your jungle, they're going to know where you are. Your lanes are getting pushed in. You don't have a lot of kill opportunity. Mid is really a bit of a gap here. So
it's a Quid diff, man.
So
it's hard.
Yeah, he's faced with basically hovering to hope that he can counter some plays, but 100 Thieves don't give it to him and start up the dragon.
Yeah, but everyone is down here. There's 4 members from both sides. Both top laners are up there. Can Doke will find an angle. He's going to try to TP in. It's the secure there from Contracts going forward. The quickness is going to get popped, and in comes a Pop Blossom, but it connects on no one. And now the turnaround is here. Quid pops the ulti. They get the kill. On to 1. Are they going to be able to chase back for more? Dokla going forward. The ghost has been popped, but Quid goes forward. Connects the charm onto Dokla. Dokla's in trouble. Pops the Pathmaker, but he's got nowhere to go. The resets have come through from Ari, so he's just going to keep on going in. Nice grand entrance. Knocks him up there from Hui. Quid, though, going forward. Contracts has to get out of there. They are very low. They will be able to limp their way out of this fight. Contracts at least gets the dragon, but again, 100 Thieves looking good.
Yeah, at the beginning of that, it looked like Contracts actually fat-fingered his flash when he was going for the Dragon Smite. A bit unlucky, but I mean, all things considered, it wasn't the worst for them. They did get the dragon, and they got a kill.
Yeah, but just how are you going to deal with Quid? He's been such a problem. He gets another kill. You know, the Varus and the Ahri are going to be very, very far ahead.
Yeah, let's take a look at this, because I saw 42 HP on the dragon also. So yeah, he goes in.
Oh, okay, so it was a kick flash. It wasn't a misclick.
Yeah, he actually plays it really well. Calm on the smite too. Very, very low HP. Then you have to disengage though with the Milio and with the flashes used. They get for the 1-for-1 as Dokla teleports in, but Dokla then gets his teleport answered as they chase forward into the jungle. I think it's a good call from 100 Thieves to kite back there over their ward. They're kind of bringing energy a little bit further and deeper into the ward so that snipers teleport in is going to secure them another counter.
And credit to 100 Thieves. Really fast reactions as Palafox entered with a Pop Blossom. Everyone flashing out. That connected on no one. It looked like there was an angle for maybe a 3 or 4-man ult. So everyone getting out of there very, very quick. At the very least, they got some of the summoners, but because the fight went bad after that, a lot of that was even now. Cyber going to be able to pop the ult, gets him a really nice trade as he has his Triforce completed. Dokla made the pit stop for the Tabbies, and it's going to mean his first item is going to come in a little bit later. But Sniper has just been kind of quietly farming away up there. Hasn't really had to interact too much. River will be able to just walk this one out. No way for Contracts to take that in. As River is looking again here onto Hui. Grand Entrance comes in, but it's not going to connect as River just uses the Spectral Maw to dash out to safety.
Well, a little cocky there by River. He goes for the Kraken Slayer, you know, as opposed to Sundered Sky. So he's pretty squishy, and he's walking into Rakan Lee Sin in a bush they have pink. So, and he's just not scared at all. So, yeah, egoing on him a little bit, I'd say.
I guess maybe just with Melio behind him, he's just saying you don't have the damage to actually do anything here.
Yeah, that's probably what he's thinking.
Personally, I also love Kraken Slayer. Feels so good, so much damage on rushing this. Of course, you're right. You are definitely squishier with this. We'll see if they get punished for it. As NRG, I think they're going to start to make more of those kind of desperate plays, even though it's still pretty early on in the game. If this one starts to slip away from you, or the towers start to fall, then you can't really bring it back together then. I honestly, probably as soon as those flashes are back up for Palafox and Contracts, I say go for another big one, try and get a bunch of kills to swing you back into it.
Yeah, looks like it's going to be 100 Thieves grabbing this Rift Herald. NRG do at least have the 100 Thieves mid lane tier 1 low, but they're now looking for a potential angle on a dive. It is Cassante, so not necessarily very easy, but here comes the Counter-Strike. They're going to be able to stun him back up. A nice Pathmaker simply immunes that, and is going to be able to pull himself back to safety. So maybe denying a minion or two there. Not much of a risk on the play, but they don't get much reward either.
And to the benefit of NRG, getting bottom tower here for the Kaisa, for FBI, could feel quite nice. Has the Static Shiv rush really early on too, pushes out the minions immediately, so that one goes all the way to tower, and they just kind of trade that for the cross map.
Yeah, and FBI actually has quite a lot of gold right now. He is second richest in the game, just behind Quid. Actually has more gold than the Varus because he got so much gold from that tower down there. So is in a pretty decent position, has a lot of setup as well. If someone can get in the back line, CC up some of these carries, maybe he can be the one to dive into the back line and actually execute him.
And Quid is 1,000 gold ahead of Palfox, so that is basically their gold lead. If Quid is there, then they're ahead. If Quid is not there, then 100 Thieves not really ahead. So maybe NRG, if they can get a fight around the Kaisa.
Quid is everywhere.
Put him in jail. Maybe lock Quid away, get him out.
Unplug his monitor, then go for the team fight.
Yeah, disconnect him. There you go.
We don't see players do that.
Yeah, it's really strange.
Why not? That's crazy.
It seems so obvious,
But you are on 100 Thieves. You got an in, right? They'll still let you in, right? You still got the card or whatever?
They changed the locks.
They changed the locks.
It was a bad breakup.
That's heartless.
All right, well, looks like the replacements, the new kids, are going to start knocking down those towers. Riftfield will 100% take care of this one. Mid lane opened up is the easiest. Now they've got full access to the jungle, and they'll just move right on over to Dragon.
Yep.
Yeah, I would say the.
Oh, look at Huhi, by the way. I think he got spotted. There, he was on a crazy flank angle, and that's actually going to push River off of the Dragon. So NRG maybe will take this.
Yeah, go for Sniper top tower, I think.
Yep, NRG showing signs of life. I think the Nico and the Rakan, they have a lot of good engage options. So 100 Thieves does need to respect that. They can't play this carelessly. And so they're going to leverage that into a good position for Dragon.
River, though, moving back in, and the TP is going to come in from Sniper. Can they find an angle to try to contest? It's getting very low. It looks like it should be secured here by Contracts. It is going to be. And in goes Huhi with the quickness. It's a kick out from Contracts onto Rivers. They're just going to look for the disengage now. NRG are on the run, but flash forward from Quid. Equal to the challenges Huhi as he flashes back to safety, narrowly avoiding that charm. Well handled, though, by NRG. At the end of the day, they get more summoners out of their opponents, and they get the Dragon from a disadvantageous spot.
Yeah, I mean, well played. It seemed really tense. Everyone's kind of like hesitant on going in, but they did get a nice chunk on River. Doka was able to zone Sniper on the side, and yeah, they got away with no casualties.
Yeah, I was really wondering if they were actually going to teleport to this, because Sniper got the outer tower on top side, and then he finished up the minion wave, and it seemed like the call was, well, they're still not done with Dragon, so might as well go for the fight and the attempt there. But that was teleport used. Quid now under fire.
Oh, but this could be trouble. He's going to go all out, but River is there, waiting and ready. River now trying to burst him down, but the Atobo strikes have been stacked up, and Huhi has arrived. In he goes. He's going to be able to knock him up, but the Pop Blossom connects on two, and here comes FBI. Open up as in goes Contracts, trying to connect onto Quid. Ward off forward, gets the shutdown, and on the other side, it's Sniper versus the world, but he's going to die as well. Meech flashes out, but Contracts is still there. Can they look for more? Doesn't seem like it, but it is a big fight there for NRG. Getting some shutdowns and getting back that confidence.
Oh, that was a critical chase from Contracts too on Quid. He lands the Q as Ari's running off through the brush. That allows him to close the distance and get that shutdown on top of it. It also cuts down on some of those Dark Seal stacks. So very, very big for NRG. A must-win team fight right here. Dokla starts out obviously on Quid and they chunk him down, and then they've got the early access. Palafox comes in on the Nico, so while the rest of the team kills River, Palafox gets the double knock up, and then boom, that's the Q I'm talking about. He hits onto Quid, chases for the shutdown.
Yep, great play by NRG there. I don't know if they completely timed Ari's ult. It's kind of hard when she has Malignance, but
give him credit. Yeah.
I mean, she had like 8 seconds left on ult, no flash, because she tried to, the flash charm at the end of the fight, so they found a good jump angle. They followed up really nicely. Good stuff, getting them back in the game.
Yeah, really good collapse, and honestly pretty critical. Sniper going forward, Pathmaker there to immune the counter strike, but Sniper will be able to win in this 1v1. Dokla always kind of knows it, so you're just kind of disengaging the fight, farming it out, trying to play more for those team fights, but it is going to get more and more difficult as Sniper gets those items in. Could become a real problem for them later on in the side lane.
So interesting now with NRG having the 2 dragons and closing the gold lead too. Kaisa being 500 gold ahead of Meech isn't a lot of gold, but he's 2 items completed right now with the Rage Blade coming in. Rage Blade is so big here, so A lot of easy standing gold too. That tower's like one hit basically. Top
breeze.
Top tower is also extremely low. Last time we saw that, so NRG could be getting a couple more objectives here real quick.
And Soul would be a really important one. This would be Infernal Soul, right? So definitely very powerful. Definitely one of the ones that you would like to see as you are on the NRG side.
Get that top tower too, yeah. Even if you don't kill Quid, if you can push him off here.
Yeah, he's going to try to take out the wave. We'll see if they want to look for the dive either way. Palafox going to be looking. There's the quickness pop. Into the waiting arms of Palafox goes Quid, though, as the Pop Blossom connects.
Oh, nice.
Almost got Huhi, but very well played. They position from both sides. Quid's trying to Spirit Rush away, but Palafox is just backing up with that Pop Blossom. Really nicely done.
And the pressure from NRG, like 100 Thieves aren't able to get anything in return. That was a no minion dive. Normally, if you commit 3 people without a wave, you're probably going to lose out macro-wise. But I think this game is hard for 100 Thieves to play. They don't have a good tank to like frontline these engages, and so you're constantly worried about, you know, a Nico engage, a Lee Sin kick, a Rakan ult with Kaisa follow-up. So they have to play pretty hesitant everywhere.
Yeah, it's one of these comps where you're very skirmish heavy. You can win fights, but you can scrap it out. But there's no real go buttons for 100 Thieves. Like, what's your best go button? The Varus ult, right? Like, it's not really reliable to just kind of have that instantaneous engage. Where, as you say, there's so many on the side of NRG.
Yeah, I mean, if Sniper has flash, then maybe you can get a big counter strike. If Quid fishes around and picks a single target with charm. And that's probably...
Got to play around vision, got to try to find these little skirmishes where I think they can definitely be very successful, but NRG clawing their way back here. If they win this game, they would force that pivotal Game 5. We got one yesterday in a really exciting series, if you missed that one.
Big Dokes, the only tank on Summoner's Rift right now in the brush. It helps so much in these vision fights to have someone that tanky up front. Doesn't care if he gets charmed. They take out the control ward. Huhi's even moving in here. He's got his shield on.
Yeah, Huhi's looking. Sniper's still bottling. They're trying to get the response, but in goes the Pop Blossom from Palafox, and he's got Meech. Meech is out of there already. Do they feel confident to try to do something more than just the dragon? They are going to go down to that dragon. They are going to take that, so it's a kill for the tier 1 on the other side, but they should get the dragon off the back of that. So a kill and a dragon for the tier 1, more gold in the pockets of Sniper, and he does complete the Sundered Sky.
That was so sick from Palafox with the E flash to hit the snare and the Proto Belt follow up with his ultimate, making the big play for NRG. Soul point acquired in a must-win game. These playoffs have really been bangers.
Yeah, credit to NRG. You know, they looked a little tilted, a little shaky in this series, but they're actually rallying real well in this game, finding good picks, and honestly putting themselves in a position that...
No way this works. I mean, 100 Thieves are trying to threaten the start. I think they just want to look for the turn. Quid has a good flank angle. Can they find it? As Huhi and Palafox stacked up there. They're still sticking on this Baron. Meech isn't even with them. They don't have the Varus. And in comes Quid. Charm Flash! Catches Palafox, but the stasis is there. Can they actually get him out alive? No, they can't. The reset is through, and the Tangle Barbs comes out. There's the root onto Dokely. He's trying to Pathmaker to safety. Will be able to do so. Counter-Strike threatening there from Sniper. Does push them back, but they could turn back to the Baron. We'll see if they're willing to start it up. I don't think they should.
Yeah, Contracts is pushing out mid lane here too, so NRG trying to get some...
Yeah, River getting a little spicy.
Yeah, it looks like that's going to be the end of that. They were threatening pushing down mid here. If you go back to start it back up, and very, very risky, even with Palafox down. He has a teleport, Unleashed teleport coming back with death timer still pretty low this early into the game, and not having a really clear path there on burning it down. So
yeah,
even though it is a good answer from Quid, you know, he knows Palafox now didn't have any flash after Palafox just uses flash to get the previous pick, and they do get the pick on him with it. No objective afterward.
Yeah, and if you start it up again, you have no ability to turn because Ahri doesn't have ult again, right? And you know, River's going to be on the Baron. Would be very difficult for them to actually make anything happen, and can be really tough to do the Baron in the faces of your opponent. We can see FBI building a little bit of AP now. Does have that Rage Blade through, so he's going to be looking with the Nashers to get that W evolve. And should have it. Yep, so he has the E evolve, has the W evolve. He has that triple evolve with this build. It's kind of a little bit of that hybrid style build.
I don't think I've ever seen two Kaisas build the same items.
It's actually the, you know how like you can't have both IE and certain items, you know, there's the overlap. It's the same thing with Kaisa. You can't build the same items twice in a row. Yeah, it just grades them out. Yeah.
It's actually pure random chance.
Yeah, you just have to. Oh man, I guess this is the game where I gotta go Banshee's Veil first.
Yeah, 100 Thieves repeatedly hitting Baron here in the other team's face kind of makes me think they are a bit directionless right now.
Yeah, I think they're worried about just waiting to the next dragon.
It's hard, right? Because, you know, every wave, one of those minions could be Nico, so you don't really want to just sit around and let NRG find a pick.
Oh, there's going to be a bit of an engage. There's the Pathmaker forward. In comes the quickness. The flash forward from Hui does not actually connect, but now the TP has arrived. Palafox immediate stasis is going to get popped. The Spectral Mod does stun him up, and in comes Quid from the side. The Pop Blossom connects on no one, and Sniper is there to finish him off. Sniper low on health. Pathmaker forward, going to be able to flip back one. Meech is down. It's up to FBI, though. Quid is piling through. The resets are here, and NRG are wiped off the map. It's a triple for Quid as him and River go crazy.
It was actually looking good. Palafox just took way too forward of a TP. He had to Zonia right away, hit nobody with the ult, had no flash, and they just ended up in a terrible spot. Wow, that is devastating.
Yeah, the small timing there too, because his flash was so close to coming off of cooldown. But 100 Thieves are poking and prodding around mid, and they kind of force that engage. They get it out of them. And this completely steamrolls the other way now, because even though, wow, they're even gonna wait for the Baron buff for Meech. Nice teammates. All right, Meech gets a Baron buff as well. They have the luxury to wait for him. Even with the 3 dragons for yourself, now the gold lead is so hard to fight over. Here's another look at it.
NRG still have good engage options. This Dragon's going to be coming up. I think that if NRG sets up for Dragon, it's not completely doomed for them. But this fight was for sure unlucky.
Yeah, look at that. After everything got used, and then Sniper was so low there, but the Chains of Corruption kept them all in place. Dokla went for like the hero.
That was kind of a nice play onto Meech there.
Yeah, went for the hero play, but then Quid gets another triple, and 100 Thieves get another celebration.
They are popping off, and on the other side, man, this is sport, right? There's a winner and a loser every game. You're gonna feel it definitely when you're putting your all into these games, into this year, working for it. NRG though pushing up here. It's 100 Thieves pushing down bot lane. You don't want to base race the Baron buff, absolutely, but they are going to try to look for more. Hui may be going to try to find some sort of an angle, but he has no flash. It is just Sniper defending, so they're going to actually force the base. As in comes the Pathmaker, there's the flip back. Sniper potentially in trouble. Quickness going to get popped. There's the Pop Blossom, and Sniper over Stasis. Welcome, he is down. It's still the base race going on, though. Multiple people from 100 Thieves pushing down that bot lane. Ayla almost gets taken out. It's Quid pushing them back, though. As always, this guy is huge for the team. The clone coming out from Nico there. NRG are trying to figure out what do we do? Because the base is going down. Dokla is all down there. It's going to be up to him to defend, but he is getting crushed. The Pathmaker used defensively. The rest of NRG trying to get back to the base. At the end of the day, it is just the kill for the inhibitor and the inhibitor tower.
Now look, they're gonna go right towards the dragon. Start it up as well. Sniper has
I don't know if they can finish this in time though. The TP is here, and they're gonna be coming in from both sides. This is gonna be close, and if they get it, can they actually get out? Contract secures it. Quid is over the wall though. River and Quid could be hunting. NRG needs to disengage. There goes the grand entrance. The flash is forced onto Contracts, and Hui is gonna be the sacrificial lamb. The rest of NRG need to get out of there and need to be able to stabilize here, wait for the respawns.
I still love that call from NRG though. It's so rare they caught them unexpected by going for a base race versus a team that has Baron. They did not expect them to go straight up mid, and NRG just forced it right through the front gate.
Yeah,
so
that was a really weird call by 100 Thieves. Like, I don't know the last time I've seen an actual base race in a competitive game, especially, you know, the team with Baron not being the one controlling mid.
Yeah, but Dokla's going to pop the ghost here. Meech has no flash, remember. Can he actually close the gap? He can't. The Spectral Mod does connect, but again, a great Pathmaker there. But Dokla hit by the Chains of Corruption. Look at Palafox. He's way behind them, but is the flank going to be too late? Contract's going in. It's a kick back on the Meech, but it does nothing. Contracts is gone, and now it's all up to Palafox on the flank. Can he find it? There's the Pop Blossom, but it's going to be a stasis answered by Quid, and I think this could be it. NRG are crumbling. It's FBI, though, still alive. Very little HP, so critical that he lived. If he goes down, I think that's the end of the game. Maybe there's some miracle play that they can make happen here. It's Hui, it's FBI, it's Dokla against the world.
3 versus 4. I think they'll be okay.
2 inhibitors down. Gonna be painful to deal with all that pressure. And 100 Thieves, they get the extra kills here, too. Whoa, that was insane though. I thought it might have been lost when Context went in for the kick there and got immediately deleted and they lost him. But then kind of the re-engage where they're able to burst down, and Meech went down as well here, allowing them for the defense, allowing them for some more time in this game. Remember, they did get the Dragon Soul off of that rush up mid and then run down to it. So if NRG can hold out and they can weather the storm here, then they can get to a point, maybe they can use that extra burst damage.
It's going to be tough, though. And man, I think if FBI dies, the game is over there. He got down really low, maybe 5% HP or so, does survive. I got to say, though, 100 Thieves have been so good at answering the Palafox engages. Every single time he gets in the middle of everyone, it's either a stasis or it's a flash, or it's, you know, the ulti coming out from Melio to immediately disengage it. It's something, and it doesn't feel like he's ever able to get big value. He's not picking up any kills, so now he's falling way behind itemization-wise as well. You know, he's working on his third item. 4 are already done for Quid, and he has just been so problematic all series long.
It's definitely been a hard series for Palafox. I think he's feeling a lot of pressure playing against Quid, not able to play how he wants.
Yeah, I mean, Quid is 4,600 gold ahead individually. There is the Dragon Soul on the other side, so that's about 4K worth of stats generally. So the gold lead definitely not as big as you would say, but the map state really, really hard to deal with. If you ever get caught out of your base, Jax could potentially end the game. That's something that's always going to be in the back of your mind. As you can see in the picture-in-picture, they're scrapping it out. I do think Sniper's going to try to walk this one out, but he's going to get caught, and Dokka's going to go all out. This could be a critical fight down in the bot lane.
FBI?
Sniper on the run.
Ooh,
will be able to get out. Yeah, couldn't get in range of the Killer Instinct.
Exactly. FBI was trying to get there with the Blast Cone. If they kept that on him, maybe they could get a quicker kill. Ulti over with the Plasma stacks. But NRG now, they lose one more tower, but they still have all these super minions coming in through mid and bottom as well. The defense just buying that time. Baron 35 seconds away. That's when 100 Thieves are going to really put the pressure to them.
And the question is, are NRG even going to leave their base to try to defend that, or will they just try to keep farming up these waves, hope that they can kind of equalize the goal a little bit? You know, maybe try to find some sort of an angle later, because you know, if you go out of your base, if you lose that fight, it is for sure split over. No chances of that LCS title defense that they are trying to get back towards. FBI very strong at this point. Finally, a third item does come through there for Palafox, but you're looking across on the other side. Quid monstrously strong. Really the whole top side, again, monstrously strong. 400 Thieves. That third item already now in for Jax, and that's where he even becomes so hard to deal with in the team fights because the cooldowns get so low.
FBI is going to show on the bottom wave. They have a Palafox disguise.
All right, they're starting it up. You can see Sniper threatening the flank on the side, but he was spotted. He's going to hop into the pit now and try to help them burst this down. Contracts is looking for an angle at a steal, but will 100 Thieves actually just flip this? They're still hitting it. They're going to flip it, I think. The TP's coming in. It's getting incredibly low. Contracts is in there. He can maybe finish this. Contracts gets the Baron in their face. It's going to be a kick flash for the disengage, but Quid piling in. Has another charge of that Spear Rush. He's going to look.
Sniper teleported to win, too. Sniper teleporting to end the game.
They just have to stop the base. They got to stop the TP. Can they get there? There's a flash. Spectral Moss stops the base there from Dokka. They have the Baron bases. Now trying to get back. Sniper gets the first tower. He's going to leave. Rejoin with his team. But Hui pops the quickest. There's the flash in. The Killer Instinct connects. Sniper pops the Counter-Strike. Jumps to a ward. Trying to get out of there. Is he going to survive? No. FBI kills him off. Can NRG get more? The Charm going to connect there onto Contracts. Palafox threatening, has the flash, knows there's no flash still for Quid. He's going forward, there's the flash, he gets 3! Quid immediately into the stasis, but Palafox in trouble as well. Quid is down, FBI takes him out, but it's River who gets the resets. Can River do anything on the other side? He's down as well. NRG have won the fight, have taken the Baron, have defended the base, and NRG are on the march to win the game.
Contracts, the miracle worker does it again, steals another Baron right in the face of 100 Thieves, and Ayla's the only defense left.
Against all odds, NRG do not give up. They do not surrender. They march on the base. It's Ayla versus 4, and he's got no chance at stopping it. They'll just ignore him. Their eyes on the Nexus. NRG are pushing us to a game number 5.
What a comeback.
Never give up. How many times last year, this year, have they done it? Woo!
What a game, what a finish.
Oh my. Trying to Baron against Contracts just does not go well.
I mean, Sniper ran at him as the Jax, but Contracts was like, fine, and he just dashed it to the other side. Even though he gets stunned, he's in range. Stuns do not stop you from smiting, and then he even got out of it, and he was able to combo with his Q. Lee Sin with that Q execute advantage.
You have got to love this 100 Thieves team, though. We just saw those players walking off stage. Quid and River laughing with energy about it, still in a good mood. Here it is one more time. Contracts able to get in. EQ Smite finishes the Baron, secures it, flashes out with the kick onto Quid.
That's got to feel bad. I wouldn't be laughing if that happened to me, but, you know, props to them. Props to them. Strong mental.
Strong mental indeed. And then Sniper went for the teleport play to try and end the game. Inhibitor on bottom side, he got that +1 tower, but then NRG, after they had gotten the early route towards bottom, they cut him off, so they get the kill here, and then the chase. Look at this one, Palafox again. Even though he's died so many times and they've escaped so many Pop Blossoms, they do not escape the Pop Blossom to end the game. He runs up, he is Kaisa form, clones in, they even stop him for a brief moment. Boom! Gets the big one. Contract's able to go with N onto Meech. They kite right back. Double stasis, and River was able to get one, but that's about it.
Yeah, absolutely insane game there. So good from NRG to be able to come back. That looks absolutely doomed. That's not even happiness. That's like
hairs. I see some gray hairs on him.
Also, look at Soaz in the back. You see the little photobomb back there? He was so worried the whole game, too.
Insane game. So much fun. I can't wait for game 5. Cue up the silver scrapes. We got it coming right at you.
Right tower first.
Yes, just ignore this guy. He's useless.
I'll zone Jax.
Yes. We have kick too. We won. Kill him. Kill him.
Alright. Nice, boys.
Let's go.
Nice. Holy shit. The art flash angles are in practice are working. I was getting shit on.
series 2 days in a row.
Are you guys not entertained? That's what I'm talking about.
Absolutely, man. NRG selecting blue side heading into this 5th game. You can see a look of preponderance with Sniper. Sorry, 100 Thieves lost the game, so they're the ones who selected blue side.
Yeah.
Going to try and run this one back. What have we seen so far this series? Because it's been back and forth. It looked doomed for a good portion of this game 4, but NRG with back-to-back smite steals brought it back.
This just reminds me of some of their wins that they had during the regular season.
Yeah.
Where it's just like, it's doomed. I remember the IMT game where it's like, call it already. Then Contract comes in with a pretty sick smite steal. But in this one, it's just some of the decisions they've made in fights that has just been great. Like the Drake stacking has been a big positive, and even though with, yes, there have been some tilting or some poor play from the top side of the map, I think FBI and Huhi has been remaining firm, and that has been keeping them in the series.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, Contracts has had some ups and downs, but I think another story, weirdly, in draft has been Lee Sin.
True.
And who gets it? Obviously, I know Meteos mentioned on cast that he thinks Lee Sin is just in a good spot right now. But when you think about these two junglers and what they like to do, it really is use early creative pathing to get involved with their lanes. And obviously, we've seen them trying to track each other during that. But I think we've seen some pretty interesting Lee Sin performances today, too.
And I'm just looking at the pictures we see on the screen here. It looks to me like both teams are passing the vibe check going into game 5, if that makes sense.
That is true.
NRG had very almost defeated body language before that game 4, right? But coming off the stage, big smile from Dokla, look of relief from Contracts. They're grooving a little bit right now. And then I think 100 Thieves, because of what happened to them on Thursday against Cloud9, just getting completely demolished, I think the quality of which they've played so many of these games, I think it seems like they're able to look past that they let that one slip through their fingers, because I think they're actually really confident they can just have another game. They won't have 2 smite steals happen and they'll win that one.
100%, and I think it's just been them rallying around River. Throughout the series, River and Quid, especially Quid, have been the ones that have been performing really well on their team. So like the invade that I still remember that they had on Contracts, just being able to get the kill, the constant skirmishes that they've had in bot side River that has been working in their favor. I remember the 3v3 top side, like everything that 100 Thieves have been doing, they have been on the same page, which they weren't doing in the last series. But in part, remember, Golden Glue did say that they didn't get a chance to scrim and play with River all too much because of that sickness. And now they're feeling pretty good.
Yeah, Quid has had an absolutely phenomenal performance today. And I think you do look to him and River as kind of the heart of this team. I also think, again, when you look at their drafting and how they want to play, in the C9 series, they seemed really lost in terms of like how they wanted to play out their compositions. But today, we're on a solo lane focus. And even if I don't necessarily like going so hard on that, I think they know what they want to play and they're really confident in it. And that was a hallmark of their play across the regular season as well, and why they ended up tied in record for first, second overall.
Absolutely. You can see them coming back on stage as well now. 3 of 100 Thieves already in their chairs. NRG taking just a moment longer. All of us predicted a 5-game series.
True.
Yes, we did.
So good job, us. It's delivered in a big way, actually. Neither team tilted. I think both teams showed up and showed some strength. Anyone changing their predictions? I was 100 Thieves.
Don't look at me.
3-2.
Raz,
Don't look at me.
You. I'm looking at you.
Should I flip-flop, guys?
Well, what was your
NRG.
first prediction?
Hey,
I had energy. Do you guys think I should flip to 100 Thieves?
That was mixed.
That was mixed. I think it's the first time we had such a mixed crowd.
Yeah.
I'm not flip-flopping. I'm staying with energy on this one.
Emily?
I mean, I never flip-flop on my predictions. Like I said, I feel like I'm good at owning my L's.
There can be a first.
I make a lot of mistakes, but
let's talk about why
I do think 100 Thieves have looked really comfortable and confident with what they've been locking in. I really like how they've been playing around Quid, around River. I think this team is very comfortable and confident going into game 3.
Raz, why does NRG bring it home?
Oh my God. So I do think that playing better around the comp that they currently have, like I am looking at FBI and Huhi, and even though the start of the series looked pretty poor in how they played 3v3s, they have slowly gotten better. And I think the change within the draft to actually play around Lee Sin skirmishing has helped them a bit more. So I think that's going to be a reason. And the fact that they have been playing better and they're more experienced in this situation like this.
What about Contracts Baron steals? I just heard a stat hot off the presses. 17 Baron steals in Contracts' LCS career.
Wow.
Second only to X-Smithy, who's at 18. So one more.
Just one more.
He could tie.
Hey, Contracts, do
NRG returning to their seats. I think one thing that's going to be big to watch is which team gets affected by the pressure more. Because it's one thing to show up in game 1 or game 2, but once it's game 5, in an elimination series, the pressure goes up way higher. 100 Thieves had the highest combined kills per minute of any team in the LCS throughout the regular season. Can they keep that killer instinct in the 5th game? NRG largely disconnected through a lot of the season, but will the pressure bring more focus in that 5th game? I don't know. It's yet to be seen. I'm still barely on the side of 100 Thieves, but I think we're in for a really exciting game 5.
Yeah, and I mean, I think this is where you could see, to Raz's point, as to why he didn't want to flip-flop on his prediction. A lot of that playoff experience come through. We talked about how not only does his team have a lot of experience, but they have a lot of experience playing together. Even Huhi being a last-minute addition, he's played with FBI a lot in the past on 100 Thieves, the team they're facing right now. So I think that's where you would look to that kind of playoff experience and kind of grace under pressure to be able to perform.
Yeah, and I do think specifically, I think it was Third Drake where they just played their situation out properly. I was like, okay, they're on the same page. They're playing it a lot better. Then the Drake for, I guess, the bot lane race on turret was another play. So I feel like they're constantly making better and better decisions that is leading them to a point in game 5 where they're looking good. We talked about them passing the vibe check. I think they are. So that's where I have it going into the next game.
All right, enough talking from us. The players look like they're ready to get in the draft. Let's go to casters.
Thank you. Contracts on the verge of making history. Maybe going to tie Smithy with another Baron steal in this one. Raz also making some history. First time he hasn't flip-flopped on a prediction.
I mean, maybe Contracts also passes him. He could steal 2 Barons in one game and just outright take the first place.
Why not?
The award.
Also, Raz getting a prediction right is on the line here. It could happen for the first time.
Raz just getting cooked left and right. That's what happens, Raz. Mess us again. See what happens.
Yeah, we messed with him first, but it's fine. Honestly, I think we should have draft priorities changed. You have to have #1 draft priority on either Lee Sin or Rel or something that helps you smite secure objectives.
Nunu. Lock in Nunu.
Yeah, where's the Nunu? Let's get it. Turn this sucker up to 11. Smite secures. Like, how do you even get objectives anymore? You literally have to punt the other guy halfway across the map.
He needs to be dead or he's going to steal it. That's the rule. No flipping the Baron against Contracts anymore.
I wish they had a stat like how many times Baron's been stolen from them as well.
Yeah.
How many times have you stolen it? How many times have been stolen from you?
How many times could my support or top laner have kept the enemy jungler?
That's the only stat I care about.
Yeah. That's the.
How many times
that's
my
every time,
team
according to every
not
jungle.
helped me?
This is the jungler comfort stat we're creating here.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Vi still permabanned here. Nobody wants to let a Taliyah Vi through. Basically, is what it has been.
Lee Sin ban.
Okay, I like it.
I mean, River was nasty on it.
There's a Nautilus available. Could see him getting picked up. There's an Ahri as well.
So, do you prefer the Ahri side or the Taliyah side? I love Taliyah so much.
Taliyah is really strong. I think it requires more setup. What we've been seeing Quid do on the Ahri has been pretty hard to bet against. So, like, would I normally like the Ahri first pick? Maybe not. But with what Quid has been playing, like, he's just been so insane.
I would probably see it as like a handshake kind of deal. Depending on your mid laners, but if both are available, you can do the trade. I would have thought Nautilus would go over first pick, but I guess not.
Oh,
sorry.
Banger!
Sorry.
This is the kind of entertainment you can expect if you want to tune into the dive.
Poppy is also open this game, so there could be a Poppy.
The producer just humped in my ear. He said, we will not be having Meteos back on the broadcast after that. So this is your final game. Time to make it count.
Rest in peace. And they did, in fact, even end up picking
Raz gets the last laugh.
Yeah, it wasn't a producer. It was just Raz.
Yeah, exactly.
Raz holding the producer at gunpoint.
This is producer Raz here.
All right, well, there's my Taliyah. Happy to see that one picked up on the other side. I will say, Contracts is a super duper good Taliyah too. Sometimes this is not really a flex pick because the jungler, some jungle Taliyahs, not really, they shouldn't have that ability. But this definitely is a flex team.
So Kai'Sa potentially taken away here. Earlier in the series, I would have just thought this was a Varus, but because Kai'Sa feels like it's become such a pivotal pick, they're going to actually take it away, from that Nautilus Kai'Sa duo. And they are going to be able to grab up some hard engage here. This is something you were talking about, Meteos, after the last game, is that it felt like 100 Thieves couldn't be the proactive ones because they didn't have any of those go buttons.
It's hard, right? Especially against something like Nico, like Rakan. There's just so much snap engage if one team has that and the other team doesn't, you know, the team who cannot engage feels so much more pressure. Anytime you face check, anytime you walk into fog, you have to respect the fact that they could just go on you at any time.
Also, just saying, I said you got to raise priority on Lee Sin and Rel for securing objectives, and River has had a lot of things stolen from him, so if you are the Rel, now you can Q smite.
Could also be a pick for Ayla, though. Pretty good combo there with Kaisa, one of the classics. Jack's going to draw a ban now, as I think that's the first ban it's gotten so far in this series, but Sniper has been playing it a lot and has been a bit of a thorn in the side of NRG, especially with Dokla here getting 5th pick counter pick. If he doesn't have a really great answer for it, I think the ban makes sense. Maybe get him a matchup where he can try to dominate more. That was a real key to victory for Cloud9 over 100 Thieves, was the matchups that Fudge was able to orchestrate in the top lane, was the damage he was able to do there. So maybe Dokla could get something cooking on red side.
Yeah, I'm curious if 100 Thieves will ban the Cassante. I think both of NRG's wins have been on Cassante. It's definitely a champion, I think, that fits the way NRG wants to play. You know, it has enough agency that Dokla's happy to play it, while also being a champ that can function on weak side. So I think that would be a pretty smart ban for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, and NRG here are banning out some of those sniper carry champs. You know, the Olaf following it up too, so it does seem likely.
Yeah, when we saw 100 Thieves against Cloud9, there was a lot of Aatrox for Sniper, which wasn't really working out. That, of course, would still be available. The Cassante not going to get banned. It is going to be the Varus, so they don't want the Varus as a response. FBI could look towards Zeri. So Smolder priority has gone absolutely all the way down. No one wants to play it anymore. It is going to be the Zeri answer here. There's no enchanter behind him to really kind of buff him up, unless they're really cooking and going to move things super crazy around. But it is a really strong scaling pick.
I don't love this draft from NRG so far. It's looking a little shaky to me.
Is there anything that you think could pull it together? It is going to be the Aatrox here for Sniper, kind of as expected, what he played against Cloud9. What would you want to see from Dokla to maybe kind of like shore it up if you feel like it's missing something major?
I don't even know what you'd pick in. Yes, go Shaco, game 5.
I feel like Douglas is going to do something not super.
Oh!
I feel like he's just going to do a Cassante or something again.
Yeah, I would kind of expect Cassante again. There it is.
All right, so we have the full drafts.
You already have Talia, Xin Zhao, Zeri damage. Like, you have plenty of damage already anyway. But the Nocturne is a really interesting one because Nocturne with Ahri, with Kaisa here, lots of dive potential, lots of, if the map is opened up again, we've had so many of these games with spread map, and then it's all about picks and which team is getting the first pick, and then tumbles into these crazy team fights.
I have a lot of concerns about if FBI is going to live. Like, there is so much hard engage, so much dive. It feels like Ahri, Nocturne, Rel splashing on you, Kaisa's killer instincting in onto you. You know, maybe the hope is that the Xin and the Talia are like killing everyone off as they're putting all that pressure onto FBI, but it feels like a tough game for him to survive in fights.
Yeah, I think this is an insane Aatrox angle for Sniper, which would for sure have me a little shaking if I'm NRG here, because Aatrox is good against these tanky, low damage comps, and NRG honestly doesn't have that much damage on their comp. Like, all their champs kind of need items to do damage, and I don't think Cassante is a great matchup in Aatrox. I think he'll do just fine in that lane.
I think for sure Palafox has a really big game this game. That Talia could be extremely pivotal if they are to win this one, and it's got to be him.
All right, well, we're heading on in. It's game number 5, 100 Thieves, NRG Kia going up against it.
Oh, we see some top lane cheese.
Yeah, everyone from 100 Thieves spreading out across the map, and NRG sending 4 members top, wanting to see if they can find any sort of a pick. Oh, they showed. Sniper saw him.
It's just Dokla, though.
Yeah.
Only Dokla showed so far. Oh, now we got who he's shown to.
Not gonna
flash on him.
I like a game 5 to start out like that.
I respect the attempt. I always like when people look for these level 1 invades, look for the opportunity. If you have the stronger level 1.
Also, I really like this ward that you saw just be placed by 100 Thieves. This sees when you transition jungle quadrants here for Xin Zhao, and you get a little peek there towards the lane.
And after all the spicy trash talk yesterday, we get a hi-oh in chat from River.
Huh. do props for him for not being just completely melted down after getting Baron stolen repeatedly. Like I would be in the fetal position right now.
I mean, he was just laughing about it. He was completely unfazed. Quid and River walking off stage, they were walking with the NRG members, and they were clearly joking back and forth about it because they were laughing it up, having a good time. This is definitely a very good vibes team, which I think can be beneficial when you get in these tough spots, right? Where maybe someone's just going to get pissed. I don't think that really helps you out. So
no, I mean absolutely,
stay stable.
It's very good. It's cool to see.
All right, we are going to have Quid, since he cleared that ward, has the level 2 on first wave. Maybe there's something. Palafox is pushing it though, so as long as Palafox doesn't put himself in a bad position while he's pushing, won't get surprised. And Jungler's just clearing opposite sides here. Interesting that River on the Nocturne is clearing from top, or from bottom up towards top instead.
Yeah, Nocturne generally feels like all you really want to do is just power farm. Maybe you're covering some ganks, you're looking to respond a little bit, but generally speaking, you just want to get to 6 and make that first move with your ultimate really pay off.
But that's why it's a little surprising he didn't start Raptors for the earlier Raptor respawn, because usually if you're trying for the super quick, then you do that, but maybe it is this like desyncing because you think that Xin Zhao is going to try on that timer to come for your Raptors.
Yeah, that's what Medios was talking about earlier, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's something Spica mentioned to me too when we were talking about jungle is he said in solo queue he's pretty much always switched to starting buffs just because that 4-minute invade.
Sniper, 3 Talon strike. The knockup is going to be there, and it wasn't flash, and now Sniper may have flashed too late. Pathmaker comes in from Dokla. They don't have the damage.
But
he's going to be able to survive.
But they also don't overstay and die in there. It does mean that Nocturne here, though, River is going to have a lot of freedom because Contract just showed up there, got chunked out, and has to go back to base now.
I wonder, could Contracts have flashed in for one more auto? Would it have been worth it? At the end of the day, they do get the flash. They don't use any summoners, so not that bad, but it buys a lot of time for Nocturne.
And it's game 5, and NRG, a lot of their big mistakes have been over chasing.
That's true.
So the coaches even mentioned talking to them and saying we need to slow it down a little bit, so a little bit of
But is that good or bad, right? If you lose that killer instinct, you have to have confidence in your plays. If it's the right play, you should go for it, whether it didn't work last time or not. Because that's something that Contract has also talked about, when they were talking about Worlds last year. So we're going to watch this one more time.
How close is it?
Yeah, I'm looking at it. I don't think Flash. Yeah. I was surprised Dokla went in here, and I'm also surprised he didn't die for going in there.
Yeah, the Q2 just had been used right there for Sniper. That was very, very close.
Yeah, I would say...
happy they didn't flash?
I think I'm happy they didn't flash, and I think that they're pretty happy that didn't go worse.
Yeah?
Yeah, exactly. I thought the W in Xante was going to be disaster.
Yeah, well, at the end of the day, it does work out. I think he barely got out of turret range for that second shot, and he didn't even pop the ghost, so going to be happy about it. At the end of the day, not going to mean that much, I think, on either side. Would be nice to get Dokla going early, as it feels like when one of them gets ahead, it usually has been Sniper. FBI with the call start here, just farming up down on that bottom side. Has been a very comfortable lane for them thus far. Of course, the waves back towards Meech.
See, it's always the next step of the evolution of, all right, well, if you are starting your buffs, then it's going to be the 4.5-minute respawn for Raptors, and Contracts ends up getting Raptors anyway.
Yeah, and we're actually seeing a bit of a bot gap come in already. Meech had to take a pretty rough recall and pull River to cover.
There's nice. Oh, flashing forward. He's going to be able to get out of there. Contracts goes in aggressive. They had the faster roam from Huhi, and they were able to take advantage of it.
Good job there. Contracts playing around the spell shield. But it is just going to be flash for flash traded. It's so fun in game number 5 with how tense it is and how close some of these plays are. It feels like we keep getting a little bit of a taste of how aggressive this series has been overall. But nobody wanting to make the first true all-in and first true commitment.
So both teams have a little bit of Game 5 history. 100 Thieves actually 5-5 throughout their org's history in Game 5s. Whereas NRG, just having played the one in summer, since they've been back, obviously, they are 1-0 in those Game 5s.
All right, interesting now too, always is, grubs after you do have the early gank from Contracts. So Nocturne gets one grub right now while top
Dokla going all out. He has level 6. Sniper's trying to go back to get it, but is it going to be in time? I don't think so. It's a first blood for Dokla. Solo kill thanks to the early flash they forced before.
Nocturne couldn't even finish the grub either. So that's just going to be a huge solo bolo for Big Dokes, and NRG get to move in. They get one grub, they get chased off.
Here comes the fight, though. In comes the Weaver wall. Palafox is going to arrive. Quid gets over the side, dashes forward, lands the charm. Contracts is out of there. Here comes Dokla. Can he bail him out? Ayla going to have to flash. Quid needs to get over the wall. He has 2 charges of the Spirit Rush. Will be able to do it, but he's going to go back in. He's crazy. He's too healthy for that. Quid now gonna have to flash, but he's on the wrong side of the map. I don't know if he can get out of there. Sniper though, he's 6 and he's back. He wants to get some payback here on the NRG, who he will flash out, but Dokla, no such luck for him. He's got no mana and nowhere to go. Sniper should be able to get this one back, and will finally be able to finish it off. That's a shutdown for Sniper. Very scrappy stuff up around the grubs.
Yeah, you know, at first when I saw Quid ult back in it, I thought he was just, you know, trying to die, but he was actually making time for Sniper to get there, which was very heads-up play. Definitely gets him back into the game, getting that shutdown on Dokla.
All right, here's another look at it starting out. And they have the pings really early on, too. So Quid comes down with Ayla. You're looking at Sniper running from base 2 for that timer for the big delay. Once Palafox walls in, they all focus onto Contracts, take him down first because they know he has no flash, no way out. And then it's the brawl at the back of the pit where the seismic shove does get River. But here's the moment you're talking about. Pit goes back in and then flashes over because Sniper, if you're watching the minimap the whole time, made it all the way up. And he's got Aatrox ult.
Yeah, and Palafox here actually goes hunting for Quid instead of helping. He may have been able to, you know, push them back and let Dokla get out. So a bit of a mistake there. Got too hungry to kill Quid.
Yeah, that's a pretty big shutdown though. As you said, he does get the Aatrox back into it a bit. Dokla obviously still going to have a bit of a gold advantage, and he is looking good in this top lane matchup thus far. Has been a pretty big X factor on the Cassante in a number of team fights, able to zero out carries, find big plays. But quietly, things looking good for FBI on the Zeri pick. He's going to be scaling up and does have a pretty nice CS advantage.
And I do like the early sheen here too for Dokla. This thing got reduced 100 gold in price. So as a component, it's actually a really efficient component nowadays with the ability haste, with of course the proc that you get. And the proc stays the same damage once you turn it into Iceborne. You just get the extra slow.
Yep, and it fits so well into his trading pattern, right? Because you're going forward for these quick trades, you know, being able to proc the Raz, proc the Sheen on that same play. Nice little flick back there from Palafox with the seismic shove, but not going to amount to much of anything. And mid lane looking pretty much dead even thus far. Have to track though. River is level 6, has the paranoia available as Doka's going to look with that Pathmaker forward. I do believe we saw Contracts get into the brush behind him, but the vision has been toggled, so we don't know for sure. All right, well, we'll see if there's going to be any sort of a play for this next objective. You know, it has been a lot of play around grubs so far throughout this series. We'll see if anyone wants to kind of make the trip back up there, as the third grub was never even finished off, so it should still be sitting there. Both teams just sitting on one grub apiece. No one has made a move towards the dragon. It's been all about, you know, trying to play for gold, trying to play more heavily towards top lane and around that grub so far this game.
Yep, Nocturne does have the ulti, so NRG's not going to want to spread themselves too thin. They're probably, I wouldn't be surprised if they looked for a dragon play soon, just because when you're up against champs like Nocturne and Evelyn and stuff who have this, like, you know, invisible pressure, if you can bait them to come to a fight, then the pressure is kind of relieved since you know where they're going to be.
What would you like to see River do with his first ultimate? You know, do you think it's important that he goes towards his area, try to slow him down, or really is it more of just utilize wherever you see the opportunity?
I would say it's opportunity based. Just, you know, if you see a good situation for it. Fighting around bushes in these river skirmishes is always good.
Yeah, I feel like you either go to Quid or you go to Ayla rather than just their target. If you go solo on Flash, Cleanse, Zeri, then it's not going to be anything more than summoner spells there. So looks like they actually have a pretty good early lead on the health bar here. Even though NRG Contracts are waiting around, look at who he's walking. He's so far on the Nautilus. Yeah, they just burn it and finish. NRG kind of fishing around. Maybe somebody gets a little lazy and walking back towards bottom. But nobody is going to do that, so NRG don't get anything here.
Yeah, Contracts covering the bot lane as they do push that in. Again, a lot of his job is going to be trying to anticipate where the angles could be for that Nocturne and be there before the play does break out. Of course, we know that River is just kind of power farming it up, is 20 CS ahead, as Quid making a roam up towards top lane. We'll see. I think like it's kind of been given away here as Sniper's just charging forward, so the early ghost is going to be popped by Dokla. He is out of there. Sniper walking past those minions, you know every single time is the Cassante, someone's there.
Yeah, it wasn't the most subtle gank, but did get the ghost, I guess.
Yeah, ult for ghost trade, not the worst.
Meanwhile, it is going to allow for cross-map play for NRG, but there are wards that will see the cross-map play start. So right now, the wards see Contracts and Palafox moving. And so I don't think there is going to really be an opportunity, since even though 100 Thieves, yeah, you know, Quid goes up topside, then you have kind of the seesaw effect of Summoner's Rift. They've got plenty of wards, and so the vision allows them to play safe on the other half of the map.
If you look at the jungle situation now, River's just creating an advantage by farming. Like, it's so much pressure on Contracts if he's not showing and he's not ulting, because Contracts, anytime you go to a camp, you're like, oh, is my lane going to get ulted? I kind of should be there. You know, I don't want to be taking my wolves while my bot lane's getting ulted. So he just ends up not farming and falling behind.
Yeah, it's that implied pressure, as you say. You know, if you spend the ult, then all right, he doesn't have to worry about anything for a couple of minutes. So that is definitely an upside. If there's not a guaranteed ult, hey, just don't use it. And Contracts is kind of stuck on guard duty.
I would like to see NRG maybe look for some pressure toward top lane. Aatrox, especially when he builds this way, is really squishy and diveable. So I think that would be a pretty good play to go for, just to at least make Nocturne show himself. Take away some of this pressure.
Yeah, especially with them showing on wards right now with the invade on bottom side. But 100 Thieves, because of that extra pressure, they're going to get up to tower, get turret plate money. Meanwhile, Contracts up in the Void Grubs over here to finish that one off and get the scuttle. But maybe they go for that Aatrox, you know, at least the pressure on the Aatrox to push him off tower that you were talking about.
They're listening to us.
Has zoned him off. And they are going to be able to push him away for
barely any.
It's barely anything, as Dokka will TP down towards bot. And as is required, we've got a new item here for Kai'Sa. Did go for Kraken first, so we've seen a couple shivs. Now he's got to mix it up.
Fearless Kai'Sa builds.
As far as builds though, Nocturne is pretty fun, because you have the choice between like the older style of the Stridebreaker, which is pretty good now, or I love the Eclipse rush into experimental Hexplate, because Eclipse is the shield is off of skills, also bonus AD, and Nocturne, when your Q is cast and you get a bunch of extra on the trail, and then you proc it, it feels so good to get a really big shield. So a lot of survivability on a very cheap item power spike there too, which sometimes like you time it with your first ultimate, but this game has been a lot safer, so they haven't actually used it yet.
Yeah, I was looking at Nocturne's runes, and he's actually not running Ultimate Hunter this game. And I guess if you're just never pressing your ultimate, you don't have to worry about the cooldown on it.
You wait until you have rank 2 ultimate to press it first. So that's
always the worst feeling, when you're like level 10.9 and like you should ult, but you don't want to.
I guess I'll just wait a little bit longer.
Yeah, we can get A's still. I'll have less cooldown on my next one.
All right, well, some of the major item completions have come through here. Profane Hydra done up in the top lane. Dokka already done his Iceborne though at the same time. Plus he has the tier 2 boots and the Bramble Vest. So Dokka really looking good up in the top lane. Zeri is going to be the Shiv rush, kind of as expected. And Malignant's first here again for Quid. We really don't see any variation from the Ahri builds until the second item, where we've seen a couple different looks. I don't actually, have we even seen the Lichbane today though? It feels like it's been, we saw Shurelius one game. We've been seeing, you know, kind of more bursty builds the other game, but I can't remember if we saw Lichbane yet.
I don't believe so. I think we've seen Horizon Focus, which, you know, I can understand why. It's a lot cheaper. It's, I think, 2,700 as opposed to Lichbane's 31. So you definitely get it online earlier and get your other items.
Very passive game 5 though, especially compared to the pace that has been set throughout the rest of the series, where it's been very, very scrappy. No one really pulling the trigger. At what point are you kind of getting worried about the fact that as Nocturne, you still have not used your ultimate? I mean, he's farming well, but still, it's like, I always find this champion is way harder to teamfight on as you get later on in the game, where you're at that point where it's like, okay, the soul laners are getting way too much XP. You're kind of starting to fall behind. You don't always have time to power farm. It can be difficult later on.
Yeah, I wouldn't be super worried about like my number of ults when I'm playing Nocturne, but you don't want to be missing opportunities to ult. But just sending it for fun, just to say you did it,
of course,
it's not super useful.
I guess the question is more, do you think that they can get outscaled? Like, is there that concern? If you're just kind of AFK farming from this point, whose spot do you favor? Because if you don't favor the Nocturne spot, then of course he needs to find angles, and now he's going to be forced to flash out.
Oh wow, that was so close. He was almost in Nautilus ult range.
And 100 Thieves looking like they're posturing here to potentially re-engage. There goes the Paranoia, but he's going to be knocked back by the Crescent Guard. But Quid dashes inside it and lands the charm. Palafox on the other side getting a lot of damage done. It's Ayla who's down first. Dokla goes all out on Meech, but now he's got to run. In comes Quid. There's the Unstoppable, beautifully timed by Dokla. Has been on point all series long with those Pathmakers. Doesn't feel like he's missed a single CC.
And good safety here from Contracts. Like, they go on the Xin, but he pops his ult. He goes, flashes back into the safety of the Talia Rocks. Energy, they get the kill on the Ayla. They get the Dragon here as well. They will even that up. And we have our first, like, major gold lead, major move in this entire Game 5.
Exactly, and I like what NRG did there. They just took the fight directly on Nocturne. You don't have to worry about his ultimate when you're engaging on him. 100 Thieves wasn't really the cleanest engage.
No. Yeah, they go Nocturne ultimate and then try and engage with the Ahri to follow up onto Xin, but Xin charges and then flashes, and guess what? They get the kill onto your support. Even though Dokla kind of goes off on the side here, he pushed the Kai'Sa out and gets out safe over the wall.
I just feel like Nocturne ult being used on a Contract, it's so low expected value when Contracts, has the Crescent Guard. Quid even got inside the Crescent Guard, landed the charm, but it's just they're not even close to having that much damage, and it meant that Zeri's untouched, Palafox is untouched. It's hard to win a fight in that position.
Yeah, one thing that's kind of interesting in Season 14 is they removed a lot of the bushes between mid lane and Dragon Baron areas, which before was one of Nocturne's best spots to fight because
could be a dive here. There's going to be a TP coming in as a response. I think it will dissipate as there's enough of a response, so you can continue.
Yeah, well, with less bushes, one of the biggest advantage of Nocturnal is you lose the shared vision with your team, so any wards and bushes are just gone. So, it's very hard to fight or just attack anyone.
Yeah, and people talk so much, obviously, about Nocturne and competitive. The old combo used to be like, oh, it's Nocturne Cannon, it's Nocturne plus Flanker, and basically you turn off the light, it's hard to spot that Flanker. So we'll see if we can set anything up with that, with Quid or for Sniper, making that play happen. Dokla has been left alone. 100 Thieves are in the area, but it's a tough dive to make happen. He is a very tanky Cassante at this point in the game, and NRG are rushing out of base there to cover in case of any sort of aggressive move from 100 Thieves.
I would like to see NRG keep the pressure on Aatrox. It seems like they're kind of taking the pressure off of him a little bit because he's just so squishy. You can pretty much force a play on him with any two members.
Slowly chipping away here. NRG with the siege. Get a large portion of the mid lane turret, but doesn't quite fall, and so Sniper gets to walk right back down to that bottom lane. He had like half roamed up the river in case they hard committed to it, but no hard commitment there from NRG. Just pretty safe siege with the Zeri and the Talia. Retake on the river here though, 400 Thieves. They clean it out on Vision, and they've got another Nocturne ultimate locked up. Level 2 now, with his level 11 achieved, rank 2 in the ultimate, and he is going for the Stride Breaker next. Obviously, since he's not spamming his ultimate, doesn't really need the extra ultimate ability haste from Experimental Hexblade.
And we'll have to see as this game, it feels like it's going to be one that kind of comes down to objectives, but at the same time, it is the Chemtech Soul, which really is by far the least desirable one. So both teams may be willing to say, we'll just kind of give it up. There's one Dragon apiece, it's already 20 minutes. Even if you got Soul, it'd be super late and kind of who really cares. So this can be one of those games that becomes very passive and looking for those plays. Is Dokla, but Quid just going to be able to pop the ulti and back right off. I think both teams are feeling a little bit hesitant here. It is Game 5. They know you lose this game, your season is over. And it can be tough in that situation because even just mentally, you don't want to be the guy who loses your team the game.
Yeah, we've definitely seen both teams kind of take their foot off the gas for this one. Partially due to the champions, like Nocturne's not really the same as Lee Sin. But I think also, there's a lot of hesitation.
That's true. One is blind and the other blinds the other team. True. Key difference. All right, Herald's gonna get popped here in mid. We'll see if Meech and Ayla can walk it forward, but it looks like it's kind of just a freebie given over to NRG as that Herald is dropped pretty late and no defense for it, so not even gonna get one charge, and they're actually the ones who lose the tower in mid after dropping the Herald there, which is a little bit unfortunate.
Yeah.
No drift.
I would look on the timer too and see if it was like...
I think it was about to expire.
Automatic dropout. It's actually a pretty nice change that it just pops out of you when the...
Where'd that come from?
When that timer runs out.
Who put that there? All right, the hook going to be going in. There's the depth charge onto River. River flashes out. The locket should keep him alive, but in goes Contracts onto Sniper. Blast Cone will get into safety. River narrowly survives thanks to the flash and the locket there from Ayla. They get the TP out from Quid. NRG finding a window to put a little bit of pressure there onto River.
It's always interesting because now we're 30 seconds ahead of Dragon, and Nocturne, a lot of times you want to early flash when you have your fear on the kill target so that they'll stay in range and they won't be able to flash out of it. Like maybe that becomes a thing with his flash not being down, but he did save his ultimate here. He didn't like panic use it and try and cover vision or anything. So 100 Thieves are still going to move into the River. Sniper does have his teleport ready.
Yeah, we'll see. Charm going to be able to land there on the Huhi. He's getting low, but in comes the Weaver wall to try to section them off. The lights get turned out, and the TPs are coming in. It's a flash retreat here from NRG. They're trying to get out of there. Dopla's behind him, but doesn't even matter. His team is just getting erased as Quid in the backline once again. It's a story as old as time. Quid and Sniper into the backline, crush down the carries, and NRG gets eviscerated.
Massive 4 for 0 there. That was so weird looking. Who he was just shrugging off all this damage he was taking going in. It's like he was expecting to just go for this hard engage, and they kind of just got cleaned.
And now it's Baron on the table here. Such a costly fight. It's a really late one in the game. It's a slow start, and then when you lose it, it's not just the team fight. It's likely the Baron. Dopla's here. We'll see if he can try to do anything to delay, to buy some time. Huhi's back as well, but there's no angle to get anything done. It's a freebie there for 100 Thieves, and they secure the first major lead of this Game 5.
I feel like we can definitely see the difference of the pressure of Game 5 and people playing way slower than before. But Huhi, after he takes the big chunk,
he just
still walks
going.
up, hooks in, Contract goes in as well, but then Nocturne Ultimate just immediately turns it around, and they chase through right after him.
Look at that engage from Ayla on this side. Both the carries were sectioned off from their team, and Ayla flashes, crashes down, hits the Megastorm on both FBI and Palafox. That was so big. No protection for the carries, and they are very happy about that one. And we're back to live. There's a dredge line connecting. In comes the depth charge. It's going to be immune by a spell shield from River, but on the other side, it's Ayla going down as NRG getting one back. FBI trying to go forward here. Pops his Ariel, but there's the ulti in onto him, and it's enough to knock him down. Quid again getting the resets, and here comes Sniper from the top ropes, looking to drop the hammer. Can't find anyone on the backside, but it doesn't even matter. NRG choose the fight, but it's 100 Thieves that finish it.
And since they have Baron from the previous one, they're just going to take towers now. So much gold going into their pockets. They split into the mid lane and a bottom lane push. That's one tower bot, now one tower mid. Second one bot here, going to fall pretty quickly too. Looks like it's going to be a lot of gold.
Yeah, I mean, after such a tense early game, both teams kind of playing footsies. It's just completely broke open for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, this is looking almost untenable. It's pretty rough to think how they're going to be able to come back from this position. You need kind of the Zeri moment or something, but we can watch it one more time. The Dragon was secured, and they just go for the fight.
Yeah, they go for the flash initiation onto the Rel, and the Rel kind of bouncing back there, but Contract's moved up on the Xin, and he used his ultimate, but Fear goes off as he's as it expires, and then River just uses Nocturne ultimate to the other side of the team fight, and the rest of the team chases.
Quid had a beautiful flash charm there, it looked like, to follow up. Like, everyone piled in on FBI and just kind of 100-0'd him at the back end of that fight. Well, Ayla threatening potentially here for a dive. They could be one bad fight away from this game ending with Baron there, with them being pushed in, Palafox getting low, and the dive could be on the table if they're not careful. River definitely threatening.
Yep. NRG's hope is probably just Dokla at this point. He's got TP, he could look for something, but with a team as mobile as 100 Thieves are, it's going to be hard for him to get a lot done in these fights.
Yeah, definitely not too many easy angles, so they're going to have to work some magic here. NRG have done so previously with some Baron steals, but 100 Thieves still wearing the previous one and just pushing in is so much pressure so early into the game. We're barely at 25 minutes here. This pace for this game just exploded. I feel like we are for sure just seeing so much of a difference, though, of the Game 5 kind of the effect on your mentality.
Absolutely. I mean, that one team fight just went so bad for NRG, and when that's the first one that you pick and it's post 20 minutes and you lose the Baron off the back of it, it is really disheartening. When they came into this game with a roar, and it kind of feels like they're going out with a whimper, as they haven't really been able to get much of anything going in this Game 5.
Yeah, it's definitely been hard. You know, they weren't able to find a whole lot of early plays against the Nocturne. He was able to farm up. They felt a lot of pressure from his ult being available. I really wonder, you know, if NRG had Smolder instead of Zeri, would this game look different? I don't know.
I mean, most Smolders, even if they're stacking pretty slow, usually get it by around 26 minutes.
Yeah.
So I feel like if they had, then you probably would be getting that around now. Maybe we'll see some actual Zeri stuff soon, but we definitely haven't so far. As you mentioned, you know, the immediate deletion in the previous one.
I mean, it's just tough because it kind of feels like they lost the game at a point where Smolder wouldn't have the stacks anyway, right? You know, that major mistake in that team fight was at about 21 minutes, and don't think that FBI would have had it either way. We'll see if he can make something happen with the champion he's picked, though. Obviously, they are locked in here, and they need to find a way to come back if they want to complete what would be a pretty incredible comeback after a bit of heroics in the late game in game 4, push themselves to game 5. But this feels like this is like a 35-40 minute game state where you're really on the back foot. We're 26 minutes in and they're having to seed all their tier 2s.
They have given 5 towers since that team fight in Baron went over. That Baron was so much value.
I mean, this is crazy. This is a 7.8k gold lead. NRG was in a pretty good spot prior to that, but now you look over on the other side, Quid is a full item ahead of Palafox. And I feel like we've been saying that a few times today, as Palafox, you know, has been trying his best, has been finding some good moments, but Quid, every single team fight, seems to find an angle, seems to find a way to really have a huge impact.
All right, we are at the time now where you send all resources down like one side lane for NRG and hope that you get a bounty. Because there are a lot of bounties on people's heads and not a good chance of winning a straight up team fight. You are so heavily out itemized now with the massive gold difference.
Yeah, it's really just Dokla that's even in gold, but it's like Sande's not going to 1v9 this fight, right? You know, your carries are so threatened. There's a lot of ways for 100 Thieves to reach the backline, to be able to put pressure on Zeri and Palafox. Even in an even game, I think it's very hard for Palafox and FBI to carry this. But when you're 8k behind, it's just so tough for FBI to actually be able to stay alive long enough to get value out of the Zeri.
Contracts is going to need several Baron seals. All right, here's one coming in. He's slithering up.
Yeah, he's setting himself up to break Xmithy's record in this one.
Chain Baron steals.
Yeah, back to back to back. He probably needs it. He probably needs at least 2 to be able to claw this one back. We'll see if they can find any late game heroics, but it's 100 Thieves immediately back up towards that top side, looking to clean out the vision here around this Baron. It's something they can definitely threaten. I mean, this is on-hit Kaisa. It's actually Blade Rune King coming in, which is a little bit surprising, but definitely high amount of on-hit, really high DPS. They can crush this Baron.
Man, it's so annoying too with Verdant Barrier, like a component giving you the...
maybe getting caught. Dokla's gonna look here. Do they force it? There's the Killer Instinct used defensively. Paranoia gonna get popped. Dokla's gotta run. As they will pull back. World Ender has been popped, and in goes River, and he's on to FBI. He's trying to finish him off. FBI trying to cut it out. The blast cone will keep him alive, but Dokla in the midst of everyone. Who he about to go down? Dokla trying to pull off a miracle. Meech barely surviving, but Meech is down to Dokla. And on the other side, River is still fighting, but he's gonna lose out there. Sniper going forward. Sniper and Quid will finally take down Dokla, who tries to go for something heroic, does at least get one, but at the end of the day, it's 1 for 2, and it's 100 Thieves marching on the Baron.
Yeah, and Contracts is marching over for the steal.
It's time.
The foretold steal. Here he comes.
We'll see. He's got no wards in pocket. He has a sweeper. He's got no vision.
He can W it.
He's going to have to try to W over the wall, see if he can find something. There's the blue trinket popped. He saw it, but I don't think there's any sort of an angle. He doesn't think there is either. 100 Thieves claim the Baron. Scrappy fight there that NRG chose, but now it's a 10k gold lead.
Award goes to Ayla for going over and actually keeping him out. Another look at this one, though, because Dokla does end up taking down Meech in the backline here, but look at the escape from Zeri. Quid jumps in with his ulti. It's the flash from Sniper, and River tries to follow, but the super blast cone barely gives him his life back.
FBI took so much damage there immediately. Aatrox flashed in on him as soon as Nocturne hit him with the ulti, and he's just out of the fight entirely.
That's what I mean. When you're that far behind, it's like, how do you team fight? Nocturne ult plus like barely a little bit of damage. Quid didn't even get back there on him. And he is just out of there. Dokla maybe just going to try to take this fight. I mean, you've got to go for desperate plays now. Desperate times call for desperate measures. The light's going to get turned off. Everyone coming in here from NRG, but at the same time, here comes the cavalry from the 100 Thieves side. The World Ender's going to get popped. Sniper gets scooped back into the team, but will just dash over the wall. It is the disengage. They do at least force a couple ultis. That's Aatrox and Nocturne with no ult.
I can't believe River slipped out of there. That was 5 people on a flashless Nocturne, and he just broke his way
Just turn out the lights and walk out to the rest of your team.
I think they were worried that if they fully committed the time to actually kill him, that 100 Thieves would arrive, kill them off, and the game's over, right? And that's that difficult position that they're in. You know, one mistake ends the game. It is going to make you maybe that bit more gun shy.
Yeah, they knew Quid was topside. They didn't know how far along he was. So a little bit, a lot to lose actually here, trying to defend now versus Baron.
Yeah, the Baron buff still going to be active here for over a minute. Uhi maybe going to look for an angle, but if you choose the wrong one, you go into your death. That could be the end of the season for NRG. We're so far down, you know, have really had an up and down year so far this year, not finding the success that they wanted, where 100 Thieves on the other side have really surpassed all expectations. You know, they had an incredible regular season. People had them power ranked generally pretty low. Were able to finish in a tie for first place at the end of the regular season. Got taken out very handily by Cloud9, but now a great bounce back series for them. Looking like they're on the verge of eliminating the defending champions here in the LCS. Potentially one fight away from doing it.
All right, they're ping-ponging between side lanes and mid now. Sniper and Quid will be able to get the waves at the same time, but the rest of the team that was holding mid lane back off on their pressure. So for now, the defense holds.
Yeah, 100 Thieves don't want to keep pressuring without Baron. Kind of understandable, you know, game 5, don't want to throw the game. Gonna go spend all your money.
Dragon coming up fairly shortly as well. Go collect every single piece on the map. They know if NRG step out into the open territory away from those towers at all, they get to immediately engage on them again.
Quid picking up the Mage Eyes, feeling confident. Looking to put the finishing touches on what has been an absolutely amazing series from him. You have to think that he would be probably player of the series. He's been really, really outstanding. River having a great series as well, but those two as a duo have been looking amazing. And it has been crazy to see how quickly I feel like Quid developed. You know, last year people were telling me he's good in scrims, he's not showing it on stage, but I feel like you hear that so often and it doesn't always pan out. For him to see this much improvement, like this meteoric of a rise, to go from someone that people were saying, does he even deserve a spot on a team, to does he deserve to be the MVP, is a crazy change in conversation and narrative around one of the most exciting young players in the LCS.
Massive improvement from year to year.
Absolutely. I mean, I think when most people heard that 100 Thieves was replacing their entire roster except Quid, people were like, wait, you got that backwards.
Yeah.
But, you know, clearly they made the right choice.
And it's been fun to see a lot of the young players, I think, really stepping up across the league. Have been having great splits. I think Meech quietly has been really solid, 400 Thieves, getting done when he needs to get done for the team. And Sniper, of course, has been a big standout. It is Rookie of the Year, not Rookie of the Splits. There won't be voting done on that.
He's not quietly been having a good year, very loudly.
Very loudly, with many solo kills. But I feel like it's obviously it's pretty early to say that, but it feels like he is a massive favorite to win Rookie of the Year, which will obviously be done after summer does conclude.
Okay, still again back into the 1-3-1, the classic. 100 Thieves cleaning the jungle, checking off every box as they march towards the Nexus in game number 5 here, the pivotal game. They missed a couple in their cleaning duty, and one is also replaced. NRG's still looking for these surprise plays. You know, they're always looking for the massive comeback play. That's how they got this reputation.
And it feels like 100 Thieves just want to play for Baron, right? They're not actually willing to risk anything on any sort of aggressive dive. They're massively ahead. They know it. They are just going to look to play for Baron and likely play for the turn. And they do have a very strong one. So it's going to be up to NRG to try to find a way to maintain enough defensive vision that they at least have a chance to be able to approach the Baron, to know that it's going on, maybe find a miracle steal, maybe find a miracle fight, which could be the beginnings of a potential comeback.
I do like the way that 100 Thieves has had deep control. I think they might be giving NRG a bit of a window here, allowing them to walk through their jungle. When you're controlling Baron, this is generally when you want to fight the other team, when they're walking through your vision, face checking everything. But they're actually just going to let NRG clear their wards so they can go buy and get more items.
Death Cap has been completed now for Palafox. Of course, he's still very far behind as far as the items are concerned. Really, everyone is on NRG besides Dokla, but Palafox and FBI, a lot of pressure on these guys to be able to make it happen in the team fights. They're really the only ones who can get the damage done. As 100 Thieves already onto the Baron, is spotted out by that blue trinket. They're going to try to find their way over to it. They don't have great vision. They know it's being done. They spot Quid, though, with that vision plant. Going to be able to sweep him out and know that he is looking for it. The light's going to get turned off, though. Are they going to go in with this? Dokla split from the team, but the rest of the squad is all together, and Contrax is going forward. Is it going to be a flip again? Can Contrax pull it off? He can't. Contrax is looking like he's going to fall. The smite secured there this time by River, and the first kill goes the way of 100 Thieves. They want more. Flashed in from Aether. It's the crash down. It's the Magnet Storm, and it's the end of NRG as 100 Thieves pile in. It's a triple already for Quid. Is he going to get the Quadra? Of course he is. 100 Thieves crush through the fight. They silence the doubters. They take out the defending LCS champions. And they have got this game on lock.
100 Thieves. All that's left is the turret destruction here. Every member of NRG are in the dirt. Game 5 here. 100 Thieves will stand tall.
What an incredible finish to an incredible series there from 100 Thieves. So many questions about this young team were posed after their loss to C9, and they answer them all. Quid, Sniper, River, these guys are legit. Meech and Ayla playing a good series as well. That last game was absolutely dominating. They made it look easy in the final one. Can definitely hold their heads high and be really happy with this performance, vindicating that their regular season was deserved, that this was not a fluke. They're not just a scrim team. They get a big playoff win, and they keep their LCS championship hopes alive.
What a series for Quid. He really just 1v9 this one. I mean, like the rest of 100 Thieves played well too, but Quid just absolute standout performance. Huge props to him.
While carrying multiple games where he doesn't die a single time. And again, he ends this game with a fully stacked 25 stacks Medjais. Again, another deathless one. He doesn't even give the fountain a shot. So much restraints. They're never diving in.
Yeah, this is insane. It's definitely the making of a new star in the LCS, as Quid has been an absolute monster all season long. Continues that here. Of course, heartbreak for NRG. Defending champions, had a great performance at Worlds. Really, we're looking to continue that, and perhaps the pressure getting to them a bit. Never really able to find their footing here like they did last summer. And unfortunately, they're going to have to try again this year in summer to try to make something happen.
Yep. Not a total loss for NRG. I think, coming into this season, the expectations were higher because of how they did last year. But, I mean, they got it to Game 5. They were close. Didn't quite get it together, but by no means failure or anything.
I think that was also just wild to me how Contrax actually got into Baron again and was in there for a possible spike.
If he got that would have been so scripted. Like, this would have been so rigged.
So Quid used Ahri ultimate to get down there and try and charm him, and the charm would block the charge, but he got through, and River gets to say, hey, I did outsmite him on this one fair fight.
Yeah, incredible finish to an incredible series there from Quid. And we're going to be joining Emily, River, and Quid on stage for an interview.
Hello, I'm here with Quid and River from 100 Thieves.
Hello.
축하합니다. Congratulations. The first thing I wanted to ask Quid, how are you so good at this game?
I just play a lot. Yeah, I think so.
River, how is he so good at this game?
Ahri's Quid's champion, so he's really good at Ahri. So
it's just the Ahri?
yeah, just Quid is good.
Quid, I did just find out you're a player of the series for your team, so congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
You had a really tough loss to C9 a few days ago. How did you guys recover?
Individually, I just watch replay and I realized I just play like more. I could play more aggressive in lane page, so that's why we didn't have mid prior. So that's why our game was too hard to play against C9 game. So and after against NRG, after first game, I felt like my lane page is totally fine and I feel comfortable. That's why I could play well today.
Yeah, well, congratulations again, player of the series. For River, obviously, I did hear you were sick earlier this week, so you weren't able to practice as much with the team before the C9 loss. How did you and the team recover from the loss to have the victory today?
When I play against C9, I was really sick, so yeah, didn't do anything against C9. But even today is Ella is sick too today, and me. So yeah, we just better than them. So we won.
Well, now you have a week to recover, you know, so I hope no one else gets sick. But excellent performance today, so thank you.
Yeah.
Going forward, who would you want to face in the lower bracket going forward?
Both team fine. Maybe Team Liquid and Dignitas, right?
Yeah.
Both team fine. We can win. So yeah, we're gonna win anyway. So it doesn't matter.
Do you agree, Quid?
Yes, I agree.
All right, cool. Well, congratulations to both of you. Thank you so much for taking the time.
Thank you so much.
감사합니다. Oh, are you okay?
He's nervous.
Take one.
Keep your 7.
Oh, okay.
Keep your 7. Your 7?
Yes. All right. And now we have interview with NRG Kia. Thank you so much for taking the time to.
Yeah, of course.
So obviously, really tough loss today. What do you think went wrong in this game against 100 Thieves?
I think 100 Thieves just showed up better as a team and individual. We were struggling a lot in regular split as well, and I think we were getting better, but I think we just didn't completely solve our issues yet. And I think that just showed in the series as well. So yeah, I think we know what we have to focus on, but it's just sad that our season's over now.
As much as you can say, because obviously you're the latest addition to kind of the core championship roster, what was the kind of internal vibe on NRG like, and what was the most difficult thing for you guys, since you had a really you had some really, really high highs as well, and then obviously some really tough losses. So what was going on internally?
I think when I first joined the team, it was a bit hard for me to like kind of get used to it because they just won the LCS championship and also had a really great showing at Worlds. So I think the external vision and the internal, like I was just trying to like kind of fit into them. But after the break, I think we just lost a lot of skills that we had, and we just kind of failed to maintain like from the previous season. So like we kind of had to start from the beginning, and that just took a bit of a time, and yeah, it just ate up some time.
And then going forward, what do you think the thing you've improved on has been the most that you can carry into Summer Split?
I think just kind of like playing, right now I think with my team, we are playing different style than I'm used to. So now I have a better idea, and my team also has a better idea how to play around me as well. So I think we're just kind of getting used to each other still. And I think just that will change a lot for the next split.
All right, well, thank you so much for taking the time. Again, I'm sorry about the loss. And we'll throw it back to the Analyst Lounge to close out the day.
Thank you, Emily Huhi. But we have Sniper.
Yeah.
Solo kill master, solo kill leader still.
Yeah.
Do you know what your record is when you get a solo kill in a game?
Well, what do you mean by like my record? At the
Yeah,
end
so
of the
like
game?
how many, what is your win-loss when you get a solo kill?
I'm pretty sure it's like 85% or something like that.
Damn, that's really close. Yeah. 7-1.
Wait, I'm 7-1?
Yeah, 7-1 when you get a solo kill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's 85%.
That's pretty close, yeah.
I mean, I can't do that exact
I can't do that math. That's
it's
not
80,
up for me.
Isn't it like 82 and a half?
Oh, now you're trying to do that.
87 and a half, I'm just told. Close.
Oh, okay.
I heard quickly that you typed something in a 2v1 situation that you were in topside. Can you elaborate what happened up there?
Yeah, I mean, okay. So after I solo killed them in the Jax versus GP matchup, second game, they decided to like dive me top with, I think it was like Ari, Zinzal, and Jax even.
Yeah.
And then I like kind of dodged the Ari charm, and then we killed Ari and Zinzal.
Yeah.
And after that, I was like, Twitch.tv/General Sniper. As soon as like I solo killed them and yeah, did everything.
And that was it. The series just ended right there. We didn't actually end up playing all 5 games. So how do you feel now with this victory? Because it's probably been a whirlwind like 3 days for your whole team, with the C9 series into only having 1 day to prepare and potentially being eliminated to actually clutching up and winning the series to move on.
I mean, it definitely feels good, but I still feel like I'm not playing as good as I was during the split.
Okay.
I mean, I don't exactly know why, to be honest. Like, I don't even like feel that nervous before the game start. So I think as soon as I like fix the issue on like just how kind of like bad I've been playing recently, we're gonna be whoever we play next.
And do you feel a difference between, of course, like the best of ones, regular season, you get on stage, you play against, of course, like just one team. A lot of times people don't practice against a specific team, but like the difference between the feel in-game playing in a regular season versus playoffs?
I mean, the Cloud9 series, I definitely felt like that, where like, well, like a best out of 5 is really different than just playing a best out of 1. So as soon as I got like that experience, I quickly just like adapted to it, and we ended up winning the best out of 5.
True. Makes sense.
Yeah, so yeah.
How does this align with your, I know I talked to you at like the very start of the split, how does this moment right now align with your expectations of where you'd be in your first split of LCS?
Before the split started, I was definitely like kind of 50-50 about how I was gonna play.
Yeah.
But as soon as we started winning, I knew that like we could actually, we have a chance at winning it all.
Yeah.
So it's definitely better than I expected it to be.
That's great to hear. So we got player of the series. Who do you think it is?
Let me guess. Quid River. One of those two, you know.
Yeah, it's Quid.
Yep.
He did pop off this series.
18-2 and 21.
I actually think it's more. That's only in the 3 wins, because he had a bunch of kills in the losses as well.
That's
true. You can see on the lower left there, that's in the 3 wins, 18 kills, 2 deaths, 21 assists. The Speed Vagar, I got a question for you actually. What happened to the Smolder in this series? Because it looked like Quid pressed R on it in game 2 and then no one picked it the rest of the series.
I'm not even sure, to be honest. I have no idea why like Smolder wasn't played anymore after the second.
Fair enough. I mean, Quid definitely popped off in so many ways. What's the energy like with those two, Quid River, in game for you? Because I know probably at the start of the split, you maybe were worried about a language barrier, but they just did a full English language interview with Emily. How is it during games?
I mean, they've been amazing, honestly. Like, I couldn't ask for better teammates than what I have with Quid and River. And I mean, they just work so well together. They have like the Korean synergy, and they've just been doing so good.
Now, a question I have for you, because this series was definitely wild. I don't know if this is what you kind of expected going into it, that NRG would be so close. But there were some losses that you were taking that I was like, ooh, like, how can they recover, right?
Yeah.
But you guys were easily able to recover going into game 5. Like, is it something that the coaches say? Like, generally, what's the vibe going back into the team room in reviews, and just like, how are you guys able to basically keep a calm mental overall?
I mean, after game 4, like, I honestly thought the reason we lost was because of me. So I expected like some criticism, but nobody cared. Like, everybody just moved on. They didn't care that I like threw the game. They just were like, okay, just go next. We'll win next game, and yeah.
What happened in game 4, actually? No,
I mean, okay, so the ending, like, instead of just playing for the team fight and zoning out Lee Sin, so we got Baron.
Right. Okay, that's the moment. You're not talking about the general game. We're talking about the very end of it when there's the Baron flip.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. Is that? Do you like that? Because I feel like a lot of the times, if you feel like you messed up and you go to the back, you're like, someone please say it. Someone please point it out.
Yeah.
Or do you like the vibe that people are just pushing on to the next?
The first one, I think, like, people just directly giving me, like, feedback definitely helps me more, like, just becoming, I guess, like, a stronger player.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it just felt weird that nobody said anything.
Tell me the vibes of the coaches, because we always get a glimpse of the coach cams during the game. And Spooks, in particular, is just, like, a roller coaster of emotions. I don't know if he hides it after a game. Let's, like, talk to me about, like, what they say in between games, like, basically, what are the reviews like going back after a game during a series? And are they calm? I'm assuming that's the case.
I mean, they're extremely calm. I think both like Spooks and Golden Glue.
Yeah.
Like, I also couldn't ask for better coaches than these two right here. They just like keep everyone's mental together, and they kind of just like, I don't know, they're just like perfect coaches. I don't really know what to tell you, you know? They always have good energy and good vibes.
Love your energy as well. Here's the bracket for the rest of the playoffs. 100 Thieves has eliminated NRG. We will not have defending champions. Thanks, General Sniper. So you're going to be playing the winner of Dignitas TL on Friday. Important to keep that in mind. Next week's playoffs is going to be on Friday, Saturday before FlyQuest and C9. So 5 teams remaining. Really great to have you on here. Congratulations on the win. And I don't think you threw game 4. I can understand why they wouldn't figure it out. There's a lot that happened in game 4. Maybe it was a mistake. There's a lot of mistakes in that game. So congratulations once again on the 5-game victory. That is it for us. We're going to be back tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific for Dig versus TL. So let's send it over to the LCS Challenger stream. Good night.
Bye.
Exciting. Yes. Okay.
Where did he go?
I'm looking. Yeah, it's Leon flash. Penta? Yeah, Penta. Give me the Penta. Give me the Penta.
You hit these.
Nice.
Wow, Penta. The tower only has 1 hit, but they don't even need it. There's the encore coming out there from Ayla, trying to actually root him up. Not going to be able to do so, but Dokla is going to fall. No way out for him. NRG are gone. 100 Thieves.
Aria's root, guys. I wanna kick some murder.
Just kill Ari, kill Tall Taker.
Look at me.
Oh.
1.1k AP.
Second charge here. Oh my god! Drift King River, my man is nasty. That was the most impressive mechanical play I've ever done.
Can we fight? Yeah, fight. We should.
Look connected.
Oriana no ulti. Burst no flash. Renekton.
Holy crap, good. Are we on?
Maybe.
And Sniper is there to finish him off. Sniper low in health. Pathmaker for it. Gonna be able to flip back 1. Meech is down. It's up to FBI though. Quinn is piling through. The resets are here. And NRG. He's going forward. There's a flash. He gets 3. Quinn immediately into the stasis, but Palafox in trouble as well. Quinn is down. FBI takes him out. But it's River who gets the resets. Can River do anything on the other side? He's down as well. NRG have won the fight.
Language before that game 4, right? But coming off this.
Yep. So they can also be down. I've TP. You guys can play. I've TP.
Can we look Zen?
Just hit front for now. Hit front.
Look me. I went backline.
Yeah, I'm looking. I'm gonna go Zen.
No flash. Can you go Barra? Go Barra.
Yeah. Oh, I missed.
Nice.
Maybe look Nautilus.
Look me. I'm gonna look Zarya. Zarya no flash.
Yeah, kill Talia. Nice, guys.
Give me Penta.
Nice. Wait, Penta?
Red.
Penta.
See you soon.
You guys carried me. Nice.
That was fun, huh? Yeah. Actually. Next time, don't play like. Yeah. We need to be. We could be more aggressive.
Nice.